January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prag.
He smells blood and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
It's another chess-filled day in Wijk aan Zee. We see the participants heading into the playing hall, not just the Masters and the Challenger section, but also many different amateur players as well. They love it. They play it. This is a chess tournament. This is Tata Steel Chess 2023. It's the second round of action. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my good friend, International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, we had a very fun day one, 2 decisive games. Are you looking forward to today's second round of action?
I can't wait to see what the chess players bring on the board today. Robert, we had 5 draws, 2 decisive games, 7 fighting chess games we saw yesterday, and I think today is going to be no different. The visuals that we saw from the playing arena was so heartwarming. It just simply feels that life is back to normal. The last 2 years of the Wijk aan Zee, due to COVID, you could not have the amateur event, you could not have spectators and media around, but we can see a full hall, and it does look like everyone loves chess in Wijk right now.
They certainly do. Each and every year, they come to Wijk aan Zee for this annual chess festival. The action is back, and well, today is the second round, and the action will only heat up because after 2 decisive results yesterday with the black pieces, Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Ding Liren took down Richard Rapport and Domoraju Gukesh, respectively. We have 2 co-leaders. So heading into this second round, Tanya, I mean, the leaders, they should be thrilled. They get the white pieces. But what do you see as being the players who are going to be the hungriest today?
This is such a long tournament, Robert, so it's still too early to say anything, but I am so happy to see that Ding Liren started with a win. We haven't seen him much in action over the last couple, again because of COVID, and he's had difficulties playing classical games. In fact, his last event before being at Wijk was back in July in 22, the last game that he played against Hikaru, which he won, and after that he beat Gukesh yesterday. So we know that chess world is a better place when Ding is in shape, and I have to say, yesterday's game was absolutely scintillating. It was not just the result, but the way he played start to finish with the black pieces. Again, he's world #2, but it's easy to forget just how strong he is and what a beast he is because the guy is so humble and modest all the time.
Yes, no, indeed. I mean, some of these players are easy to root for. We saw some fascinating chess yesterday. Some players who are going to be a bit disappointed with their draws. Others, like Aronian and Maghsoodloo, they should be quite thrilled to hold that half point. But heading into a second round, we have some mouth-watering matchups ahead. I mean, we have players who have played 0 times in classical chess. We have some who have, an extended history against one another. But as we start at the top, Tanya, we have Wesley So with the white piece against Yurka, Patriot, Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun gets his second black pieces in a row.
Arjun starts with the black pieces again, but that's cool. That doesn't matter because Arjun, we know, is super well prepared. He's taking this event really seriously, Robert. It is his first time playing in an invitational elite event of this sort. And he's playing against Wesley. They have played before in rapid formats at the Tata Steel Chess in India, but never in classical. So this is a big game for Arjun, as every game is against these very established players. Very excited about this one. Wesley probably slightly disappointed that he could not make more of his position against Jordan from round 1, where he did have the extra pawn, but failed to convert. We also have Levon taking on Praggnanandhaa, another clash of the ages.
Yes, that is the old guard versus the teenager. And these two have not faced off in classical chess, but they've played many times throughout the Champions Chess Tour and other online events and rapid and blitz time control. So Aronian, he is familiar with the youngster, and Fabiano Caruana, we'll get to his game soon, but he and Anish Giri have said that it's great to get that experience in against the younger players, because when they're new, when you haven't played them before, you don't know what to expect from them. But because Levon has played Praggnanandhaa online, that should bode well for the veteran player.
Even though these 5 youngsters, this is the youngest Tata Steel ever and the strongest. And that goes on to say something, Robert. We've got Prag, we've got Arjun, Gukesh, Nodebek, and Vincent. They might be all under 20 years of age, but you still can't call them new talent. You can't say that they've got potential. They've already arrived. They've already made their mark in the chess world. They've been really shaking up the world elite. The one thing that's important, though, to note is that it's often been in faster time controls. So they're looking to have that breakout moment in classical chess. And I think for Prag, this event means a lot because we've seen what he's done in the Champions Chess Tour against the best players in the world. But keep up that form in classical chess.
The big question, and you said how the younger players have thrived in the quicker time controls. Nodebek Abdusattorov, he is the former world rapid champion, but some players, and of note, Vincent Keymer and Gukesh, they actually don't play too much rapid and blitz. That sounds strange because Vincent himself just got second place at the World Rapid Championship, but they don't play as much online as some of the other youngsters like Praggnanandhaa, like Arjun Erigaisi, like Nihal Sarin. So speaking of Vincent Keymer, he gets the white pieces against the world champion all 3 formats, Magnus Carlsen. That's a big task.
A big task ahead of Vincent with the white pieces, and a big game for us. The two have played before in online formats at the tour as well. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. Vincent in his interview mentioned that he is really looking forward to playing against Magnus. These youngsters, they always take it as an opportunity to play against the best player in the world and give it all that they've got. With Gukesh, I completely agree with what you said, Robert, that for him, his forte is classical chess. We saw him skip the World Rapid and Blitz so that he would have time to prepare for this event. He did have a shaky start yesterday, lost against Ding with the white pieces. He needs to find the rhythm back, and he's up against Anish today.
So many tough matchups for these players, and the field consists of 14, the 14 names you see there. It is a 13-round event. 13 of the players received invites, whereas Arjun Erigaisi qualified by winning last year's Challengers Tournament. The scoring is typical, 1 point for a win, half for a draw. And of course, the player with the most points at the end of the event is the Tata Steel 2023 champion. So as we look in the playing hall, there are 14 participants, all of whom are vying for that championship. Some have won this event before. Magnus Carlsen is an 8-time champion. Aronian has won it 4 times, but Ding Liren clapping in the foreground right there. He has yet to win in Tata Steel, but he got off to a great start. Tanya, he won game 1 yesterday with the black pieces. Today he gets white, and I think that he might strike again.
He's definitely looking for it. Ding is super motivated in this event. It potentially could be his only classical event before the World Championship match. He is playing against Parham. At least on paper, Ding is a favorite in this match. But no result is foregone, and you can't really predict anything, especially with a player like Parham who has the capacity to beat anyone on any given day if he gets his kind of position. We saw the players applauding and clapping. Tata Steel is all about tradition. This event is all about heritage and tradition. And one of them is before the start of the round. They have a special guest, a chief guest in round one. That was Vishy Anand, former world champion, comes and inaugurates the round. And we see a little bell there, and you've got to hit it to announce the start of the round. And that's what just happened. So round two, about to lift off.
Vishy Anand, somebody who knows a thing or two about winning championships. Of course, he won the World Championship and he lost his title to Magnus Carlsen, but he also won in Wijk aan Zee on many different occasions. And we see the players making their first moves. There's Norbert Abdusattorov taking on Fabiano Caruana. Fabi sporting that new haircut, short, cropped hairstyle. And Abdusattorov, he's looking to get another win. He started off with a bang by beating Richard Rapport yesterday. And today he gets the white pieces. We see only a couple moves have been played. And Tanya, do you like drinking tea during your games? Because I see that tea next to Fabiano over there. So some players, they're always drinking tea. Others are drinking nothing. What's your style?
It really just depends, Robert. I'm a Red Bull girl. But I definitely agree with you. We've also seen the world often have a bottle of orange juice with him, but it's important because this is a classical game. It's super long and you need all the energy you can get. Also, it's really cold in Wijk right now. So the players need to make sure that they get up for the hot action on the board. And as the opening, Robert, we've got a Ragozin on the board.
We do indeed, and I like that Red Bull shout out, hashtag sponsored over there, Tanya. You gotta, I know you have to say that, but we do have Ragozin here. Bishop comes to b4. So in this setup, we just saw the pawn capture on d5. Once black captures back on d5, we take with the e-pawn, your bishop on c8 has new life, right? Before staring into a pawn, kind of like the French defense, now the bishop has a fuller diagonal to work with. That's the good news. And white speeds up that queenside development. So Tanya, I really like this opening. I feel like it often provides a lot of fight because just like the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren yesterday, we do not have a symmetrical pawn structure. Once the c-pawn took on d5, it was the e-pawn that took back. So black continues with the c-pawn, white has the e-pawn. That's a different dynamic.
Different dynamic, but that said, the Ragozin is actually one of the combative openings that we see. And Norbert, he's super well prepared. In fact, yesterday in his game against Richard Rapport, Richard came out with an opening surprise. Of course, that's no surprise to anyone because that is Richard's style of play. But Norbert even had ideas in those positions. In this opening, as we can see, Fabi has chosen to move h6. The bishop falls back to h4. And now this is a critical moment, Robert, because here black does have the option to make things absolutely crazy, get rid of the pin with ideas like g5. You hit the bishop, force the bishop to fall back to g3, and then go on to put more pressure on the c3 pinned knight with jumping with your knight to e4. But that is super committal as well and long theoretical lines. Fabi, he's a master of openings, and we saw this yesterday. You were predicting his moves on point. What do you think is going to be his opening approach against Norbert today?
You kind of foreshadowed it well that Fabiano Caruana, he's a very concrete player when he knows his opening. So the move g5 is committal. It's going to be harder to castle kingside, even though often in the Ragozin, they still castle kingside. But the point is you strike in the center with c5. You play moves like knight to e4, trying to exploit the pin, as Tanya mentioned. So it is a very direct approach. And Fabiano, he knows these types of openings inside and out. But if you didn't expect the Ragozin for today's game, then you might not have studied the opening last night or this morning, and that may make you feel a bit uncomfortable. What does Norbert want from Fabiano? Is Norbert trying to play some kind of tactical sequence where he has an engine-prepared novelty? That's the scary thing in an opening like this, Tanya. So whether or not he plays g5 might depend on how recently he's looked at the line.
That's a very good point. And as it probably has to be as recent as this morning. Now, apart from g5, the other way to continue, as I was going to mention, is castle or strike in the center with c5. Fabi, sticking to his style, chooses the more flexible shock castle first, keeping the option of striking in the center open for an opportune moment.
For sure. So he just gets the king to safety. Quickly does Nordirbek play e3. The bishop can come out to d3. The queen often goes out to c2. So there are a set of standard moves by the players, and it really depends on what they're looking for in this specific game. But let's zoom out for a second. This one likely will get a little bit spicier as the game continues, but we have 6 other matchups, and I see just the move e4 from Ding Liren there in the bottom left. But as I look from board to board, well, it looks like we have double Abdusattorov Caruana. So we'll get that fixed, everybody, on the top row. But the players, they are just starting out, making their opening moves. And the bottom right, Tanya, it's this a long line, it seems like, between Levon Aronian and Praggnanandhaa. And look at that pawn structure for black. A6, B5, C6, D5, all these pawns on light squares. That should be an interesting start.
Very interesting. This is the open Spanish, as we call it. And I think all the games that we've got, we're seeing a couple of e4 setups. We're seeing a couple of queen pawns opening. So it's going to be quite a mixed bag of middle game fights that we're going to see today. I do like the idea of jumping to Aronian. As you mentioned, it's a long line. It's a complicated position. And maybe we can take it from the top.
Okay, let's dive right in, just like that knight has decided to dive right into the e4 square. So it's an interesting opening in this one. We're going to pull up the game between Levon Aronian and Praggnanandhaa. Both players drew in round 1, and here in round 2, we saw the start of the game as a Spanish and a6. So none of this Berlin, where I know so many people have said, oh, just anything but the Berlin. So we don't have it. Praggnanandhaa plays a6, and we get this variation, Tanya, where black takes quickly on the e4 square, and white strikes in the center. So white is ahead development, black temporarily a pawn. How much experience do you have on the white and black side of the Lopez?
I do play it from the black side, but not the open. I used to for a short period of time, got some good results, but it's also such an interesting opening, because even though it's a kind of position where an attack is possible, but it's also extremely strategic, as we can see as it develops with all these dark squared weaknesses that happen for black. It's definitely a line that requires a lot of prep. You need to be up to date with all the changing ideas. And it's really a matter of style. The one thing Prag in this event, Robert, is there with his trainer. He is in Wijk, along with his sister as well, who's playing in the Challengers, but also with his longtime trainer, mentor, Ramesh, who's with him. And I know from experience with them that they are heavy on prep. They're extremely serious about the opening part. It's something that a lot of time and thought into. When you're playing against a player of Levon's stature, it's never easy to be sure what you can expect out of it. So interesting to see how it's going to be handled in this particular position. Developed d4 was white has just sacrificed the e4 pawn. And the reason that you've done that is because black has wasted time. The king is still in the center. You're dreaming of opening up that e file. You want to get your pawn and make the most of the pin along the e file. It is really what it all hangs on, the sacrifice of the e4.
That's right. And black played b5, kicking that bishop back to b3, and then pawn to d5. So claiming space in the center. And after knight takes e5, we saw a swap of knights and then the move c6. So the pawn on d5 needed a defender. This knight on e4, it looks very promising, but at some point it can be kicked out with the move f3. And as we see in the game, bishop e7, pawn c3, giving the bishop an escape avenue back to c2, or if the black king castles, it'll stare towards h7. So in the early going, we have a trade of a knight and a pawn per side, and it seems like a very normal looking position. And well, I'm getting word that a normal position, I'm sorry to take us away from here, Tanya, but we have a normal position in one of the other games. And if we look in the top right, Ding Liren has played e4, and Maghsoodloo has not moved, but he is at the board. So that is very strange that he only just decided to play a couple moves after sitting in the chair. You know, he saw Ding Liren's first move, and then he just decided to spend a bit of time. So that's a strange thing to see from a player like Parham, who usually plays at a blistering pace.
That's really fascinating, because it's not as though he was not on the board. But the one thing to remember here, Robert, is that Parham is a last-minute replacement for Jan Krzysztof Duda in the tournament. Now, he's mentioned that playing in Wijk has been his dream since, so there's no way that he would refuse the invitation. But the drawback has been that he's had no time to really prepare against these players. You often know who your opponents are going to be months in advance. So Parham's come to the event without much preparation. I think every game he knows that a few minutes with so much time on the clock board to just get his thoughts together of how he wants to approach the opening. It is the most important part of the game to set the tone for the rest of it. Every player, I think, has a different style when they arrive at board. Do they immediately make a move in response to your opponent? You take a couple of minutes to slow down, look around, get your things, get your pieces and things in order. Robert, what about you? When you go to play in competitive chess, do you immediately make your move? Are you more of the let me just take it slow and ease into things?
Well, it depends on who I'm playing and what the situation is. And my answer to this question will actually lead me to explain why Parham did not move instantly. Sometimes when I'm playing somebody who I'm familiar with, and I played a number of times, I'll sit and pretend to think just to, I don't know, get into the rhythm, make them wonder what in the world I'm doing, and just as a bit of a distraction tactic, right? Because if you make the moves instantly, the player just says, all right, it's a game of chess. But if they're sitting there thinking about what I'm doing, they're not being singularly focused, which is what you need in an objective game. So now getting into that, what was Parham doing? Ding Liren played e4. Let's go back to move one. Ding Liren e4. I said that. But Ding Liren often plays d4. So what is Ding doing in this game? In the candidates, he was playing the English with one c4. He often plays d4 in previous candidates and throughout his history, but today he chose e4. So what Parham was doing is like, I clearly was not preparing for the king's pawn in this game. What is he expecting from me? So if Ding Liren is expecting me to play a Sicilian, as Parham has done time and time again, I think about the Olympiad when I was coaching Team USA. Fabiano Caruana played the white side of a sharp Sicilian against Parham and won that game. So Parham goes, I think he's preparing for the Sicilian. Let's go for e4, e5. And then we get into a Spanish. Now, as we see the position unfold here, the downside of playing the Spanish against Ding Liren is he plays the Spanish himself with the black pieces. So just because he doesn't typically play e4 does not mean he is not well versed in the intricacies of this opening. So Tanya, I think that is why Parham sat and thought, and I mean genuinely thought on move one, because he was worried about what Ding Liren had up his sleeve against a Sicilian.
Ding Liren coming up with a semi-surprise on move one with e4. Of course, now when your opponent king pawn opening, you're not completely shocked because it's something that life and you know what you want to do. But an important moment, and what you pointed out, Robert, for Parham to take a call that perhaps my opponent has prepared better than I have in the Sicilian. So I'm going to mix it up and counter surprise with moving my own king's pawn. And he's Archangel's variation in the Spanish here. Ding immediately responded with the move a4 in this position. So he has a threat. He's targeting the b pawn because of the pin along the a file. If it was white's move, white would simply take capture because the rook on a8 hangs. So Parham needs to decide what you want to do. And one of the ways to continue in this position is you either decide to move the rook aside or you play bishop to b7, developing your bishop, defending the rook on a8. What Parham goes for is the move rook b8. So he takes control of the b5 pawn, defends it, also sidesteps from the pin.
He does sidestep from the pin, but he also sidesteps from a potential open file. So oftentimes the trade AB5 happens, and the rook on A1 is extremely happy. It's developed in its starting place, whereas the rook on B8 is staring into its own pawn. Not the end of the world, but a slight edge for the rook on A1 compared to its counterpart on the other side of the board. So it's a necessary decision. Bishop B7 can be played, but there are many details in a line with bishop to b7, where is the bishop really well placed there? Because often you want to move the d pawn and develop on its first diagonal. So it is going to be an interesting strategic battle between these two. When I think of strategic players, I do think of Ding Liren, and I often do not think of Parham Maghsoodloo. He prefers tactical positions. He likes sharp games, and right now he is not getting that in the slightest.
Well, he is playing with the black pieces. So, Archangel is an opening, in fact, which is considered quite the dynamic one when you develop your bishop to c5. Very often in in Lopez, the Spanish opening, Black's bishop lands up on the e7 square instead of c5. So it's a more active approach, sticking to his true nature and true style, going for this. d6 played, opening up the other bishop as well. It's pretty clear. If you haven't put the bishop on b7 in the previous move, you want to either put it on g4 or on e6, countering White's bishop on b3. So it's going to be a fun one. And the other thing I notice is that just like Fabi, Parham likes his tea.
Yeah, he is enjoying himself. A nice, I would say a mug of tea, but that's not quite a mug. But either way, he is going to enjoy himself. A nice hot bevy. But d4 is the principled approach here, striking in the center. And just to show one thing very quickly, that if White does indeed play the move d4, hitting the bishop, so many players would be tempted to take on d4 with the pawn. But that is not what you want, because after e takes d4, c takes d4, we see a very strong center here for White with the two pawns, and a vacated c3 square for the knight to develop to. So what you instead do is bring your bishop back to b6, because while e5 can be captured, in the ensuing sequence after d takes e5, that if we see a series of traits, a knight e5 takes, and you swap queens, it looks like f7 is hanging, but so is e4. So you need to calculate this all the way through, that White wins a pawn, but gives one right back, and you'd rather not give up e4, especially with the bishop lined up against the f2 pawn. So I just think that this opening prep goes quite a bit deeper than the current position, and wanted to show that the move d4, bishop b6 has in fact been played, and that's the reason why that Black did not want to capture on d4.
Very nicely pointed out. And as you were mentioning, Ding blitzed out the move pawn to a5. And now you hit the bishop, but you don't have enough defenses on that pawn. But the problem with taking on a5 is that you're putting your pieces way too much into the corner. For example, you can't even start with, if we just back up instead of bishop a7, bishop a5 was not even an option, because White simply goes d5. You remove the defender and you win the piece on a5. Knight to a5 is also a bad idea in these positions, because now White can actually just go on to pick up the pawn on e5 and win a central pawn by giving a side pawn. And that's never a trade that you want in the opening. You want to keep your central pawns alive.
Very, very true. So the a5 pawn, from White's perspective, was used as a decoy, and he was not distracted. Parham brings the bishop back to a7, and then h3 played by Ding Liren. So this pawn a5, it forced the bishop back, but it could be a long-term weakness. It's overextended. So if all of the major pieces get traded, then that pawn could be difficult to defend without further pushing up some of White's pawns. But in the meantime, it is taking control of important space. You push back a bishop. The pawn is defended by the rook over here. There's central tension. The g4 square is now covered. And do not, I repeat, do not play knight takes e4. This is actually a very important tactic for people who play Spanish. Knight takes e4 is almost always met by bishop d5. It is a fork of two different knights. The knights are clumsy pieces here. You're going to drop one of them and you're going to lose the game. So that is why Parham instead decided to castle kingside, get his king to safety, keeping the status quo in the center, not grabbing any pawns. So this game will further develop. But for now, I think Parham, he chose this opening. I don't think he really wanted it, because he wasn't expecting e4 in the first move.
Wow, this is going to be a strategic battle, and it's going to be a long one. And I think both players are ready for this. A nice provocation there to block the queen side, not forking a5, fall back with your bishop, keep things under control, and then develop the game on the king side or the center. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because there's been so much opening action, Robert, and many interesting approaches here by the players.
All right, we have 7 games underway. In the top left, that's the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana. C5 hasn't played. We'll see if that G-pawn moves. In the bottom left, we have Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen. Very early stages there. Still interesting to see Magnus play a type of Grunfeld with the black pieces. Next to that, second from the left, Wesley So against Arjun Erigaisi. That is central tension. The D5 pawn is under attack by so many different pieces, and we'll see if Wesley wants to pick that off. Levon, we started out on that game. a bit has changed, but we'll get back to that in a bit. Anish Giri against Gukesh, a bit of a positional flair. But in the bottom right, that's the game I would like to go to, Tanya, is a game between Jordan van Foreest and Richard Rapport. These two players are so creative. I think very combative. They don't like draws. And unfortunately for Richard, that meant a loss in round one. And for Jordan, he did draw that game against Wesley So where he was worse. But look at this position. I mean, this starting to Petrov. And now we see that white is castled with the rook on the open file and a lot of tension at the d5 pawn.
Having this unique creative style of play is a double-edged sword, because what gets you so much against world-class players, but it backfire, because very often the ideas are not object sound but practically very appealing and difficult to find as well. So Richard Rapport and Jordan van Foreest are definitely two players whose USP has been a creative style of play. In fact, Jordan was in Magnus's team for the World Championship match, and Magnus often mentioned and acknowledged that in his team, Jordan was definitely the one coming up with the most fun, entertaining, and creative ideas that they would sit and analyze. But he's playing against somebody who also has that exact same style. So this is not a clash of styles, but actually two players who have a very similar approach to the game. They seem to be playing and be more tempted to beautiful options, even than what would be objectively or maybe sometimes practically something you want to go for. So this is going to be an exciting one. And as we can see from the opening itself, it's not a position that we see very often.
No, it's not. This is already into a relatively rare territory. And just to sort of echo what you were saying, these are players who are creative, who often have decisive games. And, in their history, they've only played each other 3 times in classical chess, but there was only one draw in those 3 games. So Jordan van Foreest right now, he suffers a deficit in the head-to-head match. Richard Rapport leads with 2 wins and just that one draw. And both of the wins that Rapport has had have been in Tata Steel. So, Tanya, that's especially interesting to me because Jordan van Foreest was the 2021 champion in Tata Steel, but also he's overperformed in every event he's played in. He feels right at home in Wijk aan Zee. He has shown great opening preparation. I remember his game against Niels Grandelius when he won the Tata Steel Championship 2 years ago. So I just feel like he's always coming with his best in Wijk aan Zee. And for Richard Rapport, suffering a loss in game 1, now the black side of this particular position, and look at him with his head in his hands, I'm a little bit concerned for him because Jordan is ready to strike.
It's amazing to see alternative ideas. The to with Jordan, as you mentioned, is the 2021 Tata Steel Masters champion. And that was such a monumental moment. Just cannot get out of our heads the tie-break match that happened between Anish and Jordan, which Jordan eventually and went on to take the title. But this event, it means so much to Jordan. He started it as a kid in the amateur section. He played the open event first. And he mentioned that, in fact, at that time, more than being concentrated on his own game, his focus would be to look at the top players, the world's elite, play in the Masters. And he aspired to play against them one day. And slowly and steadily, of course, he's been a prodigy. He won the event, he won the amateurs, he went on to play all the different he played in the challenges and then finally in the A group and managed to win in 2021. And that championship just means so much to Jordan because it's been a childhood dream for him, which came true. But after that win, Robert, one had the feeling that somewhere Jordan didn't realize, or at least the performances were a bit, we didn't see him win too many other events. I mean, Tata Steel Masters winning that is such a breakout performance. But then it seemed to slow down the chart. He also went on to help Magnus with the World Championship, be a key part of his World Championship team in the Dubai match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it's going to be interesting to see how that experience has also shaped Jordan. He's looking for a big result. He's always inspired to play on this stage, and he's playing against who himself plays such inventive and imaginative chess. It's going to be a fun one. The position that we have on the board is already fun. Because take a look at this, Robert. White has got a double bishop pair advantage. Not just that, you've got the rook on e1 already on the open file. Richard's king is still in the center, so he is behind in development. The center is ready to explode, putting pressure on d5. Speaking of an explosive center, Richard, not backing down, picks up the pawn on d4 and is taking the fight head on.
He steals that pawn on d4, and just something you said, I wanted to mention that, if Jordan van Foreest has spent his whole life wanting to watch the Masters section games, it's good that he's in that section now because he can just watch his own game and focus, and he's going to need to focus because he gave up a pawn in the center. It's all part of his plan. I believe the queen on f3 slides back to the d1 square, and at home on d1, if we can analyze for a second here, the queen comes back where it puts some pressure on the knight on d4. So if you think you're just going to castle, there could be a discovery with a capture on h7. Not to mention the tension between c4 and d5 is an important part of this position. So let's say black takes on c4. White can just simply take back, and you think, all right, I'm going to castle. I'm ahead by a full pawn. That's the good news. But look at this queen on d8. It is overloaded. It's protecting the knight on d4. It's also protecting the bishop on e7. So rook takes e7 is a thematic sacrifice, but it's not really a sacrifice because once you take here, pause, black is up material. But the knight on d4 lost the queen's defense over here. And after queen takes d4, queen e1 is check, but not mate, because the bishop slides back to f1. And Tanya, this would be a way for Jordan van Foreest to steal some material. So there are tactics in this position already. The black king, as you were highlighting, is stuck in the center, and it's not going to be easy to castle if and when white plays the move queen to d1.
You've got to love the nerves on Richard. I mean, just to be able to play knight d4 with your king stuck in the center, it just goes on to show how much at home he feels in these absolutely crazy positions. You would just be thinking about how to go castle, how to make your position safe, but Richard is ready for a fight. Knight into d4. You're pointing out the queen retreat as a way to handle this position with white. I love this idea that you mentioned with sacrificing the rook. But Robert, what if white gets even more aggressive? One way to go for it is queen d1. But the other thing that comes to my mind is I really want to find a way to stop you from castling. And what if I go queen h3? I'm eyeing that h7 pawn now. And it still takes away your right to castle because let's say you think that we castle right now. I then take on d5 with my knight, deflecting your defender from f6. You can't capture on d5. 7 will be a mate. I'm going to be super happy with this. Yes, it won't happen. But as long as you can't cook shot castle, your king is in the center. That's exactly what I want. Why not queen h3 here?
Queen h3 is a viable option, as is queen g3, because after queen g3, if you want to castle, they're all often bishop h6 ideas with a pin on the g7 pawn, threatening checkmate. And the knight is also a bit loose on d4, so that could play tactically into white's hand. So in general, the position is the following. Black may even be able to remain up a pawn, but there are so many tactics that you have to look out for. So for Rapport, we know he has a bit of a tactical flair. He likes exciting chess, but he got a little bit too exciting in the first game. It did not work out well for him. He lost a pawn and then a game in that rook ending down the stretch against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Here in game 2, we're still in familiar territory. The players might even have studied this line before because it's not the first time this has happened. In fact, there are several dozen games in this exact variation where players play between queen g3, queen g3, and queen to d1. So you have your options if you're Jordan van Foreest, but you have a very tactical type of position, and he has the bishop pair. So in open space, the bishop pair thrives. We'll see if he can make the most of it, as Richard Rapport left his chair, probably looking at some of the other games. So why don't we follow Richard's lead and go back to the bird's eye view, see all 7 games as they are underway. And Tanya, we have many exciting options. Where do your eyes land?
My eyes are currently landing on Levon Aronian on our screen. We saw him. It's good to see him back with his colorful shirts on. So that's the Lev that we know. And they were slightly surprised with his black shirt, very unlike Lev. So going to be interesting to see if that also influences his style of play today. As you were mentioning, a fun game between Jordan and Richard for sure, but there's fun everywhere. Robert, let's do an opening tour. What catches your attention first?
I love how I asked you, you asked me back, but you mentioned Levon Aronian, and he has a great style, both in terms of his fashion sense and his chess. He likes to play all sorts of openings, and it was a Spanish. We actually tuned out from this game because Parham had yet to move. So let's go back to that moment where we saw a swap of knights. The pawn came to c6. White developed, black did the same. And in the last few moves, something has changed because after bishop c2, there Pragg went with f7 to f5. Now, that's a very committal move. The f2 and f7 pawns are known as the golden pawns. They defend the king. But now it's defending the knight and also having aggressive intentions if you can push the pawn to f4. So, en passant, remember that rule. If a pawn goes 2 squares and you could have captured if it went 1, on this and only this turn, you could take en passant. That's what Levon did. And Tanya, the position is opening up. Black has completed the development, and White has finally decided to strike with f4. So the eval bar off to the side says, maybe not. Maybe this wasn't the best choice for Levon. Maybe it's this bishop on e3 that won't find the best diagonal. But what do you make of this? I like this kind of style from both the players.
Again, we've been talking about Richard and Jordan being imaginative players, and Levon's right up there with them as well. He is known for his creativity, and I think that's what he's going for in this game as well. F4, regardless of what the eval bar says, it makes a mess out of the position. And then very often, Robert, playing against a player like Pragg, your best chances probably is to make a position that your opponent's not comfortable. Neither of the players have any idea what the objective evaluation is. So I like this approach of f4. It is a little committal, of course, because you're weakening your king a bit. There are sacrifices on h3 in the air. The bishop on e3 is always a little loose right now. But what White wants is a stronghold on the e5 square. So the knight from d2 wants to jump into f3, wants to move on to e5 or to d4. You're also eyeing the move f5, shutting off that bishop on e6 so that there are no future sacrifices on h3. And this actually makes it clear to Pragg that it's a critical moment. Does he allow White all these moves to put the knight on e5, to push the pawn on f5? Or should Pragg right now go and put a trade with the move bishop f5? Is this the moment? Either Pragg needs to take a decision, and the hardest thing in chess are these moments where you need to decide.
That's right, because there are many options here. f5, is it a threat or is it just a move? Because some of the king side squares are already vulnerable, and if you push f4 to f5, I would like to take over the dark squares and go after your king. So f4 was played with the intention of grabbing space, and f5 likely part of the plan, but is that a good plan? That's the big question. We have the benefit of the eval bar saying, well, maybe this is biting off more than you can chew, and this rook can come to e8 and black can play towards the center. But Praggnanandhaa, he doesn't know it. It's a new position for him. He is going to decide what to do. And while he's doing that, I think it's worth talking about Levon Aronian as a 4-time champion of this tournament. I mean, this is the 85th rendition of this event. It moved to Wijk in 1968. It's been sponsored by Tata Steel since 2011. And as we look at the list of notable champions, last but certainly not least on this list is Levon Aronian with 4 titles to his name. So if there's a player not named Magnus Carlsen who has that kind of championship history in this sort of field, it is Levon.
Absolutely. I mean, the list is the who's who of chess. If you have won the Tata Steel Masters, it's one of those achievements and milestones in here which every great player aspires to. And Levon has had 4 chips. Now, the player he's playing today, Pragg, he did play in Tata Steel the last year. This is his second run at the Masters. He is the weakest player according to rating. He's the lowest seed. But imagine an event where Pragg is the lowest seed. That just goes on to show the strength of the tournament. And you were mentioning Magnus Carlsen is the 8-time winner. Levon Aronian has won it 4 times. Viswanathan Anand is the other player to have the highest number of wins in the event at a staggering 5 championships at the Tata Steel Masters. He is currently in Wijk himself as a mentor and as an ambassador of the game. Also, you see these jackets, Robert, that the Indian kids are wearing, Pragg, Gukesh, and Arjun. They've got Vaka written, which is actually Anand's Chess Academy. It stands for the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. And all these 3 prodigies are in fact from Vaka. Not just them, as players in the challengers from India. Vaishali is a Vaka student. So that's, they're repping them. They've got their mentor. It's so inspiring to have the world champion. And here we see Pragg facing off a giant of the chess world. And we were talking about what is the idea of f4? Should Pragg trade on f5? Pragg decided to go bishop f5, took the call to trade the bishop, and look at what Levon's done. He's gone all out in the position, makes the move g4. He doesn't care how weakening the king is, what's going on the king side. Levon is not backing down. He's going all out.
Wow, you said inspired, and then Levon played the move g4. So that is a huge decision by Levon Aronian, but he's claiming that his king on g1 is not going to fall victim to an attack. Black just doesn't have pieces in the face of White's king. And this queen can slide out to f3. This rook can come over to e1. And I honestly think that Black could be facing some problems if this pawn gets up to f5. Just claim that space. Give me the territory that I desire. And I feel like this could be an issue for Pragg. So he played that bishop f5 move that you mentioned. Not at all a bad move. But now that the smoke has cleared a bit, if White had played f5, and just to go back a second here, and there's a bishop on c2, that would be a bad piece. But now that the bishops were traded on f5, once White plays the move f5, there's no bishop behind it. So if queen to d7 and eventually pawn to f5, you're not blocking in your own piece. So I think White can play a move like queen f3, rook a to e1, things of this nature. And White has an extra pawn on the king side. We have 3 pawns here compared to 2 for Black. So that's the side that White wants to play on. And Black has an extra pawn in the center, the only player with the d pawn. You would like to get your pawn going, but it's not going to get very far. White's pieces are perfectly situated to stop that progress. And on the other side, maybe there's an f5, g5, f6 if you're not looking out, and Black's king could face some problems.
But you know, Robert, in chess, every move has its own set of consequences. Yes, you've got g4. Now your bishop on c2 is not going to be blocked anymore once you go f5. But as you were mentioning, it also looks extremely weakening towards the White king. And yes, there's an option to go queen d7. But in fact, the first move that came to my mind was to aggressively here take advantage of what White has done. He's gone g4. Why not go 3? Hit that bishop on e3. Try to make the most of the weakness that White has created on the king side. I think what Lev has in mind for queen d3 is not the natural f3. Might be tempting to go for the same ideas, but then that allows Black to get the rook onto the center, not a pleasant position. But if we just go queen d3 here, White has the move rook to f3. And suddenly your queen doesn't have a good square. I'm threatening to go bishop c5. Right now it's not possible because bishop c5 would be a check. But let's say bishop c5 is an idea in the air. Bishop d4 is an idea. f5 now would actually end up trap queen on d3. So watch out for that. Very approach, g4, it does weaken the king. But again, I think it's a game where all 3 results are possible once White has made the move. g4, we see Lev, he's not on his chair anymore. He's walking around. We can see him on our camera. Looks pretty relaxed. Pragg, on the other hand, knows that it's an important moment. He needs to decide, because even here, he can't simply retreat with the queen to g6. Again, targeting these weaknesses that White has made. I would be surprised if Pragg decides to just retreat to d7. It just feels way too safe to go queen d7, just letting White do everything that you want.
What's interesting, and I just want to show this, is that after g4, queen d3, the eval bar is happy in terms of Black's choice was a good one. But that's such a difficult move to play because, as you were just highlighting, after rook f3, this queen is in big trouble. So if you're not careful, White will play f5 and then move the bishop, and the queen will be trapped. So I think that it depends on Praggnanandhaa's mindset. If he is fearless, and he has been fearless, beating Magnus Carlsen in the Champions Chess Tour, he will look at queen d3 objectively and find the correct continuation after it, because maybe this knight's going to hop into e4. There are opportunities for Black to free up his pieces. But if Praggnanandhaa is saying, look at how quickly Levon played g4. He is a maestro. He is a really great champion of this game. I should just move my queen back. Sometimes making the quote-unquote safe choice is actually the more dangerous option because you're lacking in space. White has some easy ideas to play. Not that queen d7 is a bad move, but I think sometimes we get a little bit scared, and that actually helps our opponent more than anything. So it's going to be interesting to see how Praggnanandhaa handles this position. We'll let him figure it out. We'll go back to our bird's eye view because when Magnus Carlsen is playing in an event, I feel like we should take a look at his game. But before we do take a look at that game in the bottom left, Tanya, I mean, so many interesting battles thus far. Look at the game next to that, Wesley So and Arjun Erigaisi on the second row there. It's second from the left. The Black King is still in the center, right? It looks like Black has barely developed. So that one will be interesting as well.
Yeah, that one looks like soon. Any game where one side hasn't castled, you know it's going to be fireworks. And I'm, of course, happy to jump to that as well. And we see in that game, we've got queen on c2, bishop on e4 already lined up. So very end game. Of course, the Levon board in the center it's all eyes on that. Right now on our screen, I also see Wesley having a little think and a stopover on the Vincent Magnus game. So he definitely found something of interest in that one. Although from here, I can see that it's a slow game. It's still a slow start. But Magnus is, Robert, take a look at what has happened in the Jordan Richard board. I think we should jump to that one.
Okay, so, actually, there's a knight fork on c2. So, we will get to Magnus Carlsen's game, but I think you're absolutely right that the knight on c2 for Richard Rapport is forking the white rooks, but the eval bar is unfazed. Wow. And the reason why is after your move, Queen h3, so props to you, Tanya. You might be the Jordan von Forest whisperer here. The pawn was captured on c4, and now when the bishop was distracted away from the c2 square, in comes the knight. So I guess the position is still in the balance because rook to d1 can be played attacking this queen on d8. But that's not the end of the story. So you can take on a1. I think this will not be very good. And the reason why is that this knight is likely to get trapped over here. It might not be able to get out very easily. So that is not what you want. But instead, perhaps Black can just slide the queen over to c8, offering a queen trade because the rook on a1 is still hanging. So the engine clearly doesn't hate White's position, Tanya, but it's an extra pawn for Black. And if the queens can come off the board, I feel like then you're not so disappointed if you're Richard Rapport.
When I was talking about Queen h3, I have to be honest, the fact that even a fork on c2 was possible did not even occur to me. But thank God for the move Rook d1, otherwise you just end up losing material. So that's a nice spot. You take advantage of the tempo that you have with hitting the queen. I'm just wondering if Queen c8, this position that you have in front of us, Robert, offering the queen trade, like you said, if the queens get traded, it's very well possible that Black just has an extra pawn, and it's a reasonably healthy pawn. Yes, White still has compensation because the isn't over, and your king is in the center, no harmony, all of that stuff. But knowing Jordan, I'm just wondering if after Rook d1, Queen c8, he's actually considering some crazy stuff like Queen g3, Queen g7 as well. And the only reason I say that is because we all know the style of the player who plays with the white pieces right now.
We certainly do. This could get interesting. Maybe the queen can intercept on g4, but then it feels like Black is just moving the queen around a bunch of times, and with the king still in the center, there will be issues, especially if the pieces are not harmonious. So it's an interesting moment. We tuned in with a knight fork. I think it can be sidestepped with rook to d1. We'll see if Jordan does that. But for now, I believe we are going to head towards our first break. This is the second round of the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The action will continue after this short break, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Wijk. This is round 2 of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. You see the Grandmasters pacing around, thinking about not just their position, but those of their fellow competitors. So it is all action underway. And yes, Tata has the best playing hall of any tourney. This is the second round of action. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, to this point, the action remains relatively tame. It might spice up at any minute, but with the time control being so long, right? These players have the time to sit and think because the game is played in different time segments, 100 minutes for 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20, all with a 30-second increment. And then finally, last but certainly not least, if they get to move 60, they get those extra 15 minutes.
Robert, this is as classical chess gets. The only other event which is longer than this in time format are the World Championship and the candidates that have got this kind of format. Usually open events also have classical time controls, but way less time than this. So the players really have to come in with a well thought out approach in the opening, but also make sure that they navigate the middle game and the end game really well. Very often in rapid and blitz format, one gets the feeling, let's just play this move. We'll see what happens. You can't have that approach in classical chess because if you go for the moves that look fun but are not, the only person who's going to be having fun is your opponent. So it requires accuracy. It requires absolute precision and finding the right moves. And this is what makes classical chess beautiful.
Yes, they have the time to consider all possibilities. Well, not all. At some point, our brain stops working and we can't see everything. Otherwise, we'd be defeating mittens in our games. But as we look across the 7 games we have here, we have not looked at world champion Magnus Carlsen's game against the young German Grandmaster Vincent Keymer. So why don't we head directly into that game? We're only 10 moves in, so it's not like the players are nearing that time control that we were mentioning, but they still have plenty of time on their clocks. We're just getting underway, not even an hour into round 2. But a lot has happened in this game, Tanya. We see a position where white temporarily has these double pawns. So I think we should start from the beginning, but at first glance, even material, but not the same pawn structure for each side.
It's a really crucial game for both Vincent and for Magnus. Magnus, traditionally in this event, often starts really slow. He doesn't seem to have the greatest starts, but then goes on to pick up some points. And at least 8 times has gone on to win the championship. On the other hand, Vincent is making his debut here, so it's a big moment for him. He had a great first round where really he got a good position with the black against Parham. Didn't manage to take a full point home, but has reasons to be pleased with the way the tournament started. Now he against the world, a huge matchup for him, and I see that it started with the Grunfeld. But let's take it from the top.
Okay, it was a Grunfeld indeed. Knight c3, d5. And instead of capturing on d5, allowing the knight to capture back in a series of trades, we saw that opening in the match between Praggnanandhaa and Arjun yesterday. Instead, we get knight f3, bishop g7, and bishop g5. So trying to remove the guard of this pawn on d5. So the knight hops into e4, and this is all opening theory. If you take this knight on e4, that would be a bad decision because your pawn on d4 would fall. That's just out of the question. And if you start taking the pawn on d5, you have to look at your bishop on g5. So the bishop slides back to f4, the knight captures, and we see a position unfold where the next few moves seem very logical, Tanya, where white has just played bishop e2. So if we take stock of the position, we have double pawns, but they're not bad because at any point you can undouble your pawn with c takes d5. What I like for Vincent is he has more pawns towards the center. When you have a double pawn like this, it's away from the queen side and closer to the center. So at any moment, we can see a trade and the next pawn going to c4 once the white king castles. So I do like the contours of this position for Vincent, but Magnus chose this opening for a reason. You don't see the Grunfeld from him every day.
No, you don't. And that just means that Magnus wants to get into muddy waters against Vincent, go into some kind of an opening that he feels that perhaps Vincent wasn't expecting himself. And we know that Grunfeld, as a response to the Queen's Pawn opening, again, is a very dynamic choice. So Magnus wants to take his chances in this game, playing against Vincent Keymer. And the position, as you pointed out, Bishop E2 has been played. Very often, this provokes Black to be the one to capture on C4. Now that White is Bishop once, you sort of say, you know what, I win a tempo. You move it once, you've got to move it now to take the pawn on c4. But it has its own drawbacks because you open this a2 to g8 diagonal, and very often you have to watch out your tactics on that. So it's a really big moment for Magnus here, and that's why he's slowing down, because this will really decide the tone for the middle game. The pawn structure is what determines the positions in chess and how the games progress. Allow Winston to capture on d5 and fix the center like that? Or does he was more flexible and liquidated by capturing himself? Will Magnus decide on that? Like you said, there is hot action across the board. Let's get an overview of the games that are going on, and we'll come back to this, Robert.
For sure, because one very interesting thing has occurred in the middle of our screen there. If you look at the bottom row, middle game, Queen D3 was in fact played by Praggnanandhaa. So he is showing that he is not afraid of Levon Aronian. He is just going to find the moves that he feels are best, and that's a big choice by him, allowing Rook F3, but it might not be the end of the world. So as we do a tour of games, we haven't even looked at the game between Wesley So and Arjun Erigaisi. We haven't looked at Anish Giri versus Gukesh. So I personally believe the game between Wesley and Arjun looks a little bit more tactical in nature. So that's where my attention is drawn. So why don't we start there and then go to the Anish game against Gukesh? So your compatriot, Arjun Erigaisi, he had a good, solid game one. And now against Wesley So, who has won this event before, this looks like anything but a solid position, just kind of up in the air.
The thing with these youngsters is that they know what the style of play of these elite established players really where they thrive and the kind of positions that they like, and they try their best to play something different, to create a mess on the board. Of course, that said, players like Wesley are super universal. You can't really say that they have a particular style, so a particular weakness. Arjun said a very interesting thing in an interview at the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz in India. He said that he believes that he's very universal and he doesn't have a particular strength, which also means that he doesn't have a particularness. And I think that's one of the characteristics to be one of the best players. You need to be able to play any kind of position. And sure, we've gone on to know Wesley as a player who enjoys strategic battles, but he is a great player in pretty much any position. The thing that Wesley does is he waits for him. The moment he gets an opportunity, when he gets an advantage, his technique it's impossible to come out of his crutches then. But very often he's not the first player to go and get a mess on the board. The thing that we see right now is just full of fireworks already. Queen on c2, Black hasn't castled. Robert, do you want to take this from the top just to see how we landed up in this position to start with?
For sure. But before we start from the top, I think we should mention that these two have never faced each other in classical chess. So that is important to note. They have played each other online in the Rapid and Blitz formats, and Wesley being a former champion of the Masters event and Arjun winning the Challengers last year, it's an interesting storyline. Is Wesley the favorite because he has proven himself at the highest level, or is the teenager Arjun Erigaisi, who has defeated all the top players in the planet at this point in quicker time controls, can he prove his strength in classical as well? He did gain 90 rating points in the last year, or from 2022 into 2023 and the year before it. So Arjun, he's showing that he is a great player, but Wesley So has been around for quite a while. So let's take it from the top of this game. You noted some interesting characteristics of these players. Wesley So is a very calm positional player often. He can find tactics when they're presented to him, but he doesn't want to have fireworks from the early going. But look at this. I say that, and he's the one who plays a position that's about to blow open the center.
We were talking about these two players. Arjun is someone who's had perhaps the most spectacular rise seen in the chess world in recent times. He was around 2550, and within a year and a half, he was touching 2700. And that is often considered in the chess world as the most difficult rating bracket to actually many points in. So, in a very short period of time, he had this skyrocketing rise, which took the world by storm. And in fact, his breakout moment, Robert, was right here where he is playing against Wesley when he was playing the Tata Steel Challengers in 2021. He won that event with a round to spare and booked his spot for this year's Masters. He faces, as you mentioned, one of the most established player of the chess, Wesley, so he's pretty much done. And this is going to be a big fight. It's going to be about who get the positions that they like to play more. I think Arjun wants to try to create a mess. He doesn't want to go into a strategic festy. So you were mentioning this move D4, this opening approach. I don't think Arjun's disappointed with it. I think he's also going to get what he wants. Let's take a look at how Arjun reacted after D4 in the center, because look at those 4 pawns facing each other. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to capture which pawn?
It was Arjun decided to take on d4. Now, the main move here is pawn to e6, which keeps all the pawns staring at one another. Instead, he plays c takes d4, after knight takes e5, striking in the center very quickly. And the reason why people don't play this very often is because after this series of trades and bishop g2, you do have a problem on the d5 square. If you ever push that pawn, your c6 pawn is hanging behind it, and white can play bishop g5 to remove the guard and go after this d5 pawn. But Arjun Erigaisi, he is as well prepared as pretty much any player on the planet. We keep talking about his 30-plus moves of preparation, where he astonished Vishwanathan Anand when Vishy was talking to him about his game from the Tata Steel India Rapid and Blitz. Here he goes, rook to b8. He says, please, have this pawn. I want you to take it, because after the captures on the d5 square, white does in fact win a pawn. But after knight takes d5, the queen will take back on d5, because if you take with the bishop, there's still this bishop b4 check move. And the issue for white, if you play bishop d2, after the capture, the b2 pawn will be loose. So your king has to move. So the big question, is it worth a pawn in the center if your king can't castle? Wesley says, that's not my style. I don't want any part of that. Even if the engine says equality, please get me away from this. So instead in the game, he says, all right, I'll castle. And now d4 is played. Wesley could have captured this pawn on c6, Tanya, but it's a stylistic choice. If bishop c6, bishop d7, you have to take. And if the queen takes d7, it's not really a position that Wesley wants. This queen will later come to h3, maybe h5, h4 alpha 0 style. So, Tanya, I would like the look of this for black.
100%. I mean, imagine queen h3, knight g4 in this position, and you're already giving checkmate on h2. You definitely don't want to capture this pawn and allow a black to trade these bishops. And that is a key idea for if black is able to get rid of the light square in this position, Arjun's going to be super happy with that. So instead, after knight e4, the knights got traded on e4, knight e4, bishop e4, and now with jumping into the attack from g4, as we were pointing out in the other line, black goes on to defend the c6 pawn. Queen c7, a developing move as well. And I like Wesley's next move too. We see both players have burnt quite a bit of the clock in these they've played 12 moves. So there's been a lot of time taken to come to this position. It's sort of a new position for both of them. And now the big question for Arjun is, how does he count development? Because the bishop on f8 still needs to find a good spot. Very often, one that's there is not to develop it on the f8, a3 diagonal, but instead to fan shadow it. That way, you also block white's bishop on e4. You go g6, you blunt the bishop on e4, you go bishop g7. You're already dreaming, Robert, in a faraway world to go short castle f5, expand your center, make sense of d5, d4, and e5 already. This is one way that Arjun could be considering to finish his development by fan shadowing, going short castle, expanding on the king side.
Yes, no, that is definitely a plan of action. But the problem is, if you delay your castling for too long, maybe white will be able to strike in the center. So if you play g6, it looks like a very natural move. I think that e3 also feels natural. Let me take on d4, open up this e-file, and if you don't get castled soon, you may never castle. And that's a big issue for black. So you want to move this bishop, but you really don't want to move it to any one of these squares. That's not a useful diagonal. And you can't castle very easily, as you were pointing out. The bishop on e4 with that queen c2 staring at h7. So I like g6 from the perspective that it blunts that bishop on e4, but I am worried about how much time it takes to keep moving a pawn and not developing your pieces. But as soon as I say that, I'm thinking AlphaZero style again. Can I go full AlphaZero? Can I play h5, h4? My king isn't under attack just because it's in the center. So I'm wondering if you can throw the pawn up to h5 because that defends the pawn. Because now I can castle quickly without hanging it, and maybe I'm threatening to push it forward.
I mean, you point out this idea, very AlphaZero-esque, and I love it already. And once again, we see Arjun not looking on the board. He's looking elsewhere. This is very classic Arjun. Very rarely, actually, it is very chessboards, where you don't appear to be actually looking at the board, but all the variations, the positions, they're running through your mind. Don't be fooled by this. Complete focus on what is actually happening. And I think one example of this that comes to mind, somebody who does this a lot, is Ivanchuk. I don't think I've seen him play in Gibraltar, and Vasil Ivanchuk is one of those players I feel you just never looking on the board. He'll be looking everywhere else, and then suddenly he'll look and make a move. So all that while, he's just been thinking about what to play.
Is my favorite ever chess interview, was that you interviewing Ivanchuk in Gibraltar, where he talks about his game for half an hour, but every single variation in the world that he was calculating. So, Vasil may not be looking at the board, but he is calculating. And right now, these two players are doing just that. They're looking, they're calculating, they're trying to figure out their plans. And for Arjun, this pawn on h7, that is his problem. He may, in fact, play g6. It's a perfectly good move, but he has to look out for moves like e3, just trying to open up the position against the king, still sitting on e8. But we'll let Arjun figure it out. Let's go back to our view of all 7 boards, because every single game is still underway. And as I look across the screen here, Tanya, I'm looking in the bottom right. The queens are off between Jordan van Foreest and Richard Rapport, and the eval bar is in Richard's favor. He is up a pawn. That's very bad news for the Dutch fans out there. And I'm also looking at the middle of that bottom row there. That queen is still on d3 for Praggnanandhaa, and Levon is just operating around it. He made the move pawn to f5, so that queen could be in some danger. It doesn't have any safe squares at the moment, but we might see some trades as well. So I don't even know where to take us. The game in the top left of Dusatarov and Caruana also looks pretty interesting to me with Black's shattered pawn structure. So I'm just going to let you take your pick. Oh, we haven't looked at Gukesh. I said we would do that. So I am sorry. I know I just gave you the option, but we didn't look at Anish and Gukesh yet.
We could Gukesh point out Jordan is a pawn down, but that was exactly his situation yesterday against West. And then he just kept everything under and managed to save half a point. Finally, with the white pieces, this position, if he's not able to find enough initiative, that's going to be tricky for him. But right now, let's get an update on the Anish Gukesh board. Gukesh is the youngest part of the Tata Steel this year. He's making his. And meanwhile, I say the youngest one, he's all of 17, Robert, and he's already 27, 25, I think is his current live rating. And that is insane. Think about it. 17, how are you 275?
I wasn't, so I can't answer that question. But Gukesh, he's had an absolutely blistering last year. He in the Olympiad won a gold medal on his board. But something else that's pretty amazing is Anish Giri's clock management. I asked the team because I couldn't believe it. My eyes are looking at more time than he started with. You start with 100 minutes. He currently has nearly 103 minutes on his clock, which means he is within his opening preparation. That must be scary for Gukesh. And that's the problem with being young, is that you don't have experience. And Anish is saying, I'm going to get Gukesh out of his comfort zone, play an opening that he has no experience in, and he's now has more than double the amount of time. That is really a surprising lead on the clock.
Yeah, that's actually, the players start with 140 on that, and Anish is at Anish is also the ambassador of the event. He's played it several times. He's come close to winning it, never has really won it. So we saw him in round one, played a fabulous game against Fabiano. A little bit of an initiative, some great sacrifice in that one, but didn't manage to convert it. It ended an exciting game. So I think Anish definitely ambitious in this one. This play is, I mean, look at the difference. Gukesh is at 45 minutes, even though, Robert, this line is quite theoretical. It has been played before, and I'm just wondering what was the point which made Gukesh slow down? Because if we just quickly take it from the top, the live board, we see that it's an opening quite popular currently.
It is.
The Ragozin.
This Ragozin is played quite frequently. In fact, in this round, we saw Nordirbek play it against Caruana, and h6 played, he take on f6. So instead of c takes d5 first, which is what Abdusattorov chose, he plays bishop g5, takes on f6. And as this game continues here, it's a position where black has the bishop pair, but white has a lead in development. Look at this. 3 different minor pieces already developed. The rook on the opening c file. The white king is castling as well. So white has a lead in development, and knight e4 is played, attacking this queen, getting a tempo. Another tempo gain, a3, hitting the bishop. Taking on d4. So not b4 to overextend, but taking on d4 and rook c2. That was the new idea, that in previous games, players chose a bunch of different options. There's queen c2, there's queen e2, there's bishop a2. There's ideas where you play b4 as well. But instead, Anish plays rook c2. And just by the look of it, Tanya, when I see someone play this move, I'm like, what are they actually doing? What is the aim? Are they going to double on the c file? And he showed us that he was lifting his rook to e2 because the rook could go to e1. But that's such a deceptive move.
I think the aim is also primarily to really just confuse your opponent with this shift in the way you place your pieces. It's not the first way that comes to mind to go rook c2, rook e2. And as we see, if we just go a little ahead with the way the game developed, and then goes to c2 in the end. The rook from a1 finds itself on the e file. Black has a queen as well on e7. So black always has to be slightly careful of tactics along that. The rook from f can come to d1 as well to defend the d4 pawn, as Gukesh's last move, bishop b6, threatening d4 pawn. But even though it's hard to believe that this little dance around with the rook to e2, it is an idea that's super scary or anything. I don't think it's anything like that. It has managed to confuse Gukesh, him to burn the clock a little bit, trying to understand the subtleties. Anish is known as one of the most well-prepared chess players of all time. So when you're playing against somebody like that, who's anyway blitzing out, move up, then he makes this slight, small, different, unique way of continuing in the game. It makes you take a pause. Gukesh needs to be careful, Robert, because we remember from his game against Ding, the clock really mattered. In the end, he fell for a trick. He had to save a difficult position. So he had to make sure he doesn't land up in the same spot because the game is just starting out. Bishop b6 played. He's hitting the pawn on d4. I'm expecting the move rook d1. Would you be worried about bishop d4 and ignore it, or do you think it's tough on?
I think rook d1 is a very logical move, and the main question I have is how much time will Anish Giri spend on this turn? Because if he has more time than he started with, if he's at his chair, you have to imagine that it is accurate. He does have more time than he started with. That is crazy. He's up nearly an hour on the clock.
Wow.
It's only 16 moves in. So the position isn't scary. It's kind of like what you were saying before, Tanya. That's not like this is a tactical sequence where Gukesh is going to get checkmated or there's a sacrifice. Nothing of that sort. But the top players, they often win by causing their opponents little problems because they add up. You can't just beat somebody by having them blunder their queen. I know a lot of you out there that happens to you. I'm so sorry. But for Gukesh and Anish, they don't typically blunder that kind of material. So you have to just cause these little problems, get a lead in the clock. And if we remember yesterday, Ding Liren beat Gukesh, and he was helped by his big lead on time. Gukesh got in time trouble, and even if the position could have been held with optimal play, you're not going to find moves in a tricky position if you just have minutes on your clock. So Anish is seated there. He is thinking, Tanya, to answer your question, rook d1 looks very logical. You could play that move pretty quickly. But because Anish is thinking, it leads me to believe he's out of his preparation. And perhaps that means that the pawn on d4 isn't actually going to be captured. Let's say I make just move like rook to e1. Can this pawn be captured? That's the big question, because if that's not a threat, then what do you have to be scared about? And the eval bar is going very high. I made a random move, Tanya, so I'm going to make another move. Bear with me. Does this work? It does. Okay, I'm helped because the eval bar went up.
Oh my God.
I said this yesterday.
Is this real? Robert, you should be there and not here right now. I mean,
no.
This is an insane idea. So wait, let me just get my head around this. You first sacrifice a pawn on d4 and then you're just giving me a knight.
I'm giving you the knight because I'm going to try to blast things open against your king. The king on g8 does not have pieces defending it. And I didn't spy this out. I made a random move asking if bishop takes d4 worked. And because the eval bar went up very high, I'm like, oh, there's something here. And if we just go back for a second to this position, it doesn't look like anything. What, knight takes d4, rook takes d4, that's not it. So by process of elimination, I quickly figured out there must be a tactical sequence. And with the threat of checkmate on h7, you take the knight and rook takes e6. Pawn takes e6, rook takes e6. Your king is just wide open. There will be discovered checkmates if you move your queen somewhere. That is mate, because double check to this king. The h7 square is under white's control. And if you have to give up your queen in this way, your king just doesn't have pieces around it to help out. I believe that you can play knight takes d4 because queen c5 check will pick up the rook if you take back, and it's just game over.
This is a bombshell line. I mean, this whole sequence, you first give up a pawn, then you give up a knight, then you give, and just all of it based on the fact that black's speed, if you just go back to the live position, is in fact all the forces are on the queen's side. And the thing is, I think what you pointed out, that Anish has slowed down. Rook d1 just felt like such a natural response to defend this. But the fact that he slowed down, he's of course looked at this position before. So he knows that all these dynamics and these tricks do exist. Whether they exist in this particular move order, in this particular position, these ideas are already in his head. And Robert, I think you're on point with your judgment that he realizes that d4 pawn can very well not be on pre in these positions with these tactical motives. The most important, the key of the position is that black is still underdeveloped with that knight on b8, the rook on a8, doesn't have a piece close to the king. Is Anish Giri realizing the importance of that? And will he play in this manner, putting these sacrifices out? You know what he did yesterday against Fabi? Robert, I won't be surprised if we see something similar. Rook e1, I love it. If bishop d4 doesn't work, you want that rook on e1 and not on d1. You want pawn on e6. You want to x-ray that queen on e7. So rook e1 would be amazing if black can't pick up the pawn on d4.
Yes, and I wonder if Anish is out of preparation or if he's setting up a trap, because if you sort of act like I'm figuring this out on my own, but in reality, you have that engine prep up your sleeve, that could really be a problem for Gukesh. Now, Max Vormadam won a really nice game yesterday, and Max and Anish, they're compatriots. They play on the Dutch team together. I believe they've worked together as well. He played some kind of h4, knight g5 stuff, but h4 makes it a little bit too obvious. And I didn't see knight g5 in advance, so I'm going to be fully transparent. I did not see that idea. But now that I know about the idea, I'm thinking, oh, can I just play h4 so I can play knight to g5? But it's way too obvious. There's no way that Gukesh will take on d4 if Anish plays the move h4, because it's obvious that he's setting up knight g5. But rook e1, which if Anish has this prepped out and he's just pretending like he doesn't, he can make this move rook e1 and just try to claim compensation. But Gukesh wasn't born yesterday, right? He's not going to play bishop takes d4 unless he calculates it. I don't know what the engine is doing, because just before we showed that it's completely winning for white. I think that it will do it once again. It's just, going back and forth. But it's clear that this is a problem for black. So Gukesh is not going to be fooled. But I think Anish has a chance in this game. And, well, he's had many chances in Tata Steel's past. Tanya, he's a 5-time runner-up. So he is looking for his first championship in this event. Will he be able to get it? That's the big question for all the Dutch fans.
Wow, and he hasn't made a move yet, right? Robert, he's still having a think.
He's still having a think.
And Barry just got that on camera while it was his own move and the clock is running. He just got up, put off his jacket, came and sat down again, took a sip of water, and continues to think and analyze the position. And we saw Gukesh give him a little bit of a look like, wait a second, why are you getting up? It's your move. This isn't normal. But it just goes on to show that Anish feels something in this position. It's part of a play where he wants Gukesh to leave, that he's not familiar with this, or is he actually thinking and he realizes that there are some tricks in the position? But that was interesting to watch. Just it sits down again and calmly think. Right now, he's not even looking at the board. You know, when your opponent does stuff like that, as a player, I know it has a psychological effect on you.
For sure. I mean, you look at what your opponent is doing, it can be distracting. And right now, it looks like Anish is sleeping, and we don't want to wake up, Papa Anish from his nap. Having kids, you don't often get to sleep too much. But Anish, he's trying to figure this out. And we mentioned one of the big storylines is Anish seeking that first title in Wijk and Zee. Magnus Carlsen looking for his 9th title and to break the 2,900 rating threshold, even though he said that goal is put on hold. But there's no prize pool. And I always find that fascinating. And maybe, Tanya, you have some thoughts on this as well. Because when there's a big first prize and then it shrinks after that, the players, I mean, they have no choice but to fight for first often. Or if they can secure a certain prize, they make a quick draw and don't take the risk. Now, if you're paid up front and you're happy with that payment, I feel like then you should be free to do whatever you want. Like, why wouldn't you try your hardest? And I think Wijk and Zee has a great history of that. We have the young players playing against the older guard. And when the young players are there, they're not taking quick draws. Why in the world would Nodirbek Abdusattorov make a quick draw against Jordan van Foreest? And why would Gukesh want to make a quick draw against the likes of Levon Aronian? So these players are ready to fight. And I wonder if it's in part because they receive their appearance fee up front and there are no prizes at stake for each and every game.
That's a really good point. I think, Robbie, what makes the Tata Steel, the Wijk and Zee event so unique is that it goes so much more beyond the prize money. It is this historical tradition. It is prestige. It is glory at stake. And for these players who are fighting here to win the event, the opportunity to play against each other, the best players in the world, mixed up in a mix with the biggest talents today. It's also just the love for chess that comes together in this game, and they want to give it their best. Of course, there is the appearance fee factor, and like you mentioned, that we don't see quick Berlin draws in these kind of events, just simply because everyone wants to give their best. It is all about glory and prestige in this tournament. Magnus, he's won the tournament multiple times. He's been critical about classical time formats. He's clearly shown his preference is towards faster formats. Yet he comes back year after year to Wijk and Zee to win it again. Prize money, thousands of dollars, very often it's not even the biggest motivation for a player like Magnus to return to something that he's had 8 championships in. But it is that with the Tata Steel Masters that keeps the players motivated to give it their best and to play games that are in nature. Not just that, what makes it super unique, and I think this is to the organizer, Jeroen Vandenberg, is the kind of field that he puts together. You've got these elite players, you've got the A-listers playing here, but alongside them, you've got the biggest talents, the biggest prodigies who are looking, this new guard, who are looking to shake up the world elite, the world champions of the future. And one more thing I think which is so unique about the event is that even during COVID, the tradition went on. Tata Steel Masters happened. And that is to say something. Jeroen Vandenberg, even without this, we see our tournament hall right now. We see the spectators. They're all jam-packed looking at the elite event right now. But even without them, the tournament went on. So it really comes with so much more than the money when it comes to Tata Steel Masters.
Well said, Tanya. And the players, they do give it their all. And we see so many chess players, not just the grandmasters playing on the stage, but so many players from many different backgrounds and ages going to Wijk and Zee each and every year. In fact, one of the years that I was commentating on site, there was a man in his 80s who told me he'd been coming to Wijk and Zee since he was a child, and he really looks forward to the festival every single year. But Anish Giri, in this particular game, the Dutch fans, they root for him and for Jordan van Foreest. Anish, now he's thinking. And one last note I'll make before we go away from this game is if you're in Gukesh's shoes, you actually might be even more nervous than Anish is thinking, because when he's not thinking, you know you're probably playing the best move. And so he's playing the engine line, the top choice. But now that Anish is thinking, Gukesh might be wondering, did I just make a mistake? Because this bishop b6 move might not be in the top 3 that the engine was spitting out. So right now, Anish has a lot to figure out. I don't think he is that good of an actor and is trying to trick Gukesh here. I believe he is thinking, he is calculating, and we'll leave him to it as we see Parham Maghsoodloo in the background. We'll go to bird's eye view, look at all of our games at once, because speaking of Parham Maghsoodloo, the game in the top right, there's a knight on g5 that can't move except to take on f7. So why don't we actually look at that one, because the knight on g5 is stuck there, and that means that Ding Liren's hand is forced.
But I see our Valbar seems to say that we're doing absolutely fine in this position with 8-6. Let's get a stock of what's going on. So as you pointed out, the knight on g5 is in fact trapped. I don't think there's any compensation if you allow h takes g5. Even if you pick up the g5 pawn, it doesn't feel like it's enough. You were mentioning the idea of giving up the 2 minor pieces, 7, or at least starting with knight f7 and rook f7. I'm just wondering, why does our Valbar like White's position so much? It's kind of hard to understand here.
That's the big question. And if the clocks are accurate, and we've seen that they have been, that Parham is actually ahead on time. So 0 pieces have been traded. Not a single pawn, not a single minor piece. Everything is still on the board where 16 moves in, and h6 has trapped this knight. So Ding Liren sees that. He's going to take on f7. He's probably calculating, do I throw in d takes e5? Then we can trade on a7 potentially. A lot is happening there. But at the end of the day, knight takes f7 will likely be forced. The rook will take back. And the question then, do I have to take back immediately? I don't think so. There's a pin here. So there could be a useful move. You would love to pile up pressure on the pin piece. I don't see a way to do that just yet. But perhaps, sorry, go ahead, Tanya.
No, I was saying the same thing, that do you need to rush with bishop f7? Maybe you can start. You've got this intermezzo of capturing on e5, Robert, and we should take a look. So many things are hanging currently on the board. I'm attacking your knight on f6. The first thing that's very clear is that, for example, if you pick up the pawn on e5, let's say you go d5, simply recapture. I can go queen d8. I can trade on d8, and once again, after rook d8, your knight on c overloaded. It's defending a7, it's defending e5. You take on a7, knight a7, and the idea that you were mentioning, you reinforce the attack on the rook that's pinned. And the knight e5 looks like this is going to be a lot of trouble. So let's just back up to our initial position. And after knight f7, rook f7, d takes intermezzo before you capture on f7. Might not be easy for black to respond to. And I see that knight f7 is on the board. So Ding has gone in for it, while Parham now needs to find a way. He, of course, has to capture back on f7. He does that, and Ding immediately picks up that pawn, the central pawn on e5. The other thing that strikes me is that if you can't take on e5, maybe you pick up the bishop on e3 first. Let's say you go bishop e3. But hold on, Robert. Again, we don't need to rush. We don't need to recapture the bishop on e3 because the knight on f6 is hanging as well. And this is Ding's idea. I don't think he wants to capture on e3. He's going to go e takes f6, and the problems continue with for Parham. The e3 bishop hangs. The rook on f7 still under fire. Queen d5 can be a big idea at some point once the king comes on f7. Side looks super weak. Black is in trouble here.
Oh my gosh, the bishop probably has to retreat to a7. And just because the bishop, is safe and sound doesn't mean that black is safe and sound, because the king is going to be in trouble. You can even take on g7 and say your king will never have full shelter, but there may be more in this position than just starting to swap off material. So it looks scary. The eval bar says black is fine. And Parham, he looks like he knows that. And he is a great calculator. Parham Maghsoodloo is an amazing tactician. And because he plays so much speed chess, he's always playing in Title Tuesdays. He was a mainstay of the Junior Speed Chess Championship. He tries to qualify for the main Speed Chess Championship. He was in the Rapid Chess Championship. He knows how to make moves in shorter time controls. And so he still has an hour and 16 minutes. And if he can make great moves without time on the clock, with over an hour there, he is going to be able to work his way through what look like muddy waters. So Parham, he has played in Wijk before, not in the Masters section. He played in the Challenger section 4 years ago now. It was a plus performance, 7 out of 13, but he has grown as a chess player since then. So he's a much different person now than he was when he was 18 playing in Wijk Challengers. And we'll see for Parham, how he intends to handle what looks like pressure against his king. He moved his bishop back to a7, but yeah, it's going to be a messy affair right now with the black king in some trouble. But black currently, if we just do a quick count, 3 minor pieces for black, 2 for white, and it will be a bishop capturing a rook and a king capturing back at some moment, and that means it's a rook for 2 minor pieces with the black king exposed. And I mean, that's the thing, right, about this position. It's just not easy to figure it out, especially with the material imbalance. And Parham, he is great. I was just saying that, but he will need to give it his all right now. We do have some tech issues, just to be transparent with you. So I'm going to steer us right now. And I'm going to go dive in a little bit more into this position as we fix those issues, as the king is pinned. The rook, is pinned to the king. And one idea that we can point out that Tanya had mentioned earlier is an idea with queen d5 check, because if that king is venturing forward with king takes f6, that would be too much. I think your king is going to get checkmated with queen f5 check. King only has e7, and then pawn to e5. Looks like it just rips open this king on e7. And Tanya, I hear that you're back. Thank you for saving me.
I think so. I hope so. Can you hear me, Robert? Well?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, awesome.
There was music to my ears.
Some internet issues on my end there. So we were looking at this game, and I think this is getting very exciting, but it looks like the outcome is going to be that Parham's going to be in huge trouble right now. So I see some moves have been made. He took on f6. The bishop falls back on a7. And we see the Evalbar seems to like this tactical skirmish for white right now. I have to say about Parham, though, he's extremely resourceful. He's a tricky player. We saw his game against Vincent, where again it looked like he was in so much trouble, and then he found this tactical idea in the end, which managed to save the game for him. So Ding needs to be super precise, even if the position is better for him right now. And it's not clear, does he take on f7 immediately? Does he first pick up the pawn on g7? Lots of good options here for Ding in this position.
Yeah, I was liking the idea of taking on f7 and playing queen d5 check, but you do typically want to keep the tension alive, and this pin isn't going anywhere, so there may not be a rush necessary to capture on f7, but it's a really messy position. And Ding Liren, look at him on screen here. He's fully concentrated. We've seen Ding Liren have some great highlights in the past year. He was second place in the candidates. He beat Hikaru in a really nice game in the final round. He beat Jan Krzysztof Duda in a nice endgame as well. But then he had some lows. He lost round 1 to Jan Nepomniachtchi in the candidates, where he just kind of looked out of place. I think that he had some jet lag. He wasn't really feeling the environment just yet. But that's Ding Liren. He's 2,800, only player not named Magnus with that rating. But there are moments, especially in these tactical skirmishes, where things can go wrong for him, like they did against Timur Rajabov as well. He lost like 25 moves with the white pieces.
But we can't, speaking of the candidates, he did lose the first round to Jan and then had a series of draws. Took him a while to recover from there. But then also, Robert, he went on to fight it out and finished second in the candidates, and thus qualifying as a challenger for the World Championship match. Also, just seeing him start on a high note in this tournament, it does go on to show that he is feeling his form. I was watching his interview yesterday at the event, and he mentioned that he's not taking the Tata Steel Masters as a warm up for the World Championship match. He's going all in here. He wants to have a good event. He's not going to be experimental with his openings, trying to keep a vision of the World Championship match. That is important for Ding. He wants to win the whole thing. He wants to give it his best. And once easy to forget just how strong because of his modesty. But this position itself, I for Parham. If I had to predict the outcome of this game right now, I'm calling this a Ding game.
Okay, wow. So you believe in Ding Liren. You said he wants to win this event. I believe that to be the case. And he wants to keep increasing the rating. He is at 28, around 15 after yesterday's win. And if he could reach 28-20 and new heights, I think all of China will be proud of him. And they are rooting for him in the upcoming World Chess Championship whenever that actually happens. But let's take a step back from this game. We will, of course, look at it in more detail a bit later. But as we head on to break shortly, let's just take stock of the positions. It looks like in the bottom left, Magnus Carlsen did in fact take on c4, still early in that game. In the top left, I see a king on e2 for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The queens are off the board. Black's pawn structure is maybe the ugliest pawn structure I've ever seen, with doubled b pawns, double isolated f pawns, an isolated h pawn, and an isolated d. I can't even look at that position. So we're just going to go to break. I can't talk about the chess anymore looking at that position. We'll be right back for more from the second round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. Do not go anywhere.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prag.
He smells blood, and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
And we are back from the venue in Wijk aan Zee. You see all of the participants still playing their games, some spectators watching the Masters section. It's a great environment. It is a true chess festival. And, well, people like watching their favorite players, and many of the people that are participating in the tournament right now will be playing in the Pro Chess League. The wait is over. After a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past Pro Chess League participants include Magnus, Ding, Nepo, Fabi, Hikaru, MVL, and Anish Giri, so we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over $100,000 on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use the command PCL in chat to learn all about it. Tanya, Pro Chess League will be exciting, but this second round already is exciting. And when we left, I couldn't keep my eyes on that game in the top left. I mean, it is just a really ugly pawn structure for Fabiano Caruana. The evaluation bar doesn't seem to hate the position as much as I do, but I really can't look at that pawn structure very much. We will have to dive into that position at some point. But which of these games catches your eye the most?
You were talking about the pawn structure, and I was thinking about it. I want to just say a little bit about it, Robert, because yes, it's very surprising that why is it that Black has got, well, how many pawn islands is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And that just goes on to show how much of a weakness it is. But our eval bar seems to say Black's doing just fine. And I want to make a little sense of that really quickly. The problem here for White is that, sure, Black's pawn structure is bad, but just imagine if Black captures that knight on c3. After that, White's pawn structure also breaks down. You can double up on the a file. The a2 pawn will be hanging, and I think Fabi has his own trumps. So I know the position looks absolutely ugly right now for Black, but I think the problem is that White also needs to be careful about his own weaknesses. I'm expecting Fabi to go for a trade in that one. But you're absolutely right. That isn't the most fiery position on the board currently. It's got to be the Magnus one that we have to get an update on. I mean, take a look at that. C4 was traded off. Right now, the bishop in C4 is hanging. B5 has been played. Magnus is taking a think. Lots of pieces, lots of pawns currently. Let's bring that up on our board. Let's get the world champion and Winston Keymer on our screen and get an update on this one.
And I'm just going to say something very quickly, that Anish Giri did play rook f1 to e1 after a sizable thing. So either he is a much better actor than I gave him credit for, or he found it on his own. But we are going to focus in on this game for the moment. The pawn on c4 was captured, and then black decided to strike with b5, going right after this bishop here on c4. So the bishop, in all likelihood, will retreat to e2. And the reason why e2 looks better to me is if you go to d3, I'm already looking at some kind of c5, trying to make c4 happen. You're in forking territory, whereas bishop e2 is just a little bit farther away from the pieces, and I think that it gives white a few more options. So I do expect the bishop to retreat. But then, Tanya, the question is the e7 pawn. Is black going to strike with e5 at some point? You have to defend the pawn. What's going on with this pawn structure? Is it weak? Is it strong? Will white eventually be able to play move like a4 or c4 once the king castles? So there are big strategic and structural questions at play here. And Magnus started to strike with b5. And if Vincent hasn't responded yet, he's trying to figure out the best place for his bishop.
I have to say that b5 is super committal. You've made c6 a weakness for quite a while. I mean, unless you're able to break the center with a move like c5, which will be pretty hard to achieve considering the b5 pawn will be a weakness. I know our Valbar says that black's doing fine, but I kind of feel like white should be happier with the opening outcome. It just feels like a more flexible pawn structure. Black has got more problems to solve here. I think Vincent is pleased with the position he has, whether he goes bishop d3 or e2. I do like the e2 square a little more, Robert, and that's only because I feel that the bishop on e2 just feels a bit more compact. You know, far away future, you're imagining things like bishop on b7, maybe c5. You want to keep the knight on f3 defended. In those kind of circumstances, it just feels like you want the rook on d1 to be on an open file. Keeping all these things in mind, I like the move bishop e2 quite a bit here. I think it would be a move that at least when it comes to blitz, you would make it instantly. But you've got a little more time for subtleties here. We'll leave it to Vincent to come up with an idea. But again, excitement across boards. Let's get an overview, because even the Ding Liren Farham board, let's get our bird's eye view. On the top right, we see the line that has been played. It's an exciting middle game. Not just that one. The Wesley So, the bottom left, the second board that we have, it's just so much action going on with the F-file open as well.
Wow. Yeah, that game is very interesting. The game in the middle between Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, it looks like the queens are off the board. Many pieces have been traded. So we are in an endgame in that one. And on the bottom right, Jordan van Foreest is still down a pawn, but has the bishop pair that does prove compensation. And it looks like he might get a bishop of opposite color ending where he's down a pawn. If that sounds familiar to you, it's because that was the storyline yesterday. And if Jordan is able to survive and draw and get 1 out of 2, that's a good result on paper. 2 draws against high-rated players. But his play has been very shaky. He's been worse throughout both games, and he is not playing his best chess. And how do we know that? He won this very event in 2021. So, Tanya, I still have my eyes on the Anish Giri position. He played rook f1 to e1. I wonder if he's setting Gukesh up or if he just found it on his own. But either way, I thought Gukesh was about to move. He looks like he's staring at the d4 pawn right now, and I'm worried for him.
Just don't pick up that d4 pawn. I mean, let's get that board up. Rook e1 was the line that you accidentally just mentioned to check whether d4 was hanging or not. And we saw this crazy tactical idea, Robert, that you spotted. Let's show that again to everyone, because rook e1, for a second, it feels like d4 is hanging, but actually Gukesh cannot make the big mistake of picking it up because the sacrifices don't stop.
No. We showed this earlier. We'll show it again. We were asking the question of what happens if bishop takes d4, and the rook was on f1. So I just made a random, useful-looking move, and it turns out that if bishop takes d4 is played, Gukesh has to be, very careful not to make this move, because knight e4 to g5, giving up a knight, you're threatening checkmate, so the knight should be captured. But once the knight is captured, rook takes e6, is slammed on the board, and this king on g8 is in trouble. Now, there may be better ways to stave off the attack and survive, but if you take a rook, The next rook takes. There's a problem with this king on g8. I showed this before. I'll show it again. If the queen moves somewhere, this is not just double check. It is double check and checkmate because the queen takes away the escape square while the king can't go to f7 because the bishop is checking it on the diagonal. And if you take this rook and try to get out of danger this way, if your king goes to the h-file, you're going to get checkmated anyway. And if your king goes to f8, the knight takes d4 is simple and strong. Rook takes d4 is met by queen c5 check. Thank you for the rook. Now white is up a ton of material and going to checkmate this black king. So Gukesh is in big trouble. It looks like he made a move, and it was king h8. He did not take on d4.
Yes, but I saw the eval bar shoot right up even after he played king h8 when he was reaching out for the move, Robert. I was just wondering, don't take on d4, Gukesh. Super dangerous, but he just side wrong with it. And first thing that I still make the move, threatening on h7, going for knight g5, sacrificing on e6, or has that lost its poison? Because if not that, then what's wrong with king h8?
If knight e to g5 is the move again, that is unbelievable. We have to show it. Knight, oh my gosh, that's it. The eval bar did not change. That is the correct move. And if pawn takes g5, it looks like the attack rages on, like we were looking before. Rook takes e6, pawn takes e6, rook takes, and even though the king isn't on g8, you thought you were getting out of danger. The point is, if this queen moves somewhere like queen to d7, knight takes g5 happens, and I am going to checkmate you. Your king just doesn't have defenders, and many, in fact, all of white's remaining pieces are going for the attack. If g6, I will just grab this pawn. I'm going to mate your king in the next couple moves. So that means after rook takes e6, you may have to sack your queen. And even though this isn't check, which is very important because that doesn't give you the follow-up with knight takes g5, black takes on f3, white takes back on f3. The problem is this king is in checkmate zone. Bishop covers g8, which means the queen is about to run over to the h-file. This looks like a very bad situation for Gukesh. He tried to avoid this rook takes knight g5, rook takes e6, but it looked like he walked right into it anyway.
This is unreal. Will Anish Giri find this idea of knight g5? I think the answer to that is going to be a resounding yes, because he took his time to make the move rook e1. So clearly having these motives in his mind already. Again, it just comes down to that queen side, that underdeveloped queen side with the knight still on b8, rook on a8. And this is what allows all these ideas on the board. This is a big moment. I look at Anish. I think he feels it. He sees it. He took about 30 minutes to make the move rook e1. He knows these motives exist. Robert, predict at this moment that Anish will go all out with the move knight g5.
Yes. It's clear that he saw the idea when he played rook f1 to e1, giving up the d4 pawn. And he doesn't have to play knight g5. I think his position is better if he makes the move h4. He's not hiding his intentions. The move h4 says, I will play knight g5 next if you allow me to, because now the square is extra well defended. It may force bishop takes e4 to get rid of the attack, but it will continue. The rook will come up to e4, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure against the black king along the e-file, and so h4 would still leave white with an advantage, but Anish should be able to find knight to g5. That was his plan after all.
I mean, once you spot this idea of knight g5, h4 just feels way too docile. I mean, give black the option to grab that knight on e4, and Gukesh will do it with both hands because h4 would make it so clear what white wants. I want to see knight g5 on the board. As a chess fan, as a commentator, I think knight g5 is the kind of stuff that we want right now. That said, is there a way for black to fight? Because the positions that we were looking at after the line just looked like they were clearly worse for black. So what happens after knight g5? Is there something better that black can do?
All right, we can bring up the analysis board and just look at it a little bit as we have the live position on screen. Rook e6. Maybe there's some way down this variation where it's not completely hopelessly lost, but it's still bad. So the bishop is too strong. We might have to eliminate it. So rook e8 comes to mind. If you play queen g6, then I'm going to sack on e6. And if you take, I get to develop. And I feel like black has just too many pieces against the queen. There's an immediate draw with draw by perpetual check and repetition. And that means that if you have it, minimum a draw, if you're Anish, that entices you to make the sacrifice. You know that the worst that happens is you get a half point here. But I think after rook e8, I would play the move d5. If you're going to take my piece on e6, I'm going to get a pawn here. And if you go rook e6, I might even have queen c8 check intermezzo. And the good thing about this is I pin your knight. It's an eternal pin. And I'm going to take back and maybe get a new queen. So the attack just doesn't stop, Tanya. That's the big problem here, is black can make a move like knight a6, hoping that next move is rook takes e6. But I don't believe that rook takes e6 is going to really equalize when this pawn gets to e7. And at minimum, I keep saying this, at minimum, white has this draw. So if Anish sees this far, there's no reason why he should not go for this line, because he can't possibly lose.
Yeah, that pawn on e6 would be absolutely frightful. Anish is taking his time. We see the clocks as well. Gukesh has got about 30 minutes. Anish with an hour and 11 minutes. He blitzed out the opening, managed to get exactly what he wanted. This is our live board. King h8 played. At first, it looks like Gukesh had sidestepped all the troubles in the position. But in analysis and our eval bar, we can see that he might have just walked into what he was trying to get out of.
If Anish plays knight to g5, that would be an absolute tragedy for Gukesh. He lost the first game with the white pieces. It looks like he could get blown off the board in game 2 here. He also doesn't have that much time. He has just under 33 minutes, and they've only played 17 moves. So 23 moves to make in 33 minutes. But that position we've been talking about, you'll make the next 5 or so moves quickly after take on g5. That's 1 move. Take on e6. That's 2. Queen takes e6. Bishop takes f3. Those moves, Gukesh will spot. But then after that, it's not easy at all because your king is in danger. There's going to be a passed pawn and the material imbalance. Whenever there's a material imbalance, the positions are not easy to calculate. So Anish has great chances here. He does not want to spoil them. We saw a few players lose their advantages yesterday in disappointing ways. Anish will be disappointed if he plays knight g5 and doesn't win this game. Sorry, I thought I saw him raise his hand and I was waiting for that move, but no move yet.
I think the important thing for Anish is going to be whether he is able to evaluate the final position of the line that we just showed as better for him. That's often the big challenge, is evaluating the end of the line. It's a complicated long line where you end up sacrificing a lot of material for the queen. And I get the feeling often with Anish, Robert, he is one of the best players in the world. He's super strong, super accurate. But the thing which I often find is that he underestimates his position sometimes a lot. I say sometimes a lot, which is strange, but he does tend to underestimate his position. And if that's the case, if that's what happens now, then he will probably decide to go for this alternative that you're mentioning with h4, which also is very tempting because you just simply feel that, you know what, I have a pleasant position. It's a long-term advantage. But that's the thing. At this level, if you don't finish and wrap up when you've got this chance to go knight g5, slowly the margin of advantage keeps disappearing. And I really hope that Anish is able to evaluate that perfectly and then make the spectacular move, because he's done everything right up till this point.
I think that was a great way to frame it, right? You may still have the advantage, but it might become slimmer. It's not as forceful. That margin is getting smaller. So knight g5 just looks very strong. And if this were a blitz game, I think he would play h4 instantly, right? You might not see knight g5. You play h4. It's just a good improving move, setting up knight g5. And if black is ever to take on e4, there may be d4 to d5 to follow, because you want to open up the e-file for your rook. So the plans are actually quite clear for white. Even if you don't checkmate the black king, h4 is a very useful move. So I think we would understand the move if he doesn't see that clear advantage that you're talking about. If he thinks that knight g5 leads to maybe at best a draw for him, or if he's not careful and continues to play, he might lose, then he'll take the safer route. And Anish Giri is one of the best chess players in the world, like you said. But sometimes I don't think he trusts his calculation like other players do. It's not that he can't see very far. It's assessing what happens after you see that position in your head. And the lines that we've been looking at are not that clear. So to be fair to him, if he doesn't play it, it's because the line doesn't exactly show that it's an easy win or anything like that. And it's not an easy win. But if he feels like, it's too much to ask for right now, let's just make the move h4. And what is Gukesh going to do? The next moves for black are not easy.
I feel like I keep staring at the board because I think he's reaching out to make his move. with all these shadows falling on the board, and it's such a critical moment. And absolutely, it's not just about finding knight g5, but calculating, sacrificing the rook after that as well with rook e6. The thing is, if you play knight g5, you have to give up the rook next. And then you have to go on to evaluate the line. It's not that you sack, and then there's a checkmate at the end. You just have to feel that you're better in that position. And that's hard. That's a hard evaluation to make. And you're playing against so many pieces for a queen. Robert, we're going to come back and see what eventually Anish decides. Does he go for a slightly safer approach, keeping a huge chance, a critical moment to actually get a big advantage with knight g5? Does he go for h4, or will he find the killer blow here? Will he be able to play this move, knight g5, calculate it till the end? You know what? Yesterday, he sacrificed a piece against Fabi. I'm going to again say it. He's going to do it against Gukesh. We're going to see knight g5 on the board, but we'll wait for Anish and see if he does go for that. Let's get an overview. And there we see him on the board. That was a nice shot of him calculating his head on his hands currently. Often that's a pose when you're in trouble, but it's not about trouble in this position. Anish is just deep in thought. It's that moment where you need critical decision to turn out to be a difference between a win and a losing of a half a point.
And he's definitely calculating 15 moves down the line. And that's why it's so much to take in for him. And we see Arjun Erigaisi walking on screen behind Anish and past him at the moment. And Arjun, he's second from the left, his game against Wesley. So that hasn't changed all that much, but the game that is petering out is the one in the middle on the bottom row. Aronian with the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. It's a rook and 4 pawns against rook and 4 pawns. So we're not going to stay on the game long, but I do think we should pull it up because I believe the game will conclude shortly. The 30 moves in at this point, and I believe that the draw is near. And the reason why, despite Black's bad pawn structure, that this position should likely be a draw is that rook c5 for white goes pawn hunting. Let's attack both pawns at the same time. But Black has useful moves like pawn to b4. If you take on d5, well, my rook will help out and we just are trading all the pawns off. If you take on b4, I can make a move like rook to b3 where I hit both of your pawns as well. Rook takes d5, rook takes b4, hitting b2, hitting g4. So all these pawns are about to come off the board. And what white ideally wants is something like this, where you give up the g4 pawn and get your rook behind your passed pawn, because these are double pawns. Double pawns are not ideal in the endgame. The problem is getting your rook behind the b pawn is slow. This rook can come to f4 to go after the pawn. The king can also go up. So the rook can help with the b pawn. The king takes care of the f pawn. There is not going to be a winning chance for white. So I think that Levon understands this. He might just make the next bunch of moves to play out the position. Rook c5 is on the board, but if b4 is played, then Praggnanandhaa definitely will hold this draw.
So he just needs that last bit of accuracy with the move b4. But knowing Pragg, I think he's super good. His ideas would just liquidate game immediately. These youngsters, Robert, is that they're so precise in their calculation and so concrete in their approach. They don't really play a feel of a position, concrete ideas, which is why very often we see lines which make no sense at all, but simply because they've calculated it. And b4 is one such move. You sacrifice a pawn, but you just calculate a couple of moves ahead. It's the fastest way. Maybe there are other moves as well in the position, but it just feels like the simplest way to liquidation and end in a draw. We saw Pragg not be on his board earlier. I know Pragg a little bit, and I'm pretty sure when he's not on his board, he's watching over his sister's game in the Challenger, where Charlie is playing there. She's draw and start a very interesting game as well, a very aggressive player as well. So it's kind of nice when you've got a brother-sister duo playing in Wijk.
Yeah, it's great to see that family thrive and come to Wijk, and they get to play, and everyone gets to see these talented duo take part in the Masters and the Challengers. But Praggnanandhaa, he'll play b4. I think we should head back to the bird's eye view just because I'm very confident that he'll hold this draw. We can update everybody when that draw is reached. But I'm looking across the positions. You mentioned in the top left, Fabiano Caruana did just take that knight on c3. So Abustarov will take back and when he gets back to the board, and then we'll get an endgame with a terrible pawn structure for Black. But Black can also go after some targets. In the top right, we were looking at Ding Liren and Maghsoodloo. It's still a crazy position with chances for both players. Ding Liren not seeming very happy. I actually like Parham's chances. I just believe.
Sorry, I know I'm interrupting you, but you have to see what just happened on the Anish board. Oh my God, he's gone for it.
He has indeed. Let's go right there. We've been talking about it. Now we don't have to predict it anymore. It has been played. Knight e to g5 was Anish Giri's choice. H takes g5, rook e6, f takes e6. And I don't think Anish will be sitting and thinking for long because rook takes e6 is the only move. White is currently down a rook and a bishop for one pawn. So that's so much material, but he's going after this black king. The key to the king's defense is this queen on e7. If the queen had to move, even if black had the free turn, queen d7 would be met by knight takes g5, and the king would fall victim to a checkmating attack. So Anish will play rook takes e6 here. He doesn't have a choice. I believe he's still calculating, Tanya, like 8 moves from now. That's why he's pausing, not because of this move. He's still just in his head. The wheels are turning, and he's calculating variations in the distance.
This is inspired play by Anish, and you're absolutely right that he is and evaluating the different positions. He's the hardest part. The sacrifices. It reminds me of this game between Shakhriyar and Anish, where Anish was in the receiving end of multiple sacrifices, where basically Shakhriyar sacrificed the house and simply went on to mate Anish's king. And that's the similar motive, but this time it is Anish in driving seat. He's given up, as you pointed out, an entire knight and a whole rook for a couple of pawns, but it's not about that. Nobody cares about the pieces right now. It is about that king on h8. Once the queen will land on g6, threatening a check on the h file. With the e pawn gone and the diagonal open, it will be checkmate. Rook e6 is the only option. Anish is slowing down right now. I completely understand that, because when you sacrifice so much, you just have and you have time on the clock. You want to make sure that you kind of just take it easy and don't rush into things. Sometimes you can just have this slip and you play one move before you're supposed to play the other one. I like that he's taking it slow. Rook e6, knight e5 is the other move that comes to mind, threatening knight g6, but it's not looking powerful enough. You need to open the a to g8 diagonal. Anish goes for it. He picks up the e6 pawn, picks it up with his rook. Rook e6 on the board. Gukesh in big trouble with just 30 minutes on the clock.
And I am curious why he spent so much time before rook takes e6. It might be what you were saying, just you're maintaining composure, trying to find the next sequences after this. But Gukesh, he's picked up that rook on e6, taking it with his queen. The bishop will take back, of course. Well, Anish hasn't taken it back, right? He is certainly going to play bishop takes e6. He does not have another choice, but there it is. He has captured that queen on the square. And that means the king on h8, not fully safe. And bishop takes f3 by Gukesh. And he's tried to get up, go away. And Gukesh says, get over here. You are sitting right back down, just like they do in Mortal Kombat, dragging him back over. And something I'm thinking about, Tanya, I know I defaulted to g takes f3 because you'd capture my piece, I should capture yours. Is there something to be said for queen f5? Can you go for a checkmate immediately? Is this king just being hunted?
I love it. I mean, we've been talking about opening up the diagonal and putting a queen on the h file. Queen h5, you've got a massive threat of queen h3. One defensive idea that came to my mind instantly was, is there an option to go rook d4?
Well,
but I'm getting mated. Let's just show that line. Rook d4. I was trying to be clever that queen h3 is rook h4. But it's not just this checkmate that you've got on the board. You can go queen f8. And after king h7, there's bishop f5 as well.
That's
and
right.
This should be just game over. King h8 runs into queen h6, and g6 runs into queen f7. So that is the end of the end. Queen f5, I kind of love it. And we saw Anish get up, leave the board. Gukesh, of course, made the move instantly because there's nothing to be done. You can't leave the knight alive. The knight's going to just deliver checkmate. So he has to go bishop f3. But Anish, I love it. I love taking his time. as we were talking about it, he's not making moves fast, even the first obvious ones, just keeping everything under control. This is a critical moment. Again, when he comes back, will he just quickly grab on f3, which also looks very tempting? But suddenly queen f5, and I'm still struggling to find a defense because let's say you go bishop h5. Then you can just grab on g5 as well.
Right. If the bishop moves away, you just give the checkmate you've been aiming for. If you play g6, you've opened up a new square, the h6 square, and that's checkmate. The king can't run away. The bishop covers this. The queen covers the remaining squares. That is check, and that is mate. So, Tanya, after queen f5, we need to even find a move here. Most of these moves just look bad because queen h3 is checkmate, so we need to stop checkmate.
And the eval bar seems to that queen f5 is a strong move. We see Anish come back to the board. He has to be a little careful because grabbing back the bishop on f3 just seems like so natural and you just make it really quickly. But if he slows down, if he goes into a think right now, then I think it's clear. He's got the idea of queen f5 as well, Robert. If he doesn't rush, I think he will find it. If we just look at the position, if we count material, actually, Gukesh isn't doing too badly. He's actually doing great materially. He's got 2 rooks currently and 2 minor pieces for a queen. That would be completely winning if it wasn't for the king stuck on h8. So queen f5, a massive alternative to picking up the bishop. And yeah, the big question is, how does black fight it? Have you been able to find a way to do that?
Yeah, while you were talking, just by process of elimination, I guess the move is bishop e4, because if your queen comes back to h3, I was saying bishop h7, but there's bishop f5, and
g6?
Oh my gosh. G6, you take, and is there rook d7? Like, this is barely holding on, but we're talking about it. Black has so much material, but look at the eval bar. It's still saying that white is doing pretty well, and Black has a bishop and a knight and a rook for a queen and 3 pawns. You do not see that kind of material imbalance every day. If we just do a point count, a rook is 5, knight and bishop is 3, 3 each. That's 6, 11 total. And a queen and 3 pawns is worth 12. So I guess by point value, technically white is better. But the reason why you never just do that, everybody, is that pieces can team up. A queen is just one piece. But you already see pieces are able to team up and keep going after the white pawn. So a queen and a bunch of pawns is not typically going to be as good as a rook and 2 minor pieces, because the rook and the minor pieces will be in harmony with each other and coordinate to attack. But why is this position still better for white? I guess it's this. You take, and if you take back, queen c8 check.
Queen c8.
And if king g7, queen takes b7 check, and then you lose the rook over here on a8. But it's still saying black is very much in the game because of all the material. But I really don't think I've seen a material imbalance like this in the last, I don't even know how many years.
And usually a rook and 2 pieces for a queen is quite good, but white has got a bunch of extra pawns and black is still struggling with finding rhythm with those 3 pieces. Well, we see that Anish hasn't rushed with recapturing on f3. We've seen that both these lines give a good advantage. So queen f5, g takes f3 are the 2 options that Anish has. Robert, we'll come back and see which sides. I would love to see queen f5 on the board. It just feels so much more aggressive to go for the mate. And then Gukesh has to be super precise. But I also have my attention on the other. Let's get an overview because you're going to love what is happening. And take a look up right. We were talking about this game, Parham versus Ding Liren, and it looked like Parham was in trouble, but I see our eval bar. First, it's a crazy position. White has landed up with a pawn on g7 already, right? There's a massive pin on f7. White has sacrificed currently a piece, an entire piece. The rook on f7 is pinned, but one gets the feeling that Parham has, the worst is behind him. He's managed to navigate his way, and I think it comes down to that move that you were talking about. You pointed out to not take on g7. And if we just back up a couple of moves, you mentioned this idea of not taking on g7, but instead taking the rook and putting the queen on d5 with a check would give Ding Liren a huge advantage because king takes f6, you pick up the pawn, it runs into queen f5. And this looks like big trouble for black, but instead Ding went for the idea that I had mentioned that looked very attractive to me as well, to grab on g7, and turns out that's not the accurate way to play.
A great lesson from Parham Maghsoodloo is when somebody takes a piece, you do not have to immediately capture. In fact, this pawn is often called an umbrella pawn. It shields the enemy king because you would like to be able to use the G file with checks to go after it. But Queen F6 played, Queen D5. What's the threat? If we gave White a free move, Queen takes F7 is already defended, so it's not like you have to worry about that. I probably would just bring my pieces towards the center. Rook to E8 makes a lot of sense. I'm at some point worried about the move E5. Not sure if it will be available, but I'm just looking at it and don't want to see it on the board. And by playing rook to E8, you might play knight D8 next, protecting your bishop over here and protecting your rook. So I just feel like black is coordinated extremely well, and Ding might need to find a way to liquidate and find a draw at some moment. And I'm worried about his chances. I think Parham is actually outplaying him here. And just by how Ding has been holding his head throughout most of the game, I really don't believe he's comfortable with the dynamics.
And rook e8 has been played. It's on the board, as you were mentioning, that now if white goes on to grab the f7 rook, all these trades actually end up favoring Parham. And you're absolutely right. The body language of the two players does seem to say that Parham is feeling very comfortable, while Ding realizes that somewhere he's messed up a very promising position out of the opening.
Yeah, this is nicely done by Parham Maghsoodloo. Didn't expect E4 today, but still playing great chess. So for Parham, it would be an amazing result to beat Ding Liren with the black pieces. I think, as you said, the worst is behind him, so he can really start believing in his chances now. I don't see a way that he loses. So I think that he should be feeling quite good. So let's leave him to it. He hasn't played rook e8 yet, but he very likely will, and he has great chances to claim an advantage. But as we look across the boards, and we will dive right back into all of them, so many fascinating positions. The game between Levon Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, that looks like the most likely to did you see that? It finished as I said that. As I was saying it, the most likely to finish, it said not most likely. We're done. We're out of here. It is a draw between these two. I don't think the game has too much to offer in terms of potential variations. That game is drawn. So like the players who are heading out of the playing hall, we'll do the same very quickly. And when we return, we'll dive right back into all the action here in the second round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
The Tata Steel chess tournament is a long one. It's grueling. There are 13 total rounds. So today is the second round. And as you see on the schedule in front of you, it goes all the way through January 29th. So if you get off to a slow start, there is time to come back. If you get out to a hot start, you have plenty of rounds left to continue improving your result. And Tanya, I mean, these events, they last a long, long time. You need to kind of keep your stamina.
It's such a long tournament, and that's what the players keep saying as well. Whenever you watch them on the you just cannot think about your previous round. Every day you have to come fresh on the board. It's a good thing that they've got 3 rest days, Robert. They've got one on the 19th as well. Sorry, on the 18th. And then on the 23rd and the 26th, it's a much needed rest for the players, because not just of the number of games, but the time format as well. Every game lasts sometimes more than 5 hours, up to 6 hours for the players. It gets extremely grueling. Stamina counts a lot. You can't be bothered by one day, one result. And I think that's especially going to hold true for Gukesh. He had a tough start. It looks like he's got a tough game against Anish today. The tournament doesn't get easy. The players' field is such that there are no underdogs. There's no target. You're not going to have an easy round. And we mentioned this yesterday, this is the starting of the chess calendar year. This is the tournament that kicks things off for the chess world. We brought up Vishwanathan Anand's tweet, and I think that just summarizes it. I'm going to say it again, Robert, that the January not in Wijk is not a January at all.
It is true, and it kicks off the year, and we'll kick off the results in the second round here in Wijk was the draw between Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, and we didn't have much left. Right? We departed at this moment thinking about b4. Instead, the move d4 was chosen by Pragg, understanding that if pawn takes d4 happens, he was probably just going to bring his rook to the g3 square. He could also play rook b3, bringing this rook back here, and then run around. Rook d3 to attack this one, and I think you're just going to drop your pawns. But I was also just looking at rook g3. You take b5, take g4. d4 is under attack. If you push it, there's rook f4 check just to pick up this pawn. And at the end of the day, these rook endgames look like they should be drawn. And the eval bar is a testament to that. So with 2 draws in his first 2 games, I think Praggnanandhaa should be quite optimistic. Earlier in the week, he was interviewed about his expectations for this event. So why don't we tune in and listen to Praggnanandhaa?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. Last year was a great experience for me overall, on and off the board, and it's good to start the year with such a strong event.
You already have that experience of playing in the Masters here last year. What are your ambitions, your goals for this year?
Last year I learned that you just have to be focused throughout the tournament, because it's a long event. So that's one thing I'm trying to do, and just to play, give my best, and see how it goes.
All right, Tanya, it sounds like he's happy to kick off the year with such an elite tournament, and I like that. He seems very modest, but you have to think that given his victories over Magnus Carlsen in the Champions Chess Tour and all of his successes, he has to believe in himself, and he can do it, right? Like, he must be feeling it after what was a very successful string of results.
Pragg definitely has a lot of confidence in his ability. One of his very strong points is, in fact, his the way he calculates and how quickly he does it. But Robert, even though he's established himself amongst the world elite in faster time controls, this event is special because this is over the board classical with the very best in the world. Like he mentioned, he's had the experience of it last year as well when he was just 16 years old. This time at 17, he returns with a massive rating of 2684. It's a massive rating, but that still makes him the lowest seed of the event. And that just goes on to show how strong it is. Pragg also recently won one of the biggest awards in India, a big national award. It is the second highest sporting honor in our country, given by the president of the country. It's called the Arjuna Award. And after that, he played in the Tata Steel India event. It's been a really good run for the Indian youngster as well as at the Olympiad. But again, I think he has that maturity to know that he has it in him to play against the very best in the world, not to fear them, but at the same time, he needs to prove himself in these formats. And that's what he's there for.
Indeed, he has to improve in all formats. And I think that's what the best players say about themselves. Even Magnus Carlsen, he's the best player in the world, has been for a long time, and even he is still trying to improve. And we were just talking about Praggnanandhaa, his fellow teenager from your home country, from India. Gukesh had a tough first game. So Praggnanandha's had 2 draws, has been very strong in the early going. Right now, Gukesh is struggling. And I just want to point out that Anish Giri has not moved. So we saw bishop takes f3 was the last choice by Gukesh, eliminating that knight, which is going to help deliver a checkmate. The knight is now gone. And for Anish, he can take back immediately or play this move queen f5. And he is spending quite a lot of time, Tanya, trying to figure out which move is better, and that's good news for Gukesh.
It really depends what Anish comes up with and how he follows it up. But that said, definitely the difference on the clock is now not as much as what it was just a couple of moves ago. Anish has burned almost an hour in the last, over the last 3 moves. Going in with knight g5, he took his time for that. Then taking on e6, and now a long thing to decide whether to recapture on f3 or to go queen f5. It's a big moment here, and it's really all about, again, Anish believing in his evaluation of the position as well as his calculation. And that is something that we've seen Anish doubt before, but in this position, he's already sacrificed too much material. He needs to go all out. He needs to make a decision. But Robert, if he decides to play it a little safe, and let's say takes on f3 right now, queen f5 is a line that we discussed already. White still keeps advantages and the threats in the position. You want to go queen g6 next, deliver a mate on h5. You want to go queen f5, delivering a mate on h3. With all these ideas, I think the most important thing is either one of the 2 moves, both are equally strong. Anish needs to stop taking so much time right now. He needs to make a decision. It's between these 2, and it's not like you mess up your advantage with one or the other.
Yeah, he needs to use the clock as a weapon rather than allowing Gukesh to equalize on time. So we have looked at this position quite a lot. I just wanted to point out that Anish Giri has not captured back. He has not played queen f5. He is struggling to make his next move, and that is allowing Gukesh to feel more confident about his chances. But let's zoom out. Let's look at all the games. We really haven't tuned into some of them in a while. In the bottom right, it looks like Jordan van Foreest. He is down a pawn, but has the bishop pair in a 2 rooks per side endgame. So that's going to be an interesting one to see if Richard Rapport has legitimate chances. In the left side of things, we have Magnus Carlsen. He's trying to strike in the center with his last move, e7 to e6. That might open up the position favorably for him. We see the evaluation part, Tanya. It is in Magnus's favor, but I did want to get to the top left because we've been talking about the Caruana game against Abdusattorov. I think we might as well just show it a little bit because the pawn structure remains unappealing, at least to the eye, but Fabi clearly believes that he has no problems, or at least his problems aren't that significant in this endgame because it's a knight versus a bishop. Right now, it's 5 pawns per side, but none of Black's pawns have a friend near it. I just want to back up just a few moves because where I first started talking about it was here, and I seriously don't think I've seen a position with a worse pawn structure.
You were very critical of it, and rightfully so. And I think in these kind of positions, it's so important to understand that if you're Black, you can't just start defending your position. You need to take action because strategically, you're dead lost. You need to change the dynamics of the position. And that's what, of course, a player of Fabi's caliber realizes immediately. And we were mentioning this option of trading the knight on c3, saying, you know what, my pawn structure is bad. I'm going to ruin yours as well, because the one trump that Fabi has in this position is the control of the a file and the a. I love his next move as well. He jumps in with the rook. He made the move rook to a3, attacking c3, but it also has the sly idea of doubling up on the a file and putting pressure on the a2 pawn. It's going to be really all about the activity. White put the h1 rook on b1, counter-attacking. I think he played rook hb1 now?
He did?
Yes. Attacking the b6 pawn with a double up on the a file. The rooks were traded, and after the pawn goes on b6, the pawn gets picked up on a2, and now it doesn't look as bad. despite still having a horrible pawn structure. And Robert, the reason for that is piece activity. Black's knight and black's rook on a2 compensate for how terrible the pawn structure is.
That's true. And one thing that players of this caliber know is they think, what endgames, if I lose material, are still holdable? So what Fabiano wants to do, he wants to trade knight for bishop, and he can lose these 2 pawns for this 1 pawn. So I'm going to force this. I know it's going to be a little bit strange, but just let it happen, everybody. I'm just trying to make a point here that if, let's just make king g7, rook takes here, I'm going to force this. Takes here, rook a3, rook takes c4. This position still is within the draw balance because we have these 3 pawns that look bad. The king will always sit on g7, and the 4-on-3 is not a theoretical win. So if you study your Dvoretsky endgame manual and just do your tactics and study positions regularly, you look at this, and Fabi knows in the back of his head, if I can get here, I'm going to make a draw and comfortably do so. So that's what Fabi is probably aiming for if he can make it happen.
But I'll tell you one thing about Abdusattorov. He has immense technique. His technique is so strong. We saw a display of that in his game yesterday against Richard Rapport. So if he's able to get that slight advantage, if Fabi doesn't play accurately over the next few moves, this can turn into a very difficult endgame to save. But I think right now, the piece play versus the bad pawn structure maintains a sort of a dynamic equality in the position, and we'll see how this one develops. But we also have their head-to-head score, and it's really interesting to see, Robert, that they have only played 1 classical game against each other, which in fact Abdusattorov won.
That was a very important game, and I, of course, remember it because I was there in Chennai, and Abdusattorov played a great game. So Fabi, he stumbled in the opening. He made a careless move. Norderbeck had the advantage. It was not a winning advantage. It was a slight advantage. He played a great game, and Fabi sacrificed a pawn, had some compensation, but it wasn't quite enough for full equality. And then at a critical moment, I think Norderbeck played phenomenally. He just brought his pieces to an attack. His king was out in the open, but he knew he wasn't getting checkmated. So all credit to the Uzbek youngster. He beat Fabiano on board 1 in the Olympiad. He led his team to the gold medal. And Fabiano, he has a great history. He was the challenger to the World Chess Championship 2018. He has won so many events, including this event in the past. But some people have questioned, is Fabiano's success a thing of the past? His last year was very bad. He lost many rating points. He's 2766. Tanya, most people haven't seen Fabiano with a rating under, say, 2,800 in quite a long time. But in the last couple years, his rating has taken a bit of a nosedive. He would love to right the ship and be able to get back on track and raise that rating back towards 2,800.
I think 2018 was Fabi's golden year. He won every event that he played in. It was that one time when actually Magnus Carlsen's position as world number 1 was threatened by Fabi. They had barely any rating difference between them. Fabiano was world number 2. He was playing as the challenger for the world championship match. Magnus was not able to win the match or to get anything much in that match in the classical segment, and had to go on to win it in the tie breaks. I think a lot of the critics had a lot to say about Fabi's faster time control play, and he answered it in the best possible way this time at the World Rapid and Blitz Championship in Kazakhstan, winning a medal in both Rapid and the Blitz section. He had a phenomenal run. I think he's actively put in work for that. But of course, classical has been his big forte. He calculates like a machine. His preparation is super strong. And yes, I think this tournament is really a very crucial start for Fabi. He is still one of the best players in the world. Magnus himself has said that he would make a great World Championship challenger as well. But I don't know if you're going to see that happen again. Magnus-Fabi World Championship match.
I wonder why we won't see that. Is it because Fabiano hasn't qualified for the match, or is it because Magnus Carlsen is stepping down from the throne? But either way, I mean, Fabi, he has struggled. If we're being honest, and he's been honest about it, he has had his struggles. He's ventured into faster time controls with success. He did get 3rd place, a bronze medal in the World Rapid Championship, where he tied for second with Vincent Keymer. He has started a podcast. He, of course, has played many of the online events. He won the U.S. Chess Championship. So he has had some good moments in the past year, but a lot of them, I think, left him with a sour taste, and he would like to draw this game and then with the white pieces strike. But we'll leave these players to it. It's an end game. Nodirbek, he's up on time. He'll try to press his advantage, but I'm with you. I think the activity will allow Fabi to hold this game, and I think we should look elsewhere. We haven't looked at the game between Wesley So and Arjun Erigaisi in quite a long time, so I think we should just head on over there without even... Oh, Queen f5, by the way, played by Anish Giri, so he did finally bring that queen up, and it looks like he will have good chances. But let's go to the game between Wesley So and Arjun Erigaisi, because it's a really fascinating battle between these two, with a king still on e8, not castled, maybe not going to castle, and kind of pieces placed in odd ways. The rook on b4, which is doing an important job of keeping d4 defended, centralized queen. But what's this pawn doing out on g5? Like, I feel like there's so many different problems in the position. And wait a second, his last one was queen e5, giving up this pawn with check. I cannot make sense of this position at all. It's just too complicated, Tanya.
This is absolutely insane. I mean, Arjun just goes on to play with the king in the center, and queen e5 giving... Should we just back up and see how we got here, because we left it quite early on? And to make any sense of this, we really need to see where we are coming from.
This is where we last looked, right? With the queen coming to c2, we're talking about the diagonal, and Arjun just with bishop e6. Just don't go full Fischer. Don't get your bishop trapped over here and lose that piece. You see the evaluation tank. It would not be a good decision. You may get 3 pawns, but it's not worth it. So instead, f4 played by Wesley. It makes sense. It's principled. There's a king in the center. Let's strike. But Tanya, I mean, after this capture and the trade of bishops, this pawn on d4 looks like it might be a bit stranded, but White also has compromised his own pawn structure.
100%. And it's still a really, it's really a dynamic position, because White's king on g1 isn't super safe either. Black's got this active rook on b8, attacking the b2 pawn. I'm really curious to come to the current position that we've got, because let's just play on a5 to just try to cramp down the queen side. I like the move rook b4, Robert. It defends the d4 pawn. All the pieces are playing, but that rook on h8 needs to come into the game. And this was the moment that took me by surprise. After b3, Black went on to play g5, hit that rook on f4. Wesley falls back with the rook to f3. And now this super mysterious move by Arjun, just putting the queen, which is nicely and happily defending the pawn on c6, he centralizes it with queen to e5, giving the pawn, not just giving the pawn, but giving it with a check. And one thing that could make sense of it is that Arjun doesn't care about material right now. He wants to get the rook on h8 as quickly as possible in the game. Let's say you do go bishop c6 check. He's going to move up the king. And now threats like bishop g4 and rook c8, and that pawn that you were talking about, which is the c5 weakness, suddenly starts to show. And that makes me feel that perhaps Arjun thinks that the c6 pawn is actually coming in his own way to get to that weakness. And if that's the case, this is one creative way to play this game.
Yeah, I'm looking what happens to the bishop retreats, because if you do play rook to c8, that pawn goes up to c6, and well, that looks like a protected passed pawn. So Arjun has a lot to prove. He's getting active. He's bringing his rook into the game. He centralized his queen. He does have threats, but a pawn is a pawn, and it looks like it could be a passed pawn. So that is why I am personally surprised by the move queen e5. Not that it's a bad move, but it's such an active move, playing for dynamic chances versus sitting passively and defending. And Arjun's not really a player who enjoys sitting passively. He's a very active player himself. He likes the complicated positions and tactics. He also is versatile and can play some very solid strategic chess. But I'm worried in his position because I don't think the white king is that vulnerable, and that is a protected pawn up there on c6.
I'm as shocked as you are. I mean, this move queen e5 just voluntarily giving the c6 pawn. Also, as you're mentioning, you can't really pick up the c5 weakness. Sure, it's far from over. There is compensation. And our Evalbar seems to agree with you as well, that white is doing great after queen e5. Let's say you pick up the pawn. There are ideas that black has. in that final position that we saw as well. But is it enough? One doesn't get the feeling. But the bigger question is, why walk into this voluntarily?
I guess it's because he couldn't castle. If we just go before g5, he can't get his king to safety because h7 is hanging. So if he doesn't have the time to get his king out of there, d4 is a target. You move the bishop out the way, down goes d4. The c6 pawn is still loose if the queen ever moves to defend d4. So maybe he kind of felt like he didn't have a choice, and he decides to strike with g5 and then bring the queen out. And it has some merit. I'm worried about his position, but perhaps he just feels he can defend it better from a position where he actually has plans and threats of his own. So we'll see if Arjun is able to manage this position. We'll go back to our view of the 6 boards still remaining. Just a reminder to everybody that the game between Aronian and Praggnanandhaa ended in a draw. It looks like Giri against Gukesh, still exciting. Bishop went back to e4. We were looking at some of those lines earlier, but let's go to the game of Magnus Carlsen. No surprise, the world champion is playing. It's going to be a game you want to look at. And for Magnus, with the black pieces against Vincent Keymer, I feel like he has everything he could have asked for and more from the Grunfeld. When Peter Svidler and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave started, playing the Grunfeld nonstop and teaching everybody some important lessons, I don't think they could have taught anybody a lesson that would get them to this position. I think things have gone wrong for Vincent Keymer. Look at the positioning of Black's pawns, shutting down the space for White's pieces. C3, a long-term target. E6 is already threatening this d5 pawn as the knight has joined in its attack. And if you take on e6, you've opened up a new file for a rook to come into the attack. Tanya, I really do not like Vincent's position at all.
I completely get what you're saying. I mean, just looking at it, it looks like a dream Grunfeld for Black. That bishop on g7 monster, the knight from b6 can actually jump to a4 and put on more pressure on c3 as well. Meanwhile, Black is already targeting the center, asking White to take a decision. You can't advance the d pawn further. It would be too weak down the board. Magnus has got a dream position out of the Grunfeld, and knowing him, I think he's going to squeeze this one out.
And he may get off to slow starts, but in this game, it looks like he is trying to get off to a quick start in the turn. With a win with the black pieces would be excellent. Keymer, he has had a meteoric rise since playing the Challengers tournament last year. He recently got second place behind Magnus Carlsen in the World Rapid Championship. Earlier this week, Vincent talked about how different it feels to be in the Masters. Let's listen to his thoughts.
Great. I mean, I always enjoyed playing the Challengers as well, but now playing the Masters is, I would say, still on a different level, and it's also a sense of success that I got invited here and the chance to play.
You're still only 18 years old. You already had so many successes, but just a couple of weeks ago you became a vice world champion at the World Rapid. Was that for you the highlight of your career so far?
Maybe, yeah, because obviously I beat more top players than ever before in one tournament, which was like quite good feeling for me. But of course, you can't really compare Rapid to Classical, so it'll be very different here, I think.
Tomorrow you're playing against a certain Magnus Carlsen. Your thoughts going into that game?
Well, obviously he's the best player for over a decade, I believe, by now. So it's going to be very tough, but still, I'm really looking forward to facing him and having the chance to play.
He's happy about his recent performances. He's beaten more top players than he ever has just in one event. But Tony, he made that distinction between classical chess and the quicker time control. So it's clear based on his answers and just based on his tournament history that he really does seem to prefer playing classical chess with more time on the clock.
100%. I think it gives them a real chance to show their ideas, their practical strength in opening in middle game and end game against the world's best players, and it's where you really feel so much to learn and take away from these established elite players of the world. As he mentioned, that Magnus has been the best player for over a decade. There's a lot of the young generation has for Magnus are hungry to get those games against him, to play against him, and I think that is a good fact, considering his rating, his title, his 15 world championship titles. And I think that's one of the heartbreaks that the chess world has, that Magnus has decided to not defend his title this year.
Well, I think in theory, getting the chance to play Magnus sounds like a lot of fun, but in practice, you get positions like this, and you're like, why am I playing Magnus Carlsen? This guy's a bully. And in game right now, we see the eval bar, it's sinking in Black's favor. Why? The material may be even. Black's pawn structure is healthier. We have connected pawns, 3 from A to C file, and then 3 from the F through H. White has these split pawns. Isolated pawns are bad because you need to use more valuable pieces to defend them. You would love to slide this pawn from A2 to B2, where you could just defend the C3 pawn, free up your bishop. The bishop is tied down to the pawn's defense in a passive position, closing down the D file. The E4 pawn may become a quick target as well, with rook A to E8 on the docket. And if you want to move your knight out the way, you have to watch out because there is a bit of an issue. Knight D4 or Knight G5, well, Knight G5 is just bad. You get captured in E2. And if you go Knight D4, I guess you get away with it. But even trading pieces doesn't solve all the problems, Tanya. If we get this position, you can't take the rook because then you end up down material after bishop takes F1. You have knight takes G7, but I save my bishop while skewering your pieces. That's no good at all for white. And so you have to take back, and it just doesn't solve anything, although this is what's happening.
It is what is happening because I think it's about making difficult choices. In a bad position, there are no good moves. And I think he's gone for knight d4, trades off the bishop. This creates a lot of weaknesses on the light squares. The e4 pawn is weak, the c3 pawn weak, a2 weak. White has got no targets. If you just compare each and every piece on the board, it's worse than Black's pieces. Also, the pawn structure. This is going to be very, very tough for Vincent. And this kind of position, I think Magnus just finds it very easy to play. And look at this. He doesn't even rush with any of the ideas that we were looking at, you know? He didn't even quickly go rook e8, putting pressure on e4 or placing that knight on a4, trying to find a target, queen a4. Nothing of any decisive manner, but just a quiet little move, keeping all the pressure on the position because it's just so hard to play with the white pieces. It's hard to make moves here. A6 played, you just first defend the b5 pawn. You're already considering offering a queen trade with queen a4 next. And I really like that because it's such an unpleasant decision for white to make. If white trades queens, the pawns get even more weak. So a6, a quiet little move, but very dangerous. We see on our screen, Mag in his hands. He knows that he's better, but he's the kind of player who wants to wrap things up as precise a play as possible in the position. The one move that comes to white for Vincent here is knight d4. I want to get my knight back. I want to block your bishop. Is that a possibility?
I was wondering if knight d4, if Magnus can even take on d4. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes, and your move, queen a4. And with the queen trade, well, if you don't trade queens, you lose the e4 pawn. Your queen has nowhere to go to keep that pawn protected. If you do trade queens, the knight jumps in, e4 is loose, and then so is the c pawn. That queen on c2 is doing a very important task. So I feel like Black's passed pawns are just quicker. We see the eval bar suggesting that Black is significantly better here. And I don't think that you want any part of this if you're Vincent Keymer. The passed pawns just start moving up the board too quickly.
Well, if not knight d4 in the live position that we've got, it's kind of hard to come up with a move for white that is active. And I think this just explains what you showed us, Robert, the idea of a6. It is an anticipatory move. You're thinking about knight d4, but he's calculated that endgame after the queen trade is a huge problem for white. So Vincent can't make the most natural looking move. And this looks like big trouble for the German prodigy.
Not a fun position to have, being down on the clock, a worse position. He knows he has a worse position. He's trying to make moves like f3 at some point, perhaps, to defend the e4 pawn. It just feels all quite slow. And a6, it's a quiet move, but it does have some threats. Queen a4 is a threat. Rook can come to d8 as well, putting pressure on the d2 bishop, or trying to get a rook into d3, double those rooks. I think everything is going Magnus's way in this game. I feel very confident that he will secure this point. And you look at Vincent here, he just doesn't look like he's having that much fun. He likes beating the top players, but when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, usually people are on the losing end, right? Just because of his successful history as world champion and world number one.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts to play such positions against him, especially to land up in this mess with the white pieces right out of the opening. It can't be a pleasant experience. We can tell from him that he's not having any fun in this game at all. But that said, he's all of 18 years old, and this is such a massive experience for him as well. So there's a lot of takeaway from that. It's never easy to play against Magnus. Vincent will fight on, But Magnus has got a dream position with black, with the Grunfeld. And I think it's going to be tough for him to save. Let's take a look at some of the other boards, because the big question on everyone's mind is, can Gukesh save his position against Anish? We can see on the bottom right there, the second board, that there have been some developments in that. But still, the king is trapped on h8. White has centralized pieces. Super dangerous for Gukesh, that one.
It is looking dangerous for Gukesh. Looking at the top left in Fabiano Caruana's game, he's going for sort of what I was saying, that if he can get that end game even down a pawn, he feels confident about his chances to draw. In the bottom right, it looks like Jordan van Foreest is in this end game where he's been down a pawn. He may be able to restore material equality, and it should be equal. Arjun and Wesley So, it looks like the pawn on c6 was captured with check, and the king went up to e7, the second from the left and the bottom. We just looked at Magnus Carlsen's game, and in the top right, Tanya, it looks like Ding Liren now has a rook and 2 pawns for those 2 monster powerhouse bishops on a7 and b7, but if material keeps getting traded, I just don't think that black has the firepower to win a game like that. So Ding Liren probably feeling confident, not just that he could hold, but maybe that he could be even better. It might be worth us checking in on that game because initially Parham seemed to have an advantage, but I think that it's Ding who should be looking at this position and trying to play for more.
It's really interesting what we have in front of us. So the last move that was played by Ding was from the rook from a1. He got it to e1, doubled up on the e file with a direct threat of rook e7, picking up the c7 pawn. That is what Ding wants. Now, that said, I see our eval bar, Robert. It seems to say that white is doing well here, and it looks all great. But from a practical perspective, I still think this is a very difficult position for Ding. You know, those 2 bishops that you've been pointing out, the b7 bishop on the a8 h1 diagonal, the a7 bishop targeting the f2 pawn, the rook on d8. If it is able to join and support these bishops from rook to d2, attack on f2, he just needs a little time to be able to do that. I get it that it's really hard because you're threatening rook e7 right now. But regardless of what the eval bars say, I think practically both players are feeling that they're playing for 3 results in this game. The rook on e1 can't move away from the first rank because then the rook comes with a check. He's played rook d7, stopping the idea that we were talking about with rook e7. Everything under control. It's very hard to imagine white making progress because one of your rooks will always have to guard your own king. And once again, I just feel that the eval bar can be a little deceptive in this position in a practical sense.
Yeah, it might not be winning, or opportunities for white to win may not be plentiful, but I do think that black also doesn't have any real chances. Something I mentioned in the Gukesh game against Anish, when we're analyzing that, is when you have multiple pieces for another piece, those pieces can team up, right? That's why 2 minor pieces often are better than a rook. But in this case, this is the inherent limitation of bishops. These pieces cannot actually team up and do anything to attack. So if the rooks came off the board, let's go for rook d2, rook e2 just to get these rooks off. I know rook e7 check would likely be good, but just to show you this f2 pawn is no longer a problem. You can't attack it with another piece. This bishop can't really attack much of anything. The h3 pawn is hard to get to. So I see the eval bar saying that this gave black right back into the game and even a better position, but you can't actually threaten anything, and that's the problem with having 2 bishops. They're great in an open board when you can attack, but here you just don't have enough firepower remaining. So rook d7 was needed just to stop rook e7 check. That would have been a good move. I was just trying to emphasize a point, and as we see, Parham understands he cannot allow that rook up there on the 7th rank.
That's a really nice point that you just made, that a rook trade will favor white, or at least get him in a position where you're playing for 2 results. You're either trying to push for a win, or at least you can't ever lose. So that's a safe option. But till the rooks are on board, I still think that Parham also has his trumps. Question for Ding is going to be, how does he make progress here? How does he improve the position? And that's a question that's not easy to answer. Do you take the decision to fix black's pawns on queen's side with a move like b4, just simply not only safeguarding your own pawn on a5, but making sure that black never has any c5 stuff coming in, and just making life a little more relaxing? I'm going to take away more squares from you. Ding Liren is definitely one who's got the answers. He's the player technique. Let's check up on this. We'll come back to this one, Robert. Let's get an overview on some of the other boards because I have to say, there is action on.
There certainly is, and Ding Liren just made his move King H2. That's a very odd move. I wasn't expecting that, but still a reasonable one. And Anish Giri against Gukesh. That position, the eval bar suggesting that it's nearing equality. It's still a true fight, but I don't think we were expecting that position exactly. So maybe we should tune back into that one. So many interesting games. Magnus Carlsen is just facing that knight d4 move we talked about earlier. And what we see here is, it's the evaluation is sky high because
that's bishop.
Wait,
is this actually
what's happening? Is this what's happening here? Yeah, it is. Apparently, this is what's happening. We talked about this line earlier. We actually went through exactly this.
This is different because after bishop f5, here the pawn is on g4. So you have king h6, king g5. You're not getting checkmated.
So I guess your king go up directly, you're saying. Bishop f5 check, no g6. G6 is bad, queen f7 check, king here, and you go check and take this pawn with check, and you're just going to hunt down this king. So you're saying king h6 is available. I'm already looking at moves like h4 to create luft for the king and try to get this king in a mating net. So that's the big question at this point, is how to box this king in and checkmate it. One other thing to note, Tanya, is that this knight can't really move. So if you just make a small, pawn push, you can't develop these pieces.
This is one of those positions where I think Peter Lecker would say, if this is not checkmate, Robert, then nothing is. And I love the you're mentioning h4. You don't have to rush on h8, although that also looks very tempting. But queen h8, king g5, black then suddenly starts hitting the bishop, and still watch out idea of rook d1 checkmate as well. So white needs to be careful a little bit about his own back rank. h4, boxing up that black king on h6 looks like a great. And don't forget, as you're pointing out very rightfully, and this is what we've been saying from this game, Gukesh's biggest problem throughout has been the lack of development of the queen side pieces. He's basically, even though he's got two rooks and a knight against the queen, he's been playing without a knight and a rook the entire game.
He hasn't. He has not developed. And there's back rank checkmates. That's the one thing that white needs to keep an eye on, because if you start giving checks and thinking you're doing all this good stuff, as you see the evaluation bar going down, because rook d1 is a checkmate threat and this bishop is under attack. So black has two rooks and a knight for the queen. That's a lot of material. The problem is you can't develop, as we've been highlighting, and your king is out in the open. But I do not think queen h8 check is advisable. The move h4 looks promising to me. You could also slide this bishop back to c2, taking away the checkmate square. And that way, when you play queen h8 check, you could take on g7 because your bishop will not be loose on the f5 square. So I think that Anish Giri is well on his way to picking up a full point in this game. So we saw the take on e4, rook takes e4, and then queen f3. So it was a different move order, Tanya. You are correct. We had seen a queen coming to f8 via f5, but with the third of queen h5 mate and queen f8, you had to stop one, but couldn't stop the other. So this is really bad news for Gukesh.
So this is a live position. King h7 played, and with the pieces on the queen side boxed up, the king in a mating net, this could end really quickly. We see our eval bar, but let's not forget, Anish, of course, has got zero idea how winning the position is. But undoubtedly, he feels it. But take a look at the clock, Robert. Anish had more time than what he started with. He was ahead by an hour on the clock. Currently, he's burned so much time that he's down to just 13 minutes. Gukesh is the one who's got more than twice the amount of that time. So needs to be a little careful on the clock here.
He does, because if you start burning all of your remaining minutes, 15 moves to make, you may make an inaccuracy down the stretch when you can put the game away. But I think that Anish knows that he is winning. He senses it. He just needs to prove it over the board. So I really do believe that he is going to secure this full point. So let's zoom out for a second. We'll just look at all the boards as they currently sit just for a moment in our bird's eye view. It looks like Anish is contemplating a move, but he has not made one yet.
And that's the hardest part, right? You can feel you're winning, but to prove it over the board is what chess is about. And that's the most difficult thing. What about 13 minutes? We will jump back to that. But Robert, this is getting very exciting now.
It is. And Anish will see if he finds out that knockout blow. In the bottom right, it looks like Jordan van Foreest has equalized material against Richard Rapport. In the top right, Ding Liren's advantage is growing. That move c5 looks like it might have been an inaccuracy. Magnus Carlsen in charge, and Wesley So, Arjun Erigaisi don't know what's happening there. We'll find out. But first, we will go to a break. And when we return, it's more from that venue you see on your screen in Wijk aan Zee.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at
guy.
that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, no, I speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10?
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him. With him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me,
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
Who is next is the question that everyone wants the answers to. We will find out on January 29th, but right now it is round 2 of the Tata Steel Masters. So many participants in that playing venue, many spectators as well, and we have 6 games still in progress. Some of them electric, tactical, checkmating positions. Others are end games that may be familiar to some because, Tanya, I'm going to bring up the game between Abdusattorov and Caruana. I don't want to say I told you so, but to everybody watching this video, I told you so. Fabiano knew what endgame he wanted to reach, and we are in that endgame. It is 3 pawns for black, 4 for white, but this is a theoretical draw. So unless Fabiano blunders horribly, this game will conclude with the players splitting the point.
You called it out, Robert. You predicted this, that this is the understanding that these top players need, that you can be a pawn down, but it's not enough. It's just not enough for the full point. And Fabi knows it, you know it. And we all know that you were dying to say, I told you so. And congratulations on this one. But this just shows high-class defense and high-class endgame technique by both you and by Fabi. The big question that I think Fabi will answer very soon, and the only one that's important in this position, is where does he want the H-pawn? Will he eventually go king g6, king h5, or does he keep the structure as is and allow white's pawn to get to h5? I think that's the last finesse that one needs to get to. And Robert, just before we move on to the next game, I want to ask you, you were black, would you go for king g6, h5 here, or would you just still?
I would do this. King g6, king g7. Do a whole lot of nothing. Because the issue with double pawns, and particularly with isolated pawns, is that they're susceptible to attack. But when there's only one rook and a king remaining, those are the only pieces that can attack the pawns. Because how would a pawn attack a pawn? That's offering a trade. If you go e4, e5, I'll just take you. And then that's an even easier draw. So Nodirbek is trying to bring his king up potentially, but then your rook is stuck. This rook on a2 is very active. Your rook needs to stay on the f file, otherwise you lose the f2 pawn. Pawn moves, the g pawn is loose. So perhaps he'll try to push his pawn something like this, all of his pawns, and try to bring his king up to h5. But even then, he still can't make progress. So there isn't really much that Fabiano needs to do. He can sit with his king on g6. He can bring it back to g7. He can just slide his rook back and forth. And that is what you need to do in this position. If white ever pushes e4, e5, even with a pawn f4, you simply keep swapping pawns. There will not be enough material remaining. There are no pass pawns. And so Fabiano Caruana is going to draw this game.
I love it. So just don't do anything at all. And that is good enough for this position. Well, there is one player who needs to do something about his position. Let's get the overview that we've got going on, because my eyes are on the Anish Gukesh board. That has the game of the round so far for me. Great tactical blows from start up until this point. And with Gukesh having his king stuck on h6, we see a few moves have been played. Robert, I want to start from the point where we left it just before the break. Anish went into a long think. He's down to about 12 minutes on the, and after giving a check on f5, king h6, he comes back bishop c2. You were mentioning, let's just have this on the board. You were mentioning the move h4, which looked so strong as well to create a luft for the king and also box up black's king. But I also like Anish's approach. He's moved the bishop back to c2. He's guarding the d1 square, which is super important. And he has a nasty little threat. Now he wants to go queen h5, queen h8. And after king, because the bishop on f5 doesn't hang anymore, he's threatening to pick up the g7 pawn. And of course, still, black is able to not develop the pieces on the queen side. The nightmare continues for Gukesh. I like bishop c2.
This is a tragic position for him, and he kind of looks alone in the world in this camera angle. It's just him. Anish has left the board, but Anish is going to leave this game with a full point and some precious rating points. He's working his way toward 2770. I mean, Anish used to be nearly 2800. His rating took a bit of a hit as well, but you play these kids, it's tough, but right now it's tough for the kid, and Gukesh's king is not going to last that much longer. We're talking about queen h8 check. There could be queen coming to g6 at some point with checkmate, queen f5, throwing queen g6 or queen h7. I just don't think that there's any defensive method here. Can't move your knight, you lose your rook. Now this one's over, Tanya.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit of a sight, and this just shows how how alone and lonely the game of chess is. I mean, we see it on our cam, Gukesh on his screen, on the board, a very difficult position to defend. He's all of 17. He's had a tough start to the tournament, and this game doesn't look like it's going to go his way. He won't be able to save this one. That king on 8-6 is a lonely king, and this is going to be a tough one. And you can see Gukesh realizing and feeling that it's all over.
And we feel for him. He's such an easy person and player to root for. Always working very hard at the board and behind the scenes. He has a team behind him. He really is giving it his all at the Olympiad. I remember when he lost that game to Abdusattorov. He started 8 wins in a row, and then he lost a heartbreaker to Abdusattorov, and he cried. He cried. There are photos of it, and I don't want to bring up a sad memory for him, but he also was able to rebound. And it's not like it broke him. It was a tough result in a match that could have gone his team's way. It was a game that just got away from him down the stretch, nerves and stress. But he is here, and he may be losing his first 2 games against Ding Liren and Anish Giri. But any player in the world can lose those first 2 games to those 2 opponents. So he needs to keep his head held high. I know you were talking about this, Tanya, that the last stretch of 2022 was not what he was hoping for. He didn't continue going up the rating ladder, but that's not the end of the world. He is so young. He's the youngest player in this field. It's his first time in this environment. He'll be okay.
He'll be okay, but not for right now. Handshakes, and that is it. Gukesh realizes that he can't save this position. We see the 2 players on the board. Anish with a fantastic game, a fantastic win. Robert, what you were mentioning, I think this is what makes this young brigade of chess talents champions, and Gukesh is no exception to that. The ability to get over these things. It happened at the Olympiad, as you mentioned, the round against Uzbekistan, against Abdusattorov, and I remember it was Vishy Anand who was telling the story that after that loss, he was mentoring and he was a guide to the Indian team. He actually would need their help and need his help and his support. He went to see them, but the kids were just busy playing table tennis after that match. They were upset, of course, but it didn't take them long to realize that, you know what, it's fine, it's happened, we've got to get back to the board the next day. And this is what we see right now. Of course, super disappointed with the way the game has gone, but sportsmanship. He sits down to analyze, because what is important for these youngsters is also to learn from these losses and to come out stronger from them.
For sure. And a lot of respect, mutual respect between these two. Anish Giri, he's been to India many times. He did that match against Vidit. I was there for it, and the atmosphere was fantastic. It was superb. Over 1,000 people came to it. So Anish, he is a huge friend to the Indian scene. And Gukesh, I mean, these 2 players know each other. They will know each other a lot better, say, a few years from now when they get more games against each other. But now it's Anish who's happy. The Dutchman goes to 1.5 out of 2. He drew with black against Fabiano Caruana. He gets the job done with white against Gukesh now.
And it's so interesting to see that the 2 players are so involved and invested, analyzing this crazy tactical sequence. And the arbiter's like, no, you guys got to move on. There are other games going on. Hurry up, sign the score sheet. And Anish and Gukesh just don't care. They continue analyzing the game. They continue analyzing the sequence of moves. And the arbiter there forcing them to call it a day.
Yes, get out of the playing hall. There are other people playing, shh. So, hushed tones or not, Anish Giri will be thrilled. They can go analyze outside, but it's a win for Anish. And in the other games still going on here, we see the end game in the top left. Not much has changed. We see an end game in the top right. That one is actually very interesting, where Ding Liren's king is snaking up the H file and could cause black some problems. At the bottom right, we haven't looked at. I see the players are still just,
Robert,
they're talking.
I'm so amused with this. I'm so amused with what is going on there. They had to actually call another arbiter to get these 2 to move on.
I think it's also hard to get Anish to move on. First of all, he talks a lot. And second of all, he's from the Netherlands. You don't want to upset the local hero. But at some point, they will get out of their chairs because their game is over. And all right, it's about time for them to get on with their day.
Yes, absolutely. And Gukesh needs to keep this a loss behind him. It's been a tough start, but again, we have been saying this. It's a long, long tournament. And there we see the pieces are being set back again. And Gukesh has this thing, regardless of the result, he always sets the pieces, sits on his board, gets his composure back, calmly gets up. You don't see those emotions. I think the only one time where I've experienced it and seen it was that game at the Olympiad against Abdul Sattarov, losing to Nodebek.
Yes, and he has just had so many successes at such a young age. He is a fantastic player, and just looking at the positions we have left, the Arjun game against Wesley So is interesting, but my eyes are on the bottom left. Magnus Carlsen, he looks like he's working his way towards victory. We've liked his position for a while, but it's gone from an even material and a better position to one where Magnus is technically down material. Well, I guess it's technically even. 2 pawns and a knight for a rook, but in reality, it's black just cruising because the pawns that you have are moving up the board. Your knight is protected by the bishop. Let's just see how we got here, Tanya, but it's clear that Magnus should be able to win this game.
So we were discussing about a piece landing on a4, and there we saw Magnus reroute the knight from b6, from a4 to c5, eyeing the e4 pawn, eyeing the d3 square. The b4 knight is not stable. Black can always push it away with the move a5, taking control of the d3 square. So a nice plan there by Magnus, bringing the knight into the game.
And Vincent brought his knight towards the center and played bishop g5, going for knight e7 check. And Magnus said, have fun with that. Knight takes e4. It looks like it blunders a piece. There are 2 white pieces staring at the knight on e4. But if the rook takes e4, you're not going to take here. You're going to take this knight on d5, and you win a pawn, and we'll go on to win the game. So after knight takes e4, we said knight e7 check. Rook takes, bishop takes, knight takes c3. The rook has to move. It's under attack. And now we see why Magnus has such a big advantage. It's these passed pawns with this great knight on c3.
And no one's going to stop these pawns. I mean, we already see the b5 pawn has rolled down to b4. Even materially, black has got 2 pawns for an exchange. So if you just calculate, that's 5 points each. So really not even materially down. The knight on c3 is a total monster. b4 up on the board. The rook will join the fight. a4, b3 coming in. I don't see how Vincent can survive this. There are no targets in black's position. Nowhere where the rook and the queen can find their harmony and put pressure on. This just looks like game over for white.
It's truly terrible. I'm wondering if somehow you can eliminate this knight, and if you could essentially take on c3 and then take again and give up in exchange for a pawn, perhaps you'd have some outside chances. It just doesn't seem very realistic. So Magnus, he's pushing his pawns forward with confidence. He doesn't feel like he has any trouble converting this game. We'll see if Vincent could put up some resistance as he faced in round 1 against Parham. And we are nearing the time control. 32 moves have been played in this game. You reach move 40, you gain an additional 50 minutes. So that's what the players are aiming for at the moment.
And it's easy to forget that you can end up in time trouble because of the format of the tournament. The players played an hour and 40 minutes, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. There's also an increment. So you feel you have all the time in the world. But just this very case that we have in front of us, Vincent has got 8 more moves to make, Robert, and he's got only 12 minutes, and it's a difficult position to defend. So even though this is a classical format and a classical time control, time management still plays a very important role.
It does indeed. And we've talked about that with Gukesh and with Vincent, down to 12 minutes, ticking down. Tough position for him. 8 moves, not easy to make when those pawns are storming up the board. So it's not looking good for him. We can bounce around because we still have 5 games in total remaining. And I'm looking at the top right. Look at Ding Liren's king, and also his rook just went from e6 and snagged a pawn on a6. So I feel like Parham is in some serious trouble at this stage. Ding Liren, since he gave up material, and I was saying, oh, black should be doing slightly better, it feels like everything has gone right for the number 1 player from China.
And the big change in the position from when we left it last was that white's king was stuck on g1, and it just looked like these 2 bishops along will create a lot of counterplay against the king. But king on h4 is super safe. At any point, white can even sacrifice a rook for one of the bishops if the pawns are advanced enough and it's required. So definitely Parham is in a bit of trouble here. But I still think that it's far from over, Robert. And the reason for that is simply because the two bishops have their own strengths. You've got moves like bishop d8 check. White still has to decide what to do with the king. Because if you go king h5, then suddenly bishop f7, and that's not looking like it's going to be enough to give up the rook in this instance.
You have to, right? It's checkmate if you don't take it. So rook takes f7. And if you take back, the good news for white is you can throw in a check, push your passed pawn. And there are 3 pawns for the bishop. So in the current state of the game, it's a rook and 3 pawns for 2 bishops. White's actually up material. So I feel like, things have really gone wrong for Parham. We left off here. He goes rook d7, king h2. You can't take on f2. There's rook f5 check. Picking up the bishop, that would be a blunder. So it goes c5. And there's the problem with c5 is the white king goes up, sure, all the way to h4. But this pawn on a6 is a target. This pawn on c5 needs to be defended. And rook e6 happened very quickly. If you take this pawn on a5, thinking it's a free pawn, the white king goes up the board here. There's check. You're going to win this pawn with check. No. 3 unopposed passers. I do not like the look of this.
And my first feeling here was that it might not be enough, but as you were playing out the line, I saw the eval bar says that actually white is super strong. Those 3 pawns will tell. So it does look like Ding has got everything under control. Currently, rook a6. This is the position on the board. Parham thinking, probably evaluating, does he go for this line? If not, what should he continue with? Can he try and create some chances? A b4 comes to mind, but it doesn't look like it's going to be in time because you're not able to create a passer. The pawn structure is such that black can just never have a passed pawn.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Parham loses this game in very shortly. It just feels like the trajectory is going against him. It's not easy to play against Ding Liren of all people. And while we're talking about Ding, he has previously scored a second-place finish in Tata Steel. He has not played too much over the last couple of years. He is the number 2 rated player in the world. He finished second place in the candidates. He's earned his spot to play against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship, but he kind of out of practice to some extent. And in the online formats, he lost internet connection. A famous example when Magnus resigned because the previous game Ding lost by his internet connection. And then, of course, Ding Liren in the Chess.com Global Championship, he lost to Nihal Sarin. So his performance online wasn't as superb as you would expect from someone of his caliber. But now that he's back to classical chess, Tanya, his rating is going up and up and up, and it's not stopping.
Yeah, and it's good to see Ding do that. We all know just how strong a player he is. Pre-COVID, his finishes at the Sinkfield Cup, defeating Magnus. Many of the chess world believed that he would be the worthy challenger against him as well. But the last couple of years, as you've been pointing out, haven't been kind to Ding for many reasons. In the online format, it was always the time difference. He would often have to play at 4 in the morning in China, at 5 in the morning in China. There was no sleep there, internet issues, no internet, often getting to tournaments, no visas, all these problems. And hopefully now for the World Championship, we won't have an issue of no sponsorship. That would just be sad to see. Currently at 28-11, he is the world number 2, right after Magnus Carlsen, the only player to cross 2,800 and see him here start the tournament, showing form, showing that he is in shape. He's probably been preparing really hard for the match. In his interview that he's taking this event really seriously. Not only has he been preparing chess-wise, Robert, but also mentally for the event, where you have so much pressure. It's all eyes on you in the World Championship match. There's only one game going on, and you've got to keep your focus on. And maybe this is what we're seeing, the outcomes, the fruit of kind of preparation, because it's been a great start for him so far at the Tata Steel.
Yeah, Ding Liren is phenomenal, and you're saying that everyone is happy to see him back. I would disagree with that because I think the other competitors may not be so thrilled because when Ding Liren is on form, he is a scary opponent. So we are happy that Ding Liren is getting to play in this event, of course. But I think some of these people like Parham right now is like, can Ding maybe stop playing classical chess for the moment? I want to have a chance. And it really did look like Ding was in trouble earlier on. Thought that he was going to have a disadvantage, but as you see him, he is staring at that board. Yeah, he's a fighter. He's staring at the board, and he is ready to take home this game. He wants it. He wants to win this tournament, and it would be a huge accomplishment for the number 2 player in the world to win in Tata Steel.
I couldn't agree, but it's a long, long way to go right now. This is just round 2, and things are just getting started. The one thing I feel about these youngsters, and Parham is just 22 years old himself. He is from Iran, a super strong player, close to 2,700, and I think one of the biggest prodigies around. Yes, it's tough when you face a player like you're hoping and wishing that, you know what, right now I'm not having fun in this game. Would have been better if Ding wasn't here. But for these players, it's so much about the experience of playing against the best in the world as well. And that counts for something. Parham right now is not thinking about the result. He's not thinking about who he's playing. He's just thinking about how can he create a mess out of the position he has. And Robert, we'll come back and see if Parham manages to find some resources. Currently, Ding looking good and strong in this one. Let's get an overview, go back to our bird's eye view of all that's happening and what catches your attention.
Well, we really haven't looked at the game between Jordan van Foreest and Richard Rapport, and I just don't think we will for the time being. It could be an endgame advantage for Richard. He had a pawn down rook endgame yesterday. He might get into a pawn up rook endgame today, so we'll keep an outside eye on it. But what is catching my attention is the game between Wesley So and Arjun Erigaisi. I think we're nearing the finish line in that one. There is not much material remaining between those two. So why don't we just quickly tune into that game? Actually, I didn't see the rooks, honestly. So I take it back completely. I missed the rooks on the board. So it's like, oh, like we're in a bishop endgame. But with the rooks there, I take everything back. There's a rook on c2 behind a passed pawn. Black has some work to do to hold on to this game.
100%. I mean, there's a pawn on c7, and it's far from falling right now. That is one strong pawn. Your king on e3 has the option. Black has to make sure the king doesn't come to d4, c5, b6, protecting that pawn, and that would be very difficult to save. You've got a clear path ahead, right? You want to go king d4, you want to go king c5, you want to go king b6, king a7. Black is counting on the move king d6, trying to save it, but then the rook would jump in with a check on c6. This, I mean, I see our eval bar, and it says that Arjun's fine, but I would agree with what you just said, that there's work to be done to prove that evaluation. It is so much easier to play with white, right? And king e3, how do you fight king d4? Do you go rook d1 here?
You can't play rook d1, just cutting off the king before it even gets there. But another thing to be worried about is rook c5. Maybe you give up the pawn on c7 if it means you can win multiple black pawns. And just to show something, rook c5, if you play king d6, go ahead. Attack my rook, attack the pawn. What if white just starts taking pawns and goes this way and that way? And now you see the white is up a pawn. So instead of having a passer, you're up material and you have a second pawn that can go. White is clearly much better.
It's a tough endgame. It's a tough endgame. And it's the kind of positions that Wesley really enjoys, you know, where there's no danger for white at all. White's got nothing to worry about. It's sort of the position that you're playing for 2 results. And this is exactly where you don't want to end up with Wesley.
Yeah, even if the engine says slightly better for white, nothing major, I think Wesley wins these types of endgames all the time. And if you're Arjun, you have to come up with a plan. Just like we were talking about in the Fabiano game against Abdusattorov, are there certain endgames where you may be down a pawn, but you feel confident holding? That is not easy to pinpoint in this position because there's more material remaining. So he does, in fact, play rook to d1. I'm looking at rook to c5. I'm wondering how he's going to respond to that move. And maybe it's not king to d6. Perhaps that move isn't quite as accurate as something else. But after rook c5, a5 is hanging, g5 is hanging. The c7 pawn isn't under attack. It's safe and sound. Tanya, I think we need to come up with a plan for Arjun really quickly.
I think it's easy to explain rook d1. He has definitely seen rook c5, but he realizes that what he can't allow is the king march down the board. He just cannot allow white's king to shift from the king side to the queen side. That would be game over. So rook d1, I think, is the right path, and the eval bar confirms it. After rook c5, I like what you pointed out. don't give the g5 pawn. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to create some counterplay. Let's say rook c5, and I ignore your threats and I go f5. I'm not going to give up the pawn. Okay, the eval bar luckily did not shift, so that gives me a little confidence. You pick up the pawn on a5, and then I want to go king d6.
Okay, you're going right for that pawn on c7. I can see that, because if you play rook a7, you're defending the pawn, but now white's pieces are extremely passive. And
c1, Robert, might just be a move here, picking up the pawn immediately.
Right, because white's not in time to push the b pawn, so you get that pawn right back, and that's not the end of the story. Sometimes this is a special example, but you trade rooks. I have the pawn back; it's equal. But with white's king being so active here, I think that it's likely black loses this endgame, as you have this outside passer could use the decoy, and then you go after the remaining pawn. So you are right that you clearly were right. The engine agreed with your analysis that instead of bringing the king up to g6 right away, you keep the g5 pawn defended by making a move like f5, and maybe at some point black can even go after the h pawn. So it's a messy endgame. And Tanya, there are so many people who are in Wijk aan Zee. They're watching these games. I mean, look at this crowd.
Wow.
So that adds to the pressure. You're already playing Wesley So, and f5, by the way, just happened, so it doesn't feel that much pressure, I guess. But what do you think, Tanya? Do you feel like the younger players, they might be more nervous than the experienced players because they're not used to having this live audience, at least so many people just kind of hovering around, all eyes concentrated on them?
Pressure and energy, it just feels like two different sides of the same coin here. You've got all these spectators who are watching you play, and yes, it could add pressure, but to somebody who's not used to it, or somebody who hasn't played at a big stage. But for these young players as well, we call them young, but they're so mature in their attitude towards their game and towards the experiences that they've had playing against the elite, that this is just part of the territory. It just comes with it, and they know it. I think them energy to go out there and to play better. You know what they say, Robert? You're doing something right if you achieve this kind of pressure. If you've got people watching you, people following haters who are clamoring down there to see your games, you know that you're doing something right. And I think right now the players are so games. They don't care about this. I know youngsters, this doesn't bother them at all. They've seen this happen before, especially at the Olympiad and at other events. There's so much fan following as well. When we were on site for the Champions Chess Tour event as well, there were constantly people around, and it just didn't seem to faze them at all. So I don't believe, I think these guys are just too strong and just too focused to get pressurized with this. The only thing that matters is what's going on the board. And that's the only thing on their mind. Right now, I'm happy to see that the line that we were looking at, Arjun has gone for that defense with f5. That's always a good feeling to caution and see these world's best players agree with these lines. Yes, Wesley can pick up the pawn on a5, but as you were mentioning, the c7 pawn can fall. And what's very fascinating about this particular situation, and I find it hard to believe, Robert, is that Wesley and Arjun have never played against each other. This is the first time that they meet in an over-the-board classical match.
And playing Wesley So is something different because he has this clinical style where in a position just like the one we have on the board, he is able to defeat all the highest rated players. He has impressive tournament victories to his name. He won the Chess.com Global Championship. He's won the U.S. Championship before. He's won the Grand Chess Tour. So Wesley So knows how to get it done. And he has won in Wijk aan Zee. Well, of course, Arjun qualified for this event by winning the Challengers. And it's a challenge to get from the next step, right? From Challengers to Masters. Vincent Keymer talked about that in his interview. But Arjun, he's doing an admirable job. I just feel like this is Wesley being at home in this kind of endgame. He really loves to grind it out, to play a long game, and to outplay his opponent and squeeze a victory from what looks like a surefire draw.
It's not going to be easy to squeeze this one out. I mean, look at Arjun on our screen. He looks absolutely relaxed. What really works for Wesley here is what we've been saying, that It's a position for two results. Wesley definitely feels very good about that. You're safe and there's no problem on the board. There's no mess, nothing to worry about. That's when Wesley becomes a real monster. But I just don't think he has enough once the C7 pawn falls off. That is his big trump. But after the sequence of move that we pointed out, with 6 coming in, a5 gets picked up, but you've got rook c1, you pick up the c7 pawn. It just feels like there's too little board to make anything out of. Wesley has won the Tata Steel Masters before, but he's looking for a good performance. He's had a rough 2022, especially in classical chess. He won the global championship, definitely a high moment for him. He mentioned over there that, he wants to focus and improve his classical results, and this is the start of the year. So the first game ended in a draw. He had his chances against Jordan. This one seems like the same narrative, following the same narrative, where I think Wesley, with the white pieces, was never. He had his chances, but perhaps never enough to take the full point home.
That's right. So Wesley, in this game, maybe a bit better, but also might have the same fate as in game 1. But I do want to take us out of this game for a moment, because the game that is catching my eye is the one between Ding Liren and Parham Maghsoodloo. You see only one rook for white remains, and before we had 2 rooks. So it was a rook versus a couple bishops, but white had some extra pawns. Now we have a bishop and a rook for black, and white has a rook and 5 pawns. So it's a 4-pawn lead for white. And, well, Parham is going to have to work really hard to save this game. I see the eval bars kind of going up and down as it gets more depth, trying to figure out, is white winning this game? I just think from a practical perspective here, there are some serious passers here, but black is threatening to take this pawn on c3. So, Tanya, your first instinct, is this going to be a win for Ding Liren, or is Parham holding this endgame?
Tough question, but my first instinct here is that Ding has better chances of winning this endgame than Wesley has of winning his endgame. I think these 3 pawns here, with the king on h6, the rook activity, it's going to be a tough task for Parham to defend. We'll come back. It's going to be a long grind here. I want us to zoom out for a moment, because my eyes and my attention taken with what is happening left of our screen. We were talking about the game against Winston, and while other games are all in an end game and it looks like they're going to be quite a grind down, this one will fire, and it looks like Winston is on the burning end here.
It's a great way of putting it, and he is in serious trouble. Look at this position. There's a bishop on c3 attacking this rook, a rook on d3 protected by a pawn. All of black's pieces seem to be defending one another, and so that's really bad news for Vincent, who there's no way he's down to 3 seconds, right? I mean, just look at him on camera here. It looks like he's trying to figure it out. Okay, I refreshed. He went queen to e2, so it's not his move. The clocks haven't updated. He's attacking this pawn h5, giving up this rook on e1, and I wonder if it can be captured or if there are some checks that white has, but the answer is they're not a single check, but there's a tactic, I guess. If bishop takes e1, there's queen takes d3, I say with no confidence whatsoever, and yeah, okay, maybe that's available because the queen on c6 is not protected.
That is tactics everywhere, but I see a rival bar. It does agree that Magnus is clearly better. Let's just bring our live position up one more time, because I seem to have just lost you for a moment there, Robert. And queen e2 played. So bishop e1 is the line that you were talking about, which is not possible.
So, sorry, which line's not possible?
So queen e2 played. Bishop e1 would run into queen d3.
Yes, exactly. So that's why Magnus brought his queen up to d5, just getting out of any potential pins.
And now bishop e1 is a big threat, but that is not even the biggest problem on the board. You've got ideas like rook d2 coming in. You've got ideas like a4, b3. The pawns are unstoppable. Meanwhile, queen on d5, and Magnus is quite the master of sort of placing his queens in the most active square. The queen helped the rook go to d2. It's centralized. It also defends the f7 pawn against any ideas like queen e8 check. White can play queen e8, rook e7, but then what? Nothing is happening. The queen from d5 defends all of it. It's a beautifully placed piece, and this just feels like it's So I think I almost want to say that I think this is going to be easy for Magnus.
I believe that. I mean, look at him. He's got his arms crossed. He doesn't seem particularly stressed out, and looks like Queen E8 check based on that hand motion from Vincent. And well, there's only one move after Queen to E8. And speaking of one move, Rook E3 was played. That was move 39. It means Vincent has one more move after Magnus' reply to get to move 40 to gain more time. But time is not the issue right here. It's the position. Right now, it's 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook. That's too much material. And the one thing that White has going for him is that Black's king is open, but it's not open enough. Right? Even if Black plays, say, bishop d4, I just want to get this rook to c8. That was my idea. There's no checkmate here, at least not one that I see. You have some checks, but not checkmate. So after d2, no matter where your queen gives a check, the Black king is going to escape, and then this pawn's going to promote.
Magnus there just adjusting his king a little bit. And of course, he doesn't intend to move it. But as you're pointing out, that again, it just comes down to this slice queen on d5, keeping the c6 square under control. And there would be no checks to play for. Rook e3 played. Taking his time there.
Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if he had to move his king, like, is it that bad? Like, if he played king h6, I don't think it's even a bad move.
And after queen f8, you just go bishop g7 and everything's still fine.
Yeah, so that's the good news. But he did say he adjust, and he made it very clear. So he is not going to be moving his king here. I think now that we're just talking about bishop d4 looks very reasonable. Maybe I don't think I really want to take on e3 and let this queen back to give some checks. So Magnus does need to be a bit precise.
It's also, if you just take a look at our screen, we're well into the 4th hour of play, and beyond that now, we've still got an entire hall full. It's house full there in our playing. So many spectators still watching the game and watching the best players in the world fight. It is a festival of chess, this event for Wijk. Every year. The tradition continues, and that's our playing hall, Robert.
Yeah, the festival is in full swing, and we keep saying it, but it's true. We love seeing all the participants. Look at that. Look at the background there. There are so many people who just want to be near the top players to watch their games. That is, I mean, a treat for them. And the Dutch fans and players, they have such a rich history. This is the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Masters. So 85 years of this event. And people do come each and every year to see the action. It's really great.
It's really great. And we can see some of the spectators looking up, looking towards the right. And that's because they've got screens there which are displaying the games. So it's easier for the spectators to follow while they can actually see their idols and the heroes of the chess world fight it out. They can also follow the actual games and the chess action.
Yeah, it's really a treat for them. And as someone who's been there on numerous occasions, commentating and getting to interact with the people who flock to Wijk every year, they really love the event. It's a true highlight of their year, and it's a highlight of the chess year. The chess calendar is better with this tournament, and Magnus's king is a little bit better. Now that he put his pawn on h6, he gives another square to run to. I don't think he's in any danger regardless, but he has all of these passed pawns, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before Vincent has to throw in the towel as we're about to reach move 40. So Vincent doesn't have an easy move to make, and if he gets a move off, I think it's not going to help his cause.
He's gone back with the queen to e4, offering a queen trade. And we were talking about the spectators. And as I was mentioning to you, Robert, the players are not phased by it. They're used to it. And they're especially used to it in this environment, in this setup. The tournament is in its 85th edition. So it's quite a monumental year. What's amazing to see is that after 2 tough years, without any spectators, without any media because of COVID, and it is a full of people, back to life, just the way we like it. It was earlier in Wijk. The tournament used to be held in Wijk, I think, since 1938, and then moved to Wijk in 1968. It's also changed sponsors over the years, but since 2011, Tata Steel has been the big sponsor. But what has really stood out has how Wijk has been home to breakout performances, to the stars of the chess world. The champions of this event have been the one who've gone on to dominate the world of chess.
The who's who of chess have made their way through Wijk and as you said, breakout performances. Think about Jordan van Foreest. He has overperformed in Wijk each and every time he has played in the top group. He has taken down the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, Mamedyarov, name a top player. He has likely played them and done well against them. So it does give an opportunity for players who don't always get the grand stage to shine because of the organization. They invite a mix of top players who have been at the top for a decade plus, and then youngsters who will be the stars of the future, who will play in their 15th Tata Steel Masters eventually. So I think that it is really great. We get to see Daniil Dubov usually in a field like this. That's a lot of fun. He's such an exciting player. One year they got him this T-shirt. So at the opening ceremony, they got gag gifts for players. And they got him a T-shirt that said, my opening prep is better than yours. So, they like to have a good time with things in Wijk. And one player who is having a good time and has a history of a good time is Magnus Carlsen. But let's zoom out from his board. They are reaching move 40 here. So Magnus can think, spend some time, whereas maybe some of the other players are in a little bit more of dire straits.
So there is still action on. Of course, Magnus's board looking dominating there on as we just saw. Huge advantage there by Albar, and I see Magnus has made a move. It looks like a queen trade with the endgame, keeping all the trumps in the position. Meanwhile, just next to the Magnus board, we see the Wesley Arjun game, Robert, where Wesley decided his best chance is to not go for the a5 pawn and pick up the c7 pawn. He still keeps his chances alive as long as the pawn is on the board. And that's what he's playing for. I still believe it's not going to be enough. Then we've got the Richard Rapport versus Jordan van Foreest game. I mean, the whole game, Jordan's been on the defense, holding on. He was down a pawn with those two bishops. The material is equal, and it looks a lot more balanced.
Yeah, I think that Jordan has great chances to hold this game because of his activity. The b4 pawn is going to drop. We can bring up that board if we want, but the b4 pawn is about to fall, and he's been worse. He was down a pawn, then he restored material equality. Now he's going to lose a pawn again, but he can get active, bring a rook to d6, try to go after this pawn on f6. So I'm not worried about his position, but what I am a bit worried about is just the play he's had in these first two games. It's been shaky, and there could be some rust, there could be some nerves. I mean, he has won this event before, so we know what he's capable of. But in game one, he had the white pieces against Wesley So. He was down a pawn and had to make a draw. In game two, with the white pieces, he was down a pawn and had to make a draw if he makes this draw. So I just don't think that Jordan is showing his best chess, and that's actually a compliment to him. If he can show his shaky chess and still draw those two superstars, well, what's going to happen when he starts playing better out of this opening?
And hopefully we'll get to see some of that chess as well. I think for Jordan, he's just not been getting his kind of positions in the middle game, which basically means messy stuff where everything is hanging and nothing makes sense. On the other hand, in both these games we've seen out of the opening, Jordan somehow has ended up being a pawn down. The openings haven't gone his way, and he's been struggling but showing fighting chess and resourcefulness so far. As you mentioned, if he holds this, there is something to be said about being able to defend difficult positions. And in a long tournament, that counts a lot. Let's zoom out. We will come back to this one. There is action still on. You were mentioning about the Fabi Abdusattorov board, and we can see that on the top left. Fabi still down a pawn, but I think this one he will hold. This has been your I told you so moment, your I told you so game, Robert. You've been calling this out from the very start. I think this is no problem at all. And it all comes down to this last game on the bottom, on the top right. Ding Liren against Parham. Ding really keeping the edge going. Will it be enough for him to convert this position with so much material imbalance, currently at 4 pawns for a piece.
I don't envy Parham's task. I just see these passed pawns for Ding Liren, and that makes me nervous. But Parham, he's played a pretty good game. At least he's played good stretches of this game. He withstood Ding Liren's pressure when there was that knight takes f7 and material imbalance, but then things went wrong for him. And that happens. You're playing Ding Liren. It's a tough game. It's a lot of calculation, but I do think that he is capable of holding this. That's for sure. It's just not going to be that simple.
I think the game I really want to go to is the Magnus game. And the reason for that is I think it might even end really soon. We see that Vincent does have an extra exchange, but Magnus's pawns, I mean, just look at those pawns marching down the board, Robert. I don't see a way for White to fight them, even though the queens have been traded and it's an endgame. We've got b3 that's played. White has got no time to pick up the c4 pawn. Let's see if we can pull that board up. b3 played by Magnus Carlsen. And if Vincent was to indeed grab the pawn on c4 in this position, Magnus can go on to just perhaps pick up the pawn on a2. Is that the idea?
So the point here is if pawn takes a2, it looks like the bishop on c3 is hanging, but you need that rook on c1 to cover the promotion square. But it does feel like after rook a4, well, we get a queen. You take, we get this trade here. Black is up 2 pawns, not just 1 pawn, 2 pawns. So after rook d5, the reason why the second pawn is important is that eventually, if we can push our pawn to h3, we have a second one behind it. And that's really important. Do not take that for granted. Double isolated pawns, we've seen them mocked. I mocked them earlier in Fabiano Caruana's position, but here it actually plays a pivotal role in any kind of endgame. So in the start here, Tanya, rook takes c4. I'm wondering if there's anything else besides b takes a2. I don't really think so. I feel like that's the only option. b2, the rook will slide to b1. And now if I can take your bishop and take your pawn, White is not in trouble because look at this. The a2 pawn would still be on the board. So b takes a2 looks like a forcing sequence. And Magnus must have calculated that this is winning.
Yeah, it's definitely a better version to take the a2 pawn, get rid of that. One of the things that Magnus, as his very strength, is his ability to evaluate positions at the end of lines correctly. We often find him do that. He also has this knack of just great calculation. I mean, there are so many strengths, but I think he knows that endgame after rook c4, you take on a2, you trade, and he just knows that this endgame offers him great winning chances, and he believes in his endgame touch, for which he's quite famous.
Yeah, he is an endgame wizard. He has been for a long time. He has the applause of everybody because he wins positions that look unwinnable. This looks very winnable, and I believe he has calculated, he has seen the future, if you will, and he knows that that position will be winning for him. And I don't think it's that complicated in many ways. Some end games you have to be very careful. There, he's going to plant his rook on d5 at the start to protect his pawn. He can even bring his rook over to g5 at some point to keep the white king honest, and then the black king will try to zoom over to the queen side. So just to show that one more time very quickly, that in a situation like this, with the rook on d5, let's say this king tries to run, this black rook can sit on g5 and pressure this pawn. So the king can't move anymore. And then the black king will just try to work its way this way. And it's interesting because the bar isn't sky high or anything like that. But I wonder if this is just winning for black. I really feel strongly that it should be, unless this white rook somehow gets active. But that takes quite a bit of time, in which case the black rook will slide behind the passed pawn.
Very nicely explained, Robert. And I think we just saw Magnus return to his board brief. See that Vincent still hasn't made his decision. And there we see him coming back with what looks like a glass of water there. Tough endgame for Vincent. All these... I don't even alternative to rook c4. I have a feeling that we will be seeing this rounding being played out, and Magnus will show us the path, the technique required to win it. You were pointing out the rook g5 idea. I loved it. B3. It's a tough task for Vincent, but it's been a dominating game, Magnus, right from the opening.
It certainly has. An impressive display from the world champion in all three disciplines. He wants to get on the scoreboard early. That's been one of the issues in Tata Steel's past, is that he struggles out of the gate. He's a little bit sluggish. So if he can get a win early and then keep up that form, I mean, good luck to the rest of the field. But I mean, it's not proven that this is a win. We'll watch him do it. I'm excited to see it because I'm going to learn from Magnus Carlsen. Who doesn't want to learn from Magnus Carlsen? This is what we're all here for. But Vincent, he's going to play this out because why not? Resignation is 0 points. If you lose on the board, that's also 0 points. So you have to play this out if you are Vincent Keymer. And it's not completely game over until Magnus shows us his plan.
And we see the end game approach, the one that we were discussing, played out. Everything's going to be traded off, and we come into this end game where White's dream was to have the behind the a-pawn and not in front of it. In any rook pawn ending, what you want is to have your rook at an active spot and not a passive spot. And what will make life super difficult for Vincent. Magnus goes rook d5, a horizontal defense of both the a5 and the h5 pawn. The king always threatens to march up the board. This looks like it's going to be Magnus's endgame. He will show us how it's done, but while he does that, let's zoom out and take a look at some of the other we've got going. One of them, Robert, is the second from the bottom. See Wesley against Arjun. It's been going on for a while. Wesley really trying to grind this one, but Arjun looks like he's made progress. On F4, the pieces look active. C7 still stopped, not making it easy for Wesley.
No, he's not. And so Wesley, he is going to try to continue pressing, but I'm not sure he's going to be the one pressing if the game continues in this manner. Black has a pass pawn of his own, so we'll see if Arjun Erigaisi is able to continue this impressive display of technique and at the minimum make a draw. But now the players have reached move 40. They have made the second time patrol, gaining 50 minutes on the clock. We are going to take a break, but when we return, it's more from round 2 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Fabiano Caruana is back in Wijk. He's had many different results in Wijk. He's sometimes doing poorly when he starts not so well because the tournament is very long, but he's also won the tournament before. He used to be a world number 2 for a very long time. Now he has some ups and downs, but if he will be in form, nobody will be shocked to see him at the very top of the standing. Fabiano Caruana.
Ding Liren is world number 2, definitely one of the best players of our times. He had a very interesting and unusual period now with COVID in China. He was not traveling very much and he was out of competitions for a long time, but he managed to play just enough to get into the candidates, and then he managed to finish second, and now he's going to challenge Nepomucci for the World Championship title. So very exciting period coming up for Ding, and we're really happy to see him back in Wijk. He's one of the tournament contenders, one of the contenders for the first place.
Magnus Carlsen keeps coming back to Wijk, and that really makes our tournament very special. We're grateful to him. He's always happy. He has good memories from the childhood. He's played every year, almost every year in Wijk, and he's won a bunch of times. Not always, but he's won a lot of times. People are always happy to see him play. certainly in terms of level, this will be the strongest Wijk aan Zee tournament that I had seen, because there will be no underdogs.
I'm really looking forward to the next edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I hope you are too. I also look forward to meet all my friends back from all the sections, amateurs, professionals, in this very beautiful village Wijk aan Zee. So see you.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prag.
He smells blood and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Three games have concluded in Wijk aan Zee. While we're on break, the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana ended in a draw. No surprise there, given the position. Anish Giri won earlier. It was a demolition against Gukesh. And then Aronian and Praggnanandhaa split the point. They were the first game to finish of the round. So, Tanya, we still have 4 games remaining. And some of them are actually quite interesting. Some life left in these games.
100%. And Magnus versus Vincent is one of them. It is such an instructive rook pawn ending. We see that on our bottom left. Magnus voluntarily went for this endgame. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he's got his good chances here because White's rook just not actively placed. But it is still a long grind and he needs to show some good technique here. Right next to him, Wesley's still trying to grind this out, but I have to say that it looks like Arjun's. Do I see our eval bar has slightly moved up to show that Wesley has made some progress? So I think that should be the one that we should go to next. Meanwhile, just really quickly, the Jordan board continues to stay even. Jordan really showing amazing defensive resources and technique in these first 2 games. Meanwhile, Ding Liren, Parham Ding in a driving seat, and it looks like he's made a lot of progress.
Yeah, I just want to point out something about the game of Ding Liren versus Parham. So I'm going to pull that up very quickly just because I think it's easy to overlook one small little thing, that if it were Black's move, this would be checkmate. So don't get checkmated would be my biggest piece of advice right now, whether that's bringing the king back to h5 to take away this check, or maybe even throwing in this rook f5 check first. These are the big questions because, this rook f5 check looks pretty good. If the king has to run away, then the white king also gets the g6 square. So you have different ways, even rook c7 check, of giving your king some safety. And that's what Ding Liren is trying to figure out.
Which check to give? Both equally attractive. As you pointed out, he just needs to make sure he doesn't fall for this trick. That shouldn't be so hard for Ding Liren. We will come back to this. Let's zoom out again and take a look at the game that caught my attention, the Wesley versus Arjun board. I think that's a really interesting endgame because we were thinking that Arjun was doing just fine, but I see our rival bar seems to slightly like Wesley's position in this. Or do you think Arjun still holding on perfectly well?
It's interesting because I feel like Arjun is playing perfectly. Like his defense has been superb. And yet I'm looking at that pawn on c7 and makes me nervous, because if you can somehow get after this bishop on c8, you will be able to get a queen. The problem is you have a bishop against a bishop. So how do you attack a bishop with a bishop? If you go here, I just take you. There's no way to dislodge this piece from c8 unless your rook somehow gets to h8 or something like that. But rooks don't move in that way. And anytime your rook runs around, the king can go scoop up the pawn. So I just don't think that Wesley has a way to make progress. If he takes on f3, down goes the pawn on h4. We are seeing the pawns come off the board. And if that's the case, then I do feel like Arjun will be able to hold. What he doesn't want, even though it's still theoretically a draw, is to leave this bishop and this rook against just a lone rook. It's a draw. If the king is normally placed, that would be a draw, but it's just not a fun defensive task.
Yeah, that's no fun at all. But even if that was to come, I think Arjun techniques and how to hold on to that and will confidently enter that position and be able to get away with a draw. Also, an interesting point in this particular position, after rook d4, the h4 pawn is hanging. You White can trade the f pawn for the h pawn, but the more pawns that get traded, the easier it gets for black to defend this. White could look at giving a check on c5, rook c5 check. But then you've got to really think that, are you okay with allowing black's king to march to f4 and all the counterplay that comes with it? A rook d5 is, of course, a safe option, but I would be scared of king f4.
Yes, because rook c5 check. If the king comes to f4, I'm thinking, oh, I have the most advanced passed pawn. Let me play rook c4 and trade rooks. And that way I don't have to watch out for rook d2 check. But if I take with the pawn over here, I have to watch out for this pawn. So I take with the bishop. The king can go after this pawn. It can also dart right back and take the c7 pawn. And very importantly, what I was saying earlier, even if you had a couple free moves, there's no way to get this bishop to move. You don't have any square possible that would offer a trade safely so you can promote your pawn. So I'm with you. I think that the king going up to f4 looks very easy for black to continue his defensive task. Arjun Erigaisi deserves a lot of credit because he drew game one against Praggnanandhaa with some great preparation, and then after that he played accurately. Now against Wesley So, it looked worse for him, but it never was that bad. It never was that big of a problem, and he is going to confidently draw his first two games with the black pieces. That's a tremendous start for the youngster.
Arjun's a fighter like that. And I think in this game as well, regardless of the fact that he got into a bit of trouble and Wesley always seems to be the one putting the pressure, we remove queen e5 in the middle game, voluntarily giving up that pawn, going into these dynamic positions. He feels confident, he feels comfortable, and that's his style of play. He's an absolute fighter. Robert, I feel like there's something about Tata Steel and Arjun. We were talking about how this platform and this tournament has been such a breakout event for so many players. Arjun back in 2022 won the challengers with 1 round to spare. He had a phenomenal performance, scored 10.5 points out of 13 and qualified for the Tata Steel Masters. Not just that, even the other Tata Steel events that happen in India, Rapid and Blitz, Arjun has won both years in that. He has had phenomenal performances, beaten the likes of Levon Aronian and some of the biggest players in the world. He's fearless in his approach in the game. He's all of 90. In a way, he's the senior most amongst the young lot, with Gukesh at 17, Vincent at 18, Pragg at 17, Arjun at 19. But his rise has been phenomenal in the chess world. He was somebody nobody knew of, no one was talking of a year and a half, 2 years ago. He was just one of the talented young Indian boys, not even very, very young at that time. But suddenly, within a gap of a year and a half, from 2,500, he reached 2,700, currently at 2,722, a spectacular rise by Arjun. And I was watching an interview where Magnus actually mentioned that amongst the Indian players and this wave of Indian talent that we have, he believes that Arjun is perhaps slightly ahead simply because he has the most universal style. And he was full of praise of Arjun's gameplay.
I believe Fabiano Caruana said the same thing on his podcast. He was praising Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, he has proven himself over these last few years. He at first was known as kind of like a speed demon, a great blitz player who was proving himself over the shorter type controls, but he's showcasing that he can do it in classical as well. And you mentioned that he seems to thrive in Tata Steel. I heard they're looking for a new Superman, so you can get Arjun Erigaisi there, the man of Tata Steel. Let's get him on the billboards.
It's not far off. We'll see that. And also, let's not forget the huge $1.5 million deal that Arjun signed, a historic one in sponsorship just recently, a couple of months ago, with a Singapore-based firm, Quantbox, I think. And with that, it's going to be interesting to see how horses are used to eventually go on to achieve his dream to try and fight for the world championship crown.
Yes, he is capable of the highest heights, and the world is rooting for him. Wesley So probably not rooting for him in this game, but it looks like it has leveled out. So I do believe that Arjun is going to hold this without too much issue. So let's zoom out once again. We still have other games going. Perhaps some things have changed. Magnus Carlsen in the bottom left showing off that endgame technique, puts his rook on f5, which keeps the king stuck, tethered to that pawn on f2. And if that's the case, the black king will go to d6 and c6 into b5. So it's going to venture on over to that passer on the a file in the top right. Still, that position, Ding Liren has not moved. He's calculating. And then in the bottom right, Jordan van Foreest and Richard Rapport, it seems like that game is quite level between these two. They're such combative players, but it looks like a draw is the likeliest outcome.
Endgames all around, but definitely in some it's even, while others are trying to defend. I see that Wesley has made a move. He moved the rook. Arjun has captured on h4. We can see it's going to be interesting to see how Magnus managed to convert this. You were pointing out that he's simply transferring the king from the king side all the way to d5 pawn. White needs to dislodge that rook on f5. The counter of that would be to try and get the king to e4, defend your f2 pawn. It's hard to White can hold this together with black finding an easy path. And this is why you want your defensive rook, the white rook, on the other side of the board, so that he can start attacking the h6 pawn. Imagine the same position, Robert, but instead of the rook on a4, the rook was on a8. And then suddenly you could try to attack the h6 pawn, the a5 pawn. But Vincent, unfortunately, is not only 2 pawns down, but also stuck with an extremely passive rook.
That's right. So we'll pull up the board, as Tanya was saying. A rook on a8 would be excellent. And I want to point out something else. I already mentioned in the Fabiano Caruana game against Abdusattorov, you want to see what endgames you can hold, even if you're down more material. So let's imagine that the only pieces remaining are in green. These 4 pieces for black, and these 2 pieces for white. So we get rook for white and a king, and then rook, f, and h pawn. There are theoretically drawish tendencies in that ending. So if somehow, some way that this a5 pawn can be removed and one of these h pawns are removed for these 2 pawns, then perhaps there is a draw available to Vincent Keymer. Now, that it looks like it should be lost. It's rook and 2 extra pawns. You're taught when you have extra material to trade, but right in those specific end games, you may not be able to win them. So I don't know how you make that work, Tanya. That's just what's in the back of my head is, even if black starts going after these, if white can take these 2, that position has drawish tendencies.
Yes, theoretically, there is, we know the h and the f pawn draws, but it's also practically really difficult to hold those positions as well. Rook pawn endings are just a different ball game. They just require so much precision, and it's the hardest kind of endgames to be precise in because every move changes the dynamic. We see that he's gone for the move with f3, and with that, the king is free. White's king on e2 is free from defending that pawn on f2. So king e3, king e4 ideas come to mind. But g2 is a weakness as well. Robert, the dream of giving up the 2 pawns and trying to get the f pawn would be the best case scenario for Vincent when it comes to trying to defend this. I just don't see Magnus allowing that endgame to happen.
Right. But I think Vincent wants some kind of king d3. So this black king wants to quickly go to b5, but if king to d6, I was imagining that the response would be king d3, going away from your kingside pawns. And if the black king keeps going, the white king cannot go to c4. Then rook f4 check trades the rooks, and that's a winning king and pawn endgame. But I thought king c3, king b5, and then I was hoping, if I'm looking at this from white's perspective, that king b3 holds the balance, because now I still have my blockade. My king is in front or near your passed pawn, and then this rook is free to go to the other side of the board and put pressure on your double isolated pawns.
There's still technique to be shown here, but it does look like Magnus knows doing. We see our eval bar not moving in its evaluation. It's not as if Black's advantage has increased, which actually credit goes to Vincent. Fighting this game out, fighting this position out after coming into so much trouble right out of the opening. And that's not an easy task when you're playing against somebody like Magnus. So Vincent really showing good defensive technique. I still have a feeling it's not going to be enough. Magnus reaching out there, ready to make his move. I think he wants to play on with the king, get the king to the queen side. I'm expecting king d6.
But he is looking a bit less confident than how we saw him earlier, right? When he had the bishop and those pawns going up the board. So he has cashed in where he has extra material, and he has played king d6, and he very well may win this game. But Vincent is putting up some stubborn defense. And there's so many different ideas. This is a very rich position, because what I'm thinking is, even if this king got to, say, b2, maybe the black rook comes to c5 to cut the king off on the queen side, and then the black king tries to run on over to the king side. It's a bit of a long story, but I'm just going to put a position on the board, so bear with me, is that in that variation that we were kind of just discussing, is like, let's say I give this rook c5 check, and the king goes in front of this pawn. Now your king is cut off. So maybe the black king says, fooled you, I'm going to go back around this way towards the king side and try to push these pawns. It's a long story, but oftentimes these endgames, when you're up material, it's not really about being quick. You're not just promoting on the spot. This king is just trying to work its way over king e5, king f5, king g5, so on, and try to help out as your king is in good position for then your rook to slide back and go after these pawns. It's all about timing.
It's all about timing, and it's so hard to defend these positions. Vincent has another approach. Instead of activating the king, he really wants to activate his rook. He's gone for the move rook to c4. We've been talking about the idea of trying to get your rook behind the pawn. He wants to go rook c8 next if given the chance. Place your rook on a8, place your rook on h8, try to create some threats. I think Magnus is going to do what he can to stop it, and rook c5 is a move that comes to my mind.
Yeah, rook c5 is a really good move. I also think you can throw in rook g5 first. If you want to drag the king back towards the king side a little bit, since the g2 pawn is hanging with check, and after king f2, then swing your rook to c5. I'm not sure it's so important in this particular position, but as we know, in the endgame, every tempo can matter. So perhaps the king is just farther away from this passed pawn. It might be important, but the eval bar suggests that it's not.
I agree with you. These small incremental things, no matter how tiny they are, but yes, it matters that white's king is further away from the a-pawn. It's a small advantage. You just never know when it might play out. And I think this is the kind of stuff that keeps building pressure on your opponent. So rook g5, rook c5 would be a nice, subtle grandmaster way of pulling out this idea of stopping the rook from getting activated, the white rook from getting activated to c8. And we are well into the 5th hour of the play. We still see a bit of crowd there in our tournament hall, Robert. Still, there are spectators seeing the very, very last moments of the games for the day. The amateur section wrapped up, comes to an end, as we can see a bird's eye view of our tournament hall. But the games are still, the action, the long fight is still on in the Masters.
It certainly is, and some of those spectators will be there to the very end. They just love these great games of chess that they have the privilege of seeing up front and personal. So Magnus Carlsen, he'll work on this end game for a while, may keep us here for several hours. So let's zoom out again. We still have 3 other games in progress. 3 games have finished. 4 games remain. The only winner of this round thus far is Anish Giri. Ding Liren, he's doing his best to join Anish. He would love to win his second game in a row, to win in this round. And I just wonder, he hasn't moved yet. He's taking his time. He's just trying to figure out what is next. But what is causing him that pause? That's the big question.
It's been a long thing. You met the time control, but it's still a really long while since we saw Ding make a move. And let's pull up that position that we have in front of us now. So Rook d4 was the last move made by Parham with a devious threat of giving a mate in one. Rook h4 check if white isn't careful. So there's no time to go a6 right now. A check comes to mind. White has to give a counter check himself. So rook c7, rook f5 ideas were what we were looking at. It just feels like Ding's taking far too long to make this decision.
Yeah, he's working on it. He knows that one inaccuracy can change the result from what should be a win to an immediate draw. Or even if the game is objectively a draw no matter what with optimal play, some positions are a little bit easier to defend than others. So right now, rook h4 checkmate is the threat. But let's just bring the king to h5 just so we can kind of understand this position a little better. I think this a5 pawn will be dropped because the rook comes to a4. That's two pieces attacking. Only your rook on c5 is a defender. So the question is, what about these three pawns? If we start pushing the pawns with h4 and you play rook takes a5 and white says, oh, 3 pawns, that's good, better than a bishop, and you trade, I don't think you're winning. All zeros at this point because this king would like to help the pawns go forward. You would like to bring your king to h7 and win the game, but not so fast. I play king to g8, and when you play the move, say g6, I have this check on d2, and your king has to go back, and the black king goes forward. So when you have this bishop, you want to control all these dark squares, which means that white, in an ideal world, keeps all the pawns on dark squares and pushes the f-pawn. But once you do something like this, the bishop can start attacking the pawns one by one. Bishop e1. You said you want your pawns on dark squares. Well, you don't really want to bring your king back, so you push your pawn. Then I play bishop d2, and you push this pawn. And now I believe that in this position, white can make zero progress because this pawn is pinned, and you're going to have to release with king to h7, and then I'm going to win your pawn. So I'm just going to sit around and wait until your king moves, and then I get your pawn.
That's super illustrative of the defensive techniques that exist in this position with the black pieces. I think Ding has to make sure that he can coordinate his own rook and his king without trading it off, going into this very clean-cut bishop versus 3-pawn endgames. This is where Parham's best chances are. If we just bring up the live board, the current situation that we have, and we were talking about how black is threatening a mate in one.
Yep.
I still believe that you have to give a check. It just feels so much more natural to keep the rook and the king on the board. And even if you lose the a5 pawn, not thinking about how to push your kingside pawn. The check that comes to my mind, which is more attractive, is rook to f5 and not to c7. And the reason for that is I'm super happy if you move the king to the e file. Your king is cut off. Let's say king e6 and I go king g6. I defend my rook. My pawns are defended. It's not easy for you to even pick up the a5 pawn because let's say you go rook a4, Robert, with a similar idea that you were pointing out. White has a nasty move, a6. I could start with rook f6, but I like a6 because it sets up a trap. You still can't take on a6 because after rook f6, you lose the rook. So I end up keeping all my pawns alive.
That's a beautiful line.
Slowly and steadily, I'll go rook f6, king g7, g6, advance my g-pawn, find a way to actually improve the position. I have to be careful about placing my pieces on dark squares. So it has to be timed well, but I keep all my pawns alive. On the other hand, after, let's just go back a couple of moves. Black's king doesn't get cut up on the e-file. After rook f5 check, you have the option to go back king to g8. And you might feel, you know what, I am going to keep my king in front of the kingside pawns. But white still goes king g6 here. And it's not so clear how you can play rook a5 perhaps now. And the point is that after rook a4, there's a deadly threat that white has. Now with the king on g6 and the king on g8, I swap my rook to the other side with rook d5, hitting your bishop on d2, threatening a mate in one with rook d8. And this looks like it could be trouble. I see that you still have bishop a5, so maybe it continues. But now my pawns march down the board. Now that you've let go of control, I can go f4, f5, f6. Your bishop is stuck defending the back rank, and this is progress.
Yeah, you can't take on f4 without losing a5, and otherwise, as you said, the pawn marches forward, and it's going to deliver the knockout blow. The h-pawn can move after that as well. So, so much to work out here for both players. Ding Liren trying to be accurate in his path forward. I love rook f5 and king to g6. I mean, after rook f5 check, you can pre-move king to g6. That's the nice thing. But Ding Liren, he doesn't take positions for granted. He doesn't actually ever do that. He is very stoic, and he concentrates to the last possible move. Of course, he makes mistakes. He's human. Everyone does. But I've always appreciated that about his style, is that he gets these end games that may not seem to have too much life to them, but he keeps working. It's kind of like Magnus in some ways. Their overall style, I would say, is quite different, but he does have that Magnus tendency in the end game to continue pressuring his opponent.
I look at him right now on our screen, and I just don't know how much he realizes that this position offers him winning chances. He's taking a lot of time. He's thinking a lot. We've got the eval bar helping us out, which of course nudges us in the right direction. But Ding might even just feel that this position is slightly better and not that much. And if you have that kind of feeling, then it becomes very difficult to take decisions on the board. We see him thinking for a long time between these two checks. Rook c7 is also tempting. The only reason that I felt that it's a bit less attractive is because you lose control of the g5 pawn. And at some point, that can be a little bit of weakness. Meanwhile, we do have a result, I see. The Wesley-Arjun game has ended, Robert, and it looks like it's ended in a draw. I see the two kings at the center of the board, the two players after a marathon fight, of course, discussing this very complex endgame. Arjun was cool, calm, and composed, and that game, Wesley just probably had a better position throughout, but never enough.
Yeah, never much of anything in the end, and the king went to d3. The bishop came out to f5 with check, which protects the rook through the king, and they just repeated moves at this point. After h4, the threat is h3 and h2, and then black could be the one who's playing for a win. So after king to d3, you're trying to kick this rook out so the bishop can go to a6. I talked about dislodging this bishop on c8. That is the goal, and is actually, I'm wondering now, if rook a2, just to make a bad move, I was wondering if rook e6 check is possible, because if you take my rook, then I take back, and you can't stop me from promoting. And if you have to instead move your king, the only legal square, then the rook comes up to e8, and I'm going to, at the very least, win the bishop for a pawn, but I think I'm just winning the bishop for free, because there's no way that after, say, bishop b7, rook b8, I mean, your bishop can't move, otherwise I'm going to get a queen.
Yes, but none of that happened. And in the end, this one did end in a draw. A good save by Arjun here, being very precise in his defense with this move, bishop to f5, instead of moving the rook away, keeping control of the c7 square. So nicely played by Arjun there with that check. And with that, that ended in a draw. Wesley, for the second time in 2 days, having a slight push, having a slight advantage, but not being able to take the point home. He needs to make sure that doesn't get him too frustrated, Robert. Meanwhile, Arjun, with dynamic play against Pragg and Wesley, should be proud of the way he's handled the two games. We can see the crowd trickling away as fewer people are left in the playing hall. It's getting lonelier. I also saw on our screen Adiban playing in just section. It's always nice to have company and not to be the last player playing.
That's right. I mean, the playing hall is getting a bit lonelier, but there are still a number of people there, and they're giving it their all. Every single player is trying their best. And as we have 3 games remaining, Magnus Carlsen trying his best to win. He brought his king back towards the king side, sort of what I was highlighting earlier with the king going all the way to the queen side for white, but he didn't even have to get that far. The king's on d3, cut off along the e-file, and so it looks like Magnus is pressing. So why don't we go back to that ending? I do find it super instructive anytime Magnus Carlsen plays, but especially his endgame technique, his prowess. He has cut the white king off from the pawns here, and so I'm wondering, Tanya, how he actually makes progress. Like, the king's cut off, That's great, but what is going to happen next?
It's a tough question to answer, and I think Magnus is just going to dance around a bit here, a bit there, with the king on the queen side, and then on the show us the way eventually. You're asking for a plan, and that's. I don't think it's about concrete moves. Black needs to find a way to improve the position currently. The rook cannot jump to e1. The a5 pawn is hanging. The king can come to g5, of course, avoiding the f4 fork. So you first, let's say, move your rook slightly away, then go king g5, but you're not really advancing from there. The fourth rank is cut off, and it's kind of hard to say where you're making progress. Maybe rook g5 is an idea. Rook g5 is an idea to put pressure on g2, and then are you going to just say that I'll give up the g2 pawn and take the a5 pawn? Vincent will have to make a call there.
Yes, I think that would be ideal, because let's say the king goes here, the rook comes to g5, and the king goes back. If you take on g2, rook takes a5, well, we're getting awfully close to the territory that we were discussing earlier. Instead of rook h and f, these two pawns, we have the pawn is still on f3 for white, but black has two h pawns. Not sure if that's important. It probably is, and the reason why. Normally, you want to stop a passed pawn from behind. You can't do that because there's a second pawn on h6 blocking the rook's path. So maybe just king g6, and then this rook will have to defend from a passive position rather than an active one. It's a fascinating endgame that we're seeing here. And we keep talking about Magnus Carlsen, talking about how strong he is in the endgame. He's also particularly strong in Wijk aan Zee. I don't know what it is about the Dutch wintertime, but it motivates him. He is an 8-time champion in Wijk aan Zee in the Masters section. He's shared first place before they had tiebreaks matches against Levon Aronian in 2008. But Tanya, the match scores here speak for themselves. The guy is dominant and he thrives in Tata Steel.
He's always said that he really enjoys playing there, and it's an event that he looks forward to start the calendar year with it. He's won it 8 times. He keeps coming back to win it more, so he's clearly not had enough of it. He likes the mix of players that he gets to play there. It's not only the established elite of the world, but also the most talented, ambitious, hungry youngsters that we always find in the mix. So definitely going to be interesting to see. The one thing that we've seen in his performance in Wijk has been a slow start. We see that quite often with Magnus. The first couple of rounds, he is not able to get those big wins. But then once he starts scoring, it's able to stop him. Right now, this position, I think somewhere can also be slightly frustrating for him. I feel that perhaps this game could have been wrapped up a long time ago. He had a dominating position in the middle game where he sacrificed an exchange. He went in for this endgame believing it's a win, and he should be able to win it. But Vincent really putting up best resources here and making it super hard for Magnus. And there's something to be said about he is fighting like a gladiator in this position. We keep talking about the Magnus touch when it comes to endgames. And Robert, that comes from the time back in 2010 and 11 when Magnus was just becoming world number 1 in his rankings. He used to play these drawn end games, which one would feel that there's nothing happening here. Has to end in a draw. And then out of nowhere, he would squeeze out a win. And that went on and on against the best in the world, that Magnus was able to get those wins, which is what established him as one of the greatest endgame players of all times. When you're playing against somebody like that, with that kind of a repetition, and you can still hold your own, still not give up, Vincent putting up this kind of a defense, a young player, goes on to show the kind of talent that's there and just how strong the German player is.
He's so talented, and he's worked with Peter Lecko for many years, and it's clear that he is improving as a chess player. And I feel like has not been playing as frequently as the other teenagers that we see in this tournament because he was in school. He kind of would go quiet for stretches of time. But then in the FIDE Grand Prix, he made his presence felt, even though he's definitely one of the youngest, but one of the lower rated players in that event. And he just was shining as bright as ever in the World Rapid Championship, where he got that silver medal just under a month ago. So he's peaking. He is ascending. But right now, we look at this position, we look at his opponent. It's Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. We have a cutoff king, and we might have a rook g5 takes g2, and this pawn becomes a passer. Or this king might go back at some point towards the queen side and use the other pass pawn. It's just so much to figure out for the long haul. It's not a one-move thing. It's just where do you place your pieces if you're a Vincent Keymer? He doesn't seem certain because how could he? It's not actually obvious where the pieces should go.
And they are in their 5th hour of play. There is energy involved, stamina involved, and definitely Vincent has to be on top of everything to be able to defend this one. And even then, would it be possible? It's always difficult to say. He's given a check on f4, so forcing Magnus to take a decision. Does he want to go towards the king side or again march with e6 and towards d6? The f7 pawn needs to be kept defended, so it's between king g6 and king e6. Magnus's previous move of getting the king to f6, I think he still wants to keep the king on the king side. So I won't be surprised if he takes the call to go to g6.
I think you're right. Just because he has cut off this king, he's brought his king back towards the king side. King g6 looked like the best choice. Now, this rook would likely slide back somewhere on the 4th rank. I'm not sure if it's c4, because you would love to get behind the pawn. We've been talking about that, and Magnus did just play king to g6. But we were just talking about this. Rook g5. This is a big problem. You are losing that pawn. If you want to avoid losing it, you push it to g4. But this is the great thing about having double pawns, is once one captures, there's a second one that can just replace it. And then we have two. Let's turn that into a green pawn. Oh, wrong. So there it is. Those are green pawns because they're going to seek greener pastures, go and promote. You can't stop both of them. And this is just a winning endgame for black.
This is the dream for black, right? To solve the problem of the double pawns and create another passer. And that would be game over. That's the whole big plan here that Magnus has. Vincent will not make it easy. Instead of going rook c4 and allowing this, he goes rook a4. So keeping the pressure on the a5 pawn. Again, answering our question that yes, he's okay giving up the g2 pawn if he can grab hold of the a5 pawn. So rook g5, he's just going to ignore it and come to e3 with the king. Say you take on g2, I'll take on a5. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, he also might play rook a2. He has that available to him, but that's such a passive defense. So I'm with you, Tanya. You don't want to sit passively here. And just what is White's next turn? That's one of my big questions right now. If you move your rook back anywhere, I'm going to push my h-pawn. That's what I'm dying to do, because one of the winning techniques is to win the g2 pawn and then promote your h-pawn. So I would love to get my pawn on h4, bring my king up to h5, and maybe even push my pawn to h3 just to disconnect the white pawn. So if you need to keep your rook on the 4th rank, something like rook c4 would be a logical next choice. So I'm just going to make a waiting move. I'm going to pass with f6 and rook c4 just to bring the rook over here. Now, what if I just go rook to g5? I mean, at some point, rook g5 is just going to be good. I could start with rook g5. I'm just trying to figure out White's plan, because if you go back here and I go h4, I think I'm going to be able to do what I've been talking about and bring my king in.
That's a good question. That instead of just thinking about what we want to do, to ask your opponent, what is your waiting move to keep everything intact? So you're mentioning the move f6, and I don't believe that Vincent can let go of the problem of attacking a5 and defending h4, which brings me to the option of, instead of, let's say after f6, I'm not going to let you go h4 and let you go rook g5 so easily, putting all this pressure. What if I just move my king, Robert? What if I keep everything as is and say I'll go king d2?
Okay, but then I'm going to go rook g5, and now I have to watch out for this pawn.
And I see our eval bar again goes on to drop. So that means that king e3 and giving up the g2 pawn, taking up the a5 pawn is perhaps not going to be enough to defend this position.
Yeah, just go h4 here. And you just want to push your pawn to h2. So if you defend passively, you can bring your rook behind your pass pawn as well, but I don't think that's necessary. You can bring this king up to, say, g5, and you're going to play h3 and king h4. If the rook has to sit on h1, I think you're just going to get zugzwanged at some point, where I can make some kind of h5, just a waiting move. And if your king goes over to d3, the black king will infiltrate in the near future. Rook g3, pawn h3, king h4, and so on. So as we get back to the live position between these two, we did see Magnus start with rook g5. And perhaps the move order doesn't truly matter. We were just showing the plan for black. You can play f6 next after rook a2. The biggest difference, I would say, is that the white king can start approaching the kingside pawns. So you've released control of the file. That's the one bit of good news if you're thinking about it from Vincent's perspective.
Well, Magnus can also be tricky, right? He's made the move rook g5, and he wants to see if Vincent will realize that he can't trade the g2 pawn for the a5 pawn and actually defend it. Because Vincent might have this idea that I'll move my king just the way I was thinking that he could, give up the g2 pawn, pick up the a5 pawn, but that's not good enough to defend the position. So Vincent needs to accurately right now play the move rook a2. Magnus will always have the option to slide back to e5 and continue from there. He could decide to play h4 next. The problem with rook g5, and let's say white goes rook a2 here, and you immediately play h4, is the line that you were pointing out, that now white has time to come over with the king. King e3, king f4, and it's just not as strong if the king was cut off on d3.
Yeah, you want to keep that king as far away as possible. And if this king can just walk back to f2, that actually gives white good chances to hold. The rook will then come back to a4, attack this pawn over here. And yeah, this pawn's stuck in place. No other progress immediately on the king's side. So Magnus takes that sip of water, and he's going to need to figure it out after rook a2. Are there other options here? I'm trying to figure it out. You can, of course, go right back to e5 and cut the king off if you'd like. But what else is available to him, as I believe that the king would like to sprint back to f2 and maintain the status quo?
Well, right now, Vincent is still having a thing. So he's not sure if he wants to fall back with the rook, defend the pawn, or give it up and try to activate his rook. And these are difficult calls to make. This is a difficult decision to take. We've got the eval bar again, pointing us in the right direction. But when you're playing a game and you've got no idea in these rook pawn endings, it can be very tempting to just try to simplify things. Get the king to e3, give up g2, pick up a5, and hope for the best. But that would be a disastrous path for Vincent right now. He needs to figure out, he needs to evaluate correctly that his best chance is indeed to drop back with the rook and keep the g2 pawn alive.
Yeah, it's not going to be pleasant at all. It's going to be a very difficult and long task for him because Magnus has plenty of time on the clock. Nothing is going to be settled quickly. So why don't we head back to our bird's eye view real quick just to see how all of the games are progressing. And we have 3 remaining, including the Magnus Carlsen game with Vincent Keymer. Top right, it looks like a check was given on the 7th rank by Ding Liren. So he went for rook c7 check in that position. He's not getting checkmated. And in the bottom right, we have Jordan van Foreest, Richard Rapport. Still no real progress between those two. Active pieces for white. Immediately, some of white's pawns can be captured. But we'll see how this one continues. And we are going to take a break here. We'll return for the finish line of the second round of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Tournament.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
And look at the intense focus on Magnus's face. What a performance it has been.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back. The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so.
We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title. Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Look at Prag.
He smells blood, and he is not letting this game go.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years and running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Are you trying to get your friends into chess? Now you can challenge any iOS user with the Chess.com iMessage app. Your friend doesn't need an account, just tap and play. Text an old friend, a family member, or your crush who you have no idea how to talk to. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command message in chat to learn how. We are back here at the second round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. We still have a few games remaining in the Masters Tournament. It's been an exciting round thus far. We had Anish Giri with a great victory, a smashing success against Gukesh. So, Tanya, 3 draws and that victory with 3 games still left in session.
That was clearly the game of the round so far. And I'm not just saying it from the result perspective, but also because of the attacking chess that Anish showed. He sacrificed the knight, he sacrificed the rook, he went for the most combative move, Queen F5. I think that was just a beautifully played out attack after the inaccuracy that Gukesh had from the opening, never gave him a chance to come back. So a big win there by Anish after missing, well, some chances at least against in the first round in his game against Fabiano Caruana. So Anish currently with the only win in the match, but it looks like that's not how the day will end, because Magnus Carlsen also continues to grind down the rook pawn ending that we've got. Let's take a look on all our boards that we've got going on right now. Bottom left, we can see Magnus slowly trying to make some progress. And we were talking about this position. We've seen it before. Magnus testing Vincent a little bit here, then a little bit there. Eventually, the pawns will start moving because it's the only way to make progress in the position. I loved your idea of going F6, trying to get H4 in eventually. Robert, we'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, Jordan van Foreest has been hanging on to this game for a really long time, and we haven't really checked it out on our big analysis board. Maybe we can go in a little bit and take a deeper look at this and see if there are any chances at all for Richard Rapport in this one.
Well, he would love to bounce back with a victory here in round 2 after he stumbled against Nodirbek Abdusattorov late in a rook endgame that was very tough for him. But in the current position, he can capture a pawn on h4 that is hanging, but so is this pawn on b5. Now, the good thing is this is an outside pass pawn. It means it's harder to get to The good thing for white, on the other hand, is you have a bishop. A bishop is a long-range piece that can cover against a passed pawn from very far away. A knight can't do the same. So if this b5 pawn is captured and then the rook moves back and this pawn starts rumbling up the board, that could spell some trouble for a knight as compared to a bishop. But, I mean, Tanya, we look at this position, right? It's going to be even material. Both sides will have a passed pawn. Where could those winning chances come from, do you think?
Are going to decide who will have the better chances. You're asking where the winning chances are. The winning chances will either be with the h5 pawn or the b4 pawn once these h and b pawns get swapped. I liked the line that you're showing us, Robert. Pick up that pawn on h4. It's what you've got. You need to create your own passer. Let's say you go rook takes b5. And the good news here is that white doesn't have a killer check, at least a discovered check, which gives black a little bit of time to get the knight back into the game and start pushing his own h-pawn, knight f3 or knight g6. And let's say you move the bishop, give a check. I'll centralize my knight on e5. And now my h-pawn is safe. It will also roll down. It will also go rumbling down the board, as you said, h4, h3 coming in. I'm loving black's knight on e5. I don't think Richard has anything to worry here. If anything, white might have to be slightly careful.
Yeah, I actually just realized f4 hits a pin piece, but the king slides out of the pin with an attack on the bishop on e3. And yeah, you're right that white would need to be a little bit careful even in this variation. It looks like it should be a draw by force, I would imagine, after this sequence. If you take this pawn on e5, the rook takes on e5, and we just liquidate. The black king goes after the white pawn, the white king goes after the black pawn, and all the pieces will be off the board, and that looks like equality. So the chances may be available for the players. Bishop e7, by the way, played instead of taking on b5, going after two separate pawns. So this is a bit of a mixed bag. Both sides will continue here, but getting word that Ding Liren, he is in big time trouble. He needs to make about 15 moves and only has a couple minutes to do so. So we talked about this before, Tanya. He was spending a lot of time. Now it looks like he's down to his final minute, and he needs to find the correct path.
And meanwhile, Parham has over 40 minutes to figure this out. As a defense, as being on the defensive side, it's somewhat easier for Parham because the moves are kind of almost forced, while Ding needs to find out where he can create his chances. h4 played, defending the g5 pawn. You want to march up the board. But the big question is, what happens if black just starts checking? Let's say you go rook to a6 check. Where are you hiding with the king?
Up here.
And this feels like progress because now if you go for the idea with you don't have time for rook e6, rook e7 because the pawns are way too advanced. King on h7, that's a nice spot for the king.
Yeah, then it helps the pawns go up the board. Somehow the king is safe over here. It looks like it could be checkmated almost, but not going to happen. And I think many of these variations, it shows that the position is supposed to be a draw with best play. But best play, that's not easy. Let's say you make a quiet-looking move like bishop e5. Is there pawn f4 because you have rook f7 check? Maybe you're just helping the white pawns move forward, and that's not a very good sign. So I still don't envy Parham's task, but he has played exceptionally well. We left off around here where that check happened on c7. The rook came to d7. He put his bishop on c3, and then once the king went up, he finally took this pawn. So interesting, by the way, that Ding didn't push the f-pawn. Like, I think I would have led with the f-pawn because it creates checkmating threats against the king on f8.
It's definitely going to roll down the board at some point. One of the lines that came to my mind is, let's say h4. I give a check on a6. You're happy with your king on h7. Looks really scary. You want to go g6 next. And I go rook a5. Suddenly, you've got to be a little careful because hold on with that g-pawn. Robert, if now you rush with g6, suddenly those mating ideas that I was trying to set up actually become a reality with rook h5. But you don't need to rush with g6. And this is the moment that you can also start thinking about getting your f-pawn into the game. f4 comes to mind. You want to go h5 next. Now that the g5 pawn is defended, it all looks still everything to play for. But Ding just needs to take care of the clock. I see that he's got a couple more minutes now.
Okay, he's up to 3 minutes. I guess he made a couple moves and he gained time on the clock. So he is doing okay at the moment on the clock. And some of his moves are actually quite easy, right? Playing, if he gets a check, bring his king away. So I feel like with 3 minutes and 11 seconds, he will be able to manage his clock. But Parham, guy's got an eternity left, over 38 minutes just playing at a lightning speed.
There we get a close-up of the clock. 3 minutes and 11 seconds for Ding. Parham's got a lot of time to try and figure it. It is a difficult end game for Black. He is going to try to pose questions which are hardest to answer for Ding. So perhaps going for a check is not the smartest idea, because Rook A6 just makes Ding's life easier. He just blitzes out the move King A7. So if not a check, how else the H5 advance? Bishop D2 is not possible because the Rook on D7 defends that square. So I can't run the G5 pawn either.
That's right. And that means the H pawn is going to keep making progress, strides up the board. F4 is available as well. You would love to play F5, F6, get that pawn all the way up. So it's not easy for Parham. The good news is he has so much time to work through the position. And it is within the drawing territory, and he's got this. I feel like he has been pretty confident throughout this game. The opposite of how he was in game one, where he's very shaky, borderline lost at some point. But in this one, he had an advantage with Black. He let it slip, but he's never fallen into losing territory. And that's really important when you're playing someone like Ding Liren.
He's fighting this one out. He's been fighting for a long time, trying to keep his chances alive. And that's the status quo that we are in right now. Going to be interesting to see if Parham decides to give a check. If not, I think Ding wants to push on with that F pawn and the H pawn. At some point, you have to try to displace the king from G6. And I'm seeing someone from our chat said Ding shows a really high level play in this tournament. I couldn't agree more with that. I think so far, round one against Gukesh with the black pieces, a brilliant win there from start to finish. Game that was picking up that sacrifice in the end. A rook takes e4, finishing the game in style. And then today, however this game ends, even if Parham manages somehow to save this one, it's been a Ding show so far.
Yes, it has indeed. And I think some of the other players in the field would like Parham to hold this game. They don't want to see Ding run away with a couple wins to start, because, he is not going to slow down. It's very difficult to stop Ding Liren. Magnus Carlsen and others, of course, will have their chance at him across the board. But a laser-focused Ding Liren is looking to win his second game in a row. But if we zoom out back to the Magnus Carlsen game quickly, just because I was seeing that in that one, we can actually just analyze for a second. He did, in fact, bring his rook back to the e-file. So he went rook g5. The rook went back to a2. And he realized his mistake, that he doesn't want to allow this king to run back to the king side. So he goes rook back to e5. Vince says, I'll gladly repeat. Please, let's make a draw. 3-time repetition. No. Pawn to f6. And it's kind of like a Zugzwang here, because if the rook leaves the fourth rank somewhere, then goes h4. If the rook stays on the fourth rank here, you lose your control of the a pawn. So at the rook c4, rook g5, you're going to play rook c2 to defend, but now the a pawn is free to run. The h pawn is also free to run. The rook on a2 was better situated here. a4, you can bring your rook behind your passed pawn at long last, and that means the black king will then walk up the board.
And you were pointing out this idea of f6, Robert. It has happened. And the whole point, as you mentioned, is to keep the king cut off and eventually make progress with the king side pawns. Not waiting for that to happen, Vincent makes the move g3. So he has taken a committal decision of pushing that pawn. But the problem with this move is that now after rook g5, it's impossible to defend g3 with the rook anymore. You don't have rook a2, so you will have to go into positions where you trade the a pawn for the g pawn. And we weren't happy with that.
No, and I don't think Vincent's going to be very happy either, because this pawn goes up to h4. And the very important thing is you cannot get your rook behind the pawn. You would love active defense, but there's this silly little pawn on h6 that is blocking the rook's path. And if you go king f2, thinking that you're going to stop the pawn with your king, first the rook goes back to g5. The rook, of course, can't take. The rook has to come back to a1, and then the king goes to h5. So I'm trying to go h3, bring my king up to h4, and slither my way in. And if you go rook h1 to stop the pawn's progress, then this rook goes to the other side of the board. Rook a5. I would like to give you a check over here, and then I can eventually kind of get you in a little bit of a zugzwang. Maybe rook g3 is also possible, because at some point the king will likely have to move. Otherwise, you play f5, f4, and h3. But it's just a matter of time before black's pawns make the progress they need.
First, the white's king was cut off on d3. Now it's cut off on f2, and black's king is going to help in the advance. This is looking like it's going to get scary for Vincent. But also, he couldn't sit still after f6. It's impossible. And we see Magnus clear out the board a little bit. You were mentioning that Magnus realized his mistake when he went rook g5, comes back with the rook to e5 to cut off the king. But Robert, I don't think it's about that. In these kind of endgames and with these top players, they always want to test their, you make a move, you can always repeat, but you want to keep putting maximum pressure. Vincent very well could have not defended the g2 pawn, but just asking constant questions. You keep asking questions, and eventually that's how you win a game. That's how your opponent crumbles under pressure. I think Magnus very well realizes that he has to play f6. He's gone for a g3 on the board, as we see. And now the idea of sliding back with the rook is what we're expecting.
Yes, going after the pawn, springing free a passer on the h-file, and Magnus is just trying to make sure that will be winning. It looks like Magnus, he did play rook to g5. Vincent, in all likelihood, will bring the king back around, trying to stop the h-pawn. It's a very odd pawn structure. You don't typically see double isolated h-pawns in an endgame, but it is looking very promising for Magnus Carlsen, and he would like to catch up to players like Ding Liren and also Anish Giri, because Anish won his game, and after his game, actually, he spent some time taking questions from the media. So while we have a moment, while the players here are thinking about this endgame, let's take a listen to Anish Giri's answers.
Finally, how highly does this game rank on your list of favorite games played here in Wijk aan Zee?
Well, I mean, I've played many satisfying games in Wijk aan Zee, also many bad games. I just played many games in Wijk aan Zee, so it's a great feeling to win this way, and I'm also always proud to show some preparation, even though now in Rapid and Blitz it's less of a thing, but still, I'm always happy to get the preparation, especially when it works out. It looks pretty nice, and I think it was a very nice idea. I was very happy with it, with this rook c2 idea. It's a very cunning one, and it's really not on the surface, and I was really happy to, not only to show it, but also that it led to a nice victory.
Anish Giri there, and I think we're going to change his card to say very happy, because I'm pretty sure he said he was very happy on numerous occasions. And well, Tanya, he should be. He just won a really nice game. He showed good preparation with this rook c2 lift over to the e-file, and he won a beauty in the end.
And he pointed out that it's not a surface idea. It's not a first thought idea. There is a lot of depth to it. And this is exactly what you and I were talking about in that moment, Robert, that, it looks harmless. You put the rook on c2, get it to e2, shuffle around with your queen. But literally 5 moves later, and Anish Giri was demolishing Gukesh. He was completely winning. It all worked out to perfection. And when you put in that kind of work, you come up with this little opening idea, and it turns out so well. It is a moment to be proud, and in his words, to feel happy about.
Yeah, really an excellent game. That's one to be proud of. And he said he's played so many games in Wijk aan Zee that you're going to have great games. You're also going to have poor games. But it seems to be the case that he has many more good games than bad, because he's a 5-time runner-up. And I know a lot of people give him grief about not winning tournaments, but to get second place on 5 different occasions against these types of fields, that is an exceptional performance. I mean, he should be proud of that. And maybe this will be the year that he breaks through and wins first place.
He has so far shown quite inspired chess in round 1 and round 2. It could very well be Anish Giri's year. We've seen him make it to the tie breaks, but unfortunately lose out on that. Talking about results, we do have a result on one of our boards. Richard Rapport.
Yeah, they drew their game.
That one ends in a draw.
Yeah, no surprise there. We saw the rook and minor piece endgame. The players, they split the point, and for Jordan van Foreest, he should be happy with the result, but not with his play. I mean, after getting a tough position, he happened to play well. I just think 2 times he's had the white pieces, and 2 times he's been worse with the white pieces. That's not what you want. And even if he won both games, I think he still would be a bit flustered by the fact that he is not getting good positions. But one player who is getting good positions is Magnus Carlsen. In the game 1 against Aronian, he had an advantage that didn't amount to a win. But here in game 2 against Vincent Keymer, well, he's up 2 pawns in a rook endgame, looking really good.
And he's gone for the idea. Rook g5 has been played on the board. Now that the g-pawn cannot be defended, there will be a trade with the a and the g-pawn, which Vincent cannot avoid. King e3 played. Magnus just having a little think. He can't really allow king f2, so I am expecting him to go rook g3, because once white's king makes it to f2, then it just becomes all the more difficult to break that position. Magnus captures the g-pawn. Vincent will go on to pick up the a5 pawn. We were mentioning the move h4, keeping everything under control. And then slowly the f-pawn will advance. The king moves forward, and that is progress. Magnus mentioned after his game against Lev, where he did have, I wouldn't call it a huge advantage, but he had a pull in the position. Lev defended it in a creative manner and managed to draw that game. Magnus mentioned that he feels he's not in his best shape, but today's game and technique definitely shows a refreshed Magnus, and long games have a positive effect on you because you feel that you're ready for the grind, you've got the energy, you can convert difficult positions, winning with the black pieces, that's a huge confidence boost. And Magnus, with his secret recipe of what's, I think that's what worked for him, Robert. Last evening, he was there for the AFC game. And we've seen him do that oftentimes during tournaments to go watch some football. While we were in San Francisco, he went and saw hockey as well as basketball, then went on to win the tournament. Yesterday, it was... I'm going to butcher the name, but I don't know how exactly you pronounce it. I know that in Dutch, it's Ajax. But yeah, I'm not sure. Ajax or Ajax?
Yeah, I think Ajax. Yeah. I mean,
well, I remember that. Go on.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say that I do know that it's named after a character from Homer's Iliad, and when we studied that, I studied a bit of literature, and when we studied that, it was Ajax. But I always thought that in the Netherlands, it's Ajax. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm American. I don't know anything, right? Like, come on, don't ask me for pronunciation and things like that. That's too much to ask for me. But it is clear. Magnus Carlsen rejuvenated. He went to that match. He got a jersey. He received one from the team. That was really cool to see because Magnus has transcended the game of chess. He's become a figure, right? He's a person of popular interest, and it's great to see him loving the game of football. He loves basketball, he loves hockey, and well, he loves chess and will continue to perform well in the chess world. But he's not the only one playing right now. He is facing off against Vincent Keymer. Also, still going is Ding Liren against Parham Maghsoodloo. So Magnus and Vincent have reached move 60. So let's go and check in with Ding Liren and Parham, see what move number they are on. And as I pulled it up, they've only made 50 moves. So Ding Liren, he has a few minutes remaining on his clock. He's just pushing his pawns up the board, but only a couple minutes for him, and he has 10 moves to make, or 8 moves, I should say now.
And this is what we keep talking about, right? Even though it's classical and you got so much time to start with, the clock really does count. And in this kind of a critical position where the difference is massive, it's the difference between a whole point or just drawing this game. So Ding down to just 3 minutes on his clock. Can he find the precise way to move forward? F4 has been played. To me, it just comes across as a position that's equally hard to defend for Parham. So it's not just Ding who has to be accurate, but Parham as well. He can't just allow the pawns to march forward. F5, F6, king coming to G6. It would just be game over. Just give white 3 moves and black's busted.
Yeah, you're threatening checkmates. You're threatening to promote that if the king goes to G6, the H pawn can go. And the reason why the king is on H6 is because just a moment ago, the rook checked it off of the G file, and you want as active of a king as possible. And what's interesting, Tanya, is that if you give a check on G7 first, and the king goes to g6, and then you give a check on c6 over here, the king can actually go safely to h7, and there's no mate because the h6 square is under white's control. And if you think you're getting clever with a move like rook to c7, you're actually not threatening anything whatsoever. And after rook check, the king has to slide up to the 7th rank. And if you make a move like king to e7, then at this point, they're making moves at the moment. But I was going to say that the white king and rook are too active with those pawns. But we have seen the move rook c7 check played after the king went to h7. So it's now time to bring the king to g6.
And he does it just on cue, Robert. As you mentioned, king g6 on the board. Otherwise, that would be a repetition, one too much. He's gone for king g6. And after rook to c6, he just wants to step back with the king to f5.
And often what players do is they repeat a little bit, especially if they're in time trouble. So rook c6 check was played. If this isn't a 3-time repetition, he might do it just to gain more time. Parham has an eternity. The clock isn't Parham's issue. For Ding Liren, it could be. So king to h7, just repeating another time, makes sense. He can also just slide his king back to f5. And the problem with king f5 is how do those pawns push up the board? You're blockading your own pawn from getting to f6. And what white does not want to do is allow this bishop to sacrifice itself for a couple pawns, because that would likely just result in a drawn endgame. So you want to keep the pawns close to each other and have the king help them out.
You're right. It's been repeated just once. So he very well could just go back king h7, gain some more time, and then come back to h6. Because if you move back with the king, it does complicate the matters a little more. But still looking complex, still Ding having a think of what he wants to play, which goes on to show he's not very confident of his plan currently.
It's not easy to know what to do because king f5, you see that move. Am I going to play h6 next? Am I going to bring my king back to g4, try to push the f pawn? But if this king is on g4 and you push to f6, the black bishop can just take there. And we know that those endgames are going to be a draw. So king goes back to h7. Just repeat again. King can go to g6 here. Oh, he goes to h6. What is that about? If the rook c6, he wants g6, I guess, because king h7 would be a 3-time repetition.
And bishop g7, you can go king g6, king h7. So, yes.
Yeah, the king is sliding away. So this check, king h7 would be a draw by 3-time repetition. But this is not checkmate because the king slides away. And you see king goes up to h7. What am I talking about? It's just a terrible move. I'm like, I thought it was like almost checkmate. The king had to run back, but no, the king runs forward. And we are seeing that g6 played. And Tanya, the king on f8, pawn on g6, rook coming to d8 at some point. I feel like Ding is getting closer and closer on the eval bar, is doing pull-ups right now. It's just like up and down. It's like bench pressing.
This has been such a marathon fight and a marathon game for Ding. You know, he's had the edge throughout. He showed some great opening preparation in this one, sacrificing on f7, allowing that knight to get trapped on g5, and just really nicely played middle game, the end game technique that he's shown. And I just wonder, Robert, even in the previous game with the black pieces that he had against Gukesh, he showed great opening prep. How much of this belief actually comes from his ideas for what he wants to play on the World Championship match? Because you really want to save the best for that.
Yeah, I think you kind of answered it there in a way that you don't want to, if you're learning new openings, you need experience in those openings, but you also don't want to let your opponent know that you are playing them. So when Magnus Carlsen played against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he started playing the Catalan more and more. But imagine if he had started playing the Catalan in the tournament beforehand, then Jan's team would say, wait a second, we need to study that. So a few things are helpful. Knowing somebody's opening, but also knowing somebody's team of seconds. That's why they often are kept private, because if you knew that Magnus is working with Daniil Dubov, which was quite public, you think, all right, Catalan. Dubov is one of the best in the Catalan. He plays all the time, has so many creative ideas. Now I know what to expect. So as little information given as possible is probably the best thing, I would imagine. And I wonder for Jan Nepomniachtchi if he's just going to sit out tournaments until the championship. That way he can work on his preparation, maybe learn new openings like he did the Petrov for the match against Magnus. He probably will be looking at new stuff for Ding Liren.
One thing's for sure, at the start of the day, when Ding Liren moved the king's pawn as the first move, and this was a bit of surprise for all of us. It's not a move that he's never played before, but it's not something that he employs as much as the queen's pawn opening or with 1c4. So this definitely gives an idea to Jan Nepomniachtchi's team that they need to look at e4. They need to look at these lines as well and take it seriously. If Ding has employed it in the Tata Steel Masters, it very well could be a weapon that he'll go on to use at the World Championship match.
That's right. And so Ding, he's pushed his pawn up to g6. I'm wondering what Parham's even going to do here. I think this individual move could make or break his game. The move f5 looks like it's happening next. So rook c5 comes to mind to stop it. But I also am acknowledging that this rook is going to cause some problems for black by giving a check or playing rook d7. Tanya, this is just so difficult.
I have a tricky idea here that black could perhaps try. Let's say I make a little move like bishop b2. You know, you mentioned that you want to go f5, and I want to try to set a trap if you do that. And the point is that I want to go check bishop c1 now that the diagonal is cleared. Force your king to h7. I'll give another check with my rook c7. Force your king to h8, and suddenly my bishop will jump back to b2. And I see our Valbar seems to say white is fine, but I would be worried for white here.
Yeah, it looks like checkmate. The king has no moves, but you have g7. And after bishop takes g7, you have king h7, and your king runs away to this square. There's no good discovery. All of white's pieces on light squares. That's a dark square bishop. That's a miracle. And after rook takes g7, the fact that this isn't completely winning for black is shocking. So I guess rook d8
f7.
check.
Rook f7 is a mate in one. So you were mentioning rook d8 check.
Yeah, just to try to save the day. Because if king goes to f7, then I check and take it. If the king goes to e7, well, I don't really know what to do, but probably chase your bishop around. And then I have rook b7 check. Okay, that's clear. It's very fortunate that black is not winning. White is almost lost here.
All right, so well, at least at the current position, if black plays bishop b2, it stops your threat of going f5 immediately, which was very annoying. So how do you make progress after bishop b2? Because let's say you go king h7, I still have rook c7 check.
Right, so the king cannot make progress up here. But what if I just use my rook? I go rook d8 check. I'm just kicking your king out of here.
Square.
You have only one square. And now I will have king h7 at the right moment. So I can play rook b8 just to attack your bishop, gain that tempo. And I'm trying to play king h7 and then push my pawn up the board.
Very tricky stuff. And you're absolutely right. White has made so much progress in the position. Well, instead of going bishop b2, he returns with the bishop to f6. So still trying to keep it compact, trying to make sure that white isn't able to push too much ahead. And Ding not going for f5, goes rook a3. So he really wants to give a check on a8.
Yeah, he sees a check. He likes a check. And that looks really strong because if the king has to go to e7, the white king goes up to h7, the pawn to h6, the next pawn to g7. You're just getting a queen. And from the start of this kind of endgame, where there's a bishop for a handful of pawns, it looked unpleasant for Parham to defend. And what move does black play here? That's the big question. Because rook a8 check, king h7, h6, g7 looks very obvious to me. Maybe rook c8, but I always hate passive defense. Because this rook can come up to a7, which already threatens to win a piece, threatens g7 check and king h7, all sorts of stuff. This just doesn't look fun for Parham. If he survives this, I will be unbelievably impressed.
It's looking more and more difficult now. Now that white has managed to push the pawns up the board, the king on h6, some really great technique there by Ding Liren. And I think the kind of form and quality we're seeing in this game and his first game, it comes from the work that he's been putting in for his match as well. A really good fighting technique in this one. Rook a3, a nice move, found pretty quick. He's down to 4 minutes, but he looks confident of his chances now, Robert. And I think this one he's going to take home. Meanwhile, I've got my eye out on the other game as well, the only other game remaining where Magnus Carlsen is trying to squeeze out the win from that rook pawn ending for a long time. He has been having the upper hand in the game throughout, and this is what we have. This is the idea that you were talking about for quite a while with the pawn on h4, Black's king advancing on h5. We can see that on the bottom left of the screen, and maybe we can pull that up because we see our eval bar. Indeed, Black has made massive progress in the endgame.
That's right, because the white king, this has been the theme of the ending, is cut off. If you go king f2, you stop the h-pawn from going because the rook needs its defense, but you can move your rook back. The rook doesn't have to stay on g3. Let's go back, rook g7, and h3, h2, bringing the king up behind it. That seems to be the threat. So if you bring your rook all the way back, still h3. If you bring your rook over here, king h4. And it's only a matter of time before I kick your king away, bring my king in, push my pawn, bring my rook to the last rank, and you're not going to be able to stop my pawn from promoting.
We were talking about technique and what's the way forward in this endgame. I guess Magnus showed us the way forward as we were expecting, knowing that this endgame should be winning for Black is one thing, but then proving it over the board. And it looks like he's on his way to do that.
And he figured this out all on his own, right? He started this endgame better, of course, with a couple extra pawns, but it was really a case of two separate extra pawns. One on the A file and then a doubled H pawn. And I think a lot of people, I think it was rook G6 here, maybe just keeping all the pawns protected and doesn't make a difference where the rook went via G7 and G6. But what I was trying to say was he recognized that, double isolated pawns typically are bad, but because of the pawn structure, the way it was from White's positioning, if I just pop that position up just very quickly when we got here, I think that if this pawn were like on H2 or H3, it'd be a bit of a different story, because then you just kind of keep your king close to the pawns for White, and the black pawns can't go forward and challenge the pawn. One pawn here stops two of Black's pawns, but when you have a pawn on the G file, you're essentially trying to trade one, and then you have a second passer behind it. So that's the bad part of double pawns, and that's a thing of the past now, because right now the double pawns are excellent. Rook A5 check, well, hard move to predict. You only have one move because your king is stuck. Rook G5 played, H3 next, king H4 to follow. The rest of this game is straightforward.
I think what White wants to do to try to make it a little difficult for Black to advance with the king, Robert, is to place the rook on a4. Let's say you go rook G5. I think we've got a move already. He's gone
rook
with the rook to a3, h3, and the problem is that if you go rook a4, there's still h2, and you've got to come all the way back with your rook to defend the pawn from queening, so you really can't stop the Black king from advancing.
That's right. The king goes up the board. So we saw instead rook a3 and f4, rook g2 check. I'm guessing a handshake will be happening pretty soon because the white king is cut off after rook g2 check. King f3, king h4 is still good. There it is. There's the handshake. And Magnus Carlsen gets his first win in the 2023 Tata Steel Masters. And Tanya, it was an excellent display of endgame technique.
What a big fight, a marathon game, and a wonderful conversion there by the world champion, showing why he is known as the greatest endgame player of all times, once again proving that he indeed has the best technique in the game. Vincent tried his best to keep it, kept on played resourcefully, but it was just never enough. I think from the very beginning, Magnus got a big edge, and when he went into this rook pawn ending, he believed that it was indeed winning with the black pieces and went on to prove it. And with that, Magnus wins his first game. Vincent loses his first game of the tournament, but there's so much to take away from it. Playing Magnus is never easy. There we see Vincent. He's definitely disappointed. It's been a long, hard day.
Yeah, he was worse pretty early on, and he tried his best, but Magnus Carlsen, too powerful in that endgame. And for Vincent Keymer, it's just, one of those days where you're playing the best chess player of all time. What are you going to do about it? It's frustrating, especially because he had the white pieces. I think if he had the black pieces, Tanya, he'd feel like, all right, Magnus played well. He had the first move advantage. That happens. But the fact that he had the first move advantage himself and really from an early stage, it felt like Magnus was able to take advantage with that d takes c4, pawn b5, and making progress from there. But we do have just that one game remaining between Ding Liren and Parham Maghsoodloo. So Tanya, what's your call here? Is Ding Liren going to win this game, or is Parham's defense going to hold?
I'm calling this a Ding win. Getting more and more tough for Parham to keep things together in this one. It's not over yet, and I might be proven completely wrong. And then it's, what am I even talking about? But as of now, it does feel that Ding is in the right path. Rook a6, attacking that bishop. Where are you moving with it? Bishop g7 runs into king h7. You never have the option to go rook c7 after that because I have a check on a8. So I'm not worried about, rook c7 and rook a8 check will win the game on the spot. So this is nothing to worry about. Besides that, if you don't, what's your square? You move somewhere else? I go f5, f6.
Yeah, where is this bishop going? Let's go to, I don't know, d4. You can play f5, f6.
No, but then there is bishop e3. So you have to be a little careful, actually. Bishop d4 does run, f5 does run into this idea that we looked on earlier. But there's f6. That's the difference. This works as well. Wow.
Amazing. The rook is perfectly placed on a6. So he went all the way down to c3 with his bishop here. And he probably was asking the same question. Does it matter where my bishop goes? It all does the same thing. And there are a couple options here. There's f5 for white. There's some kind of passing move, like rook e6 or something. And there's king g5. King h7 doesn't really make sense because now rook c7 check forces the king right back. So king g5, that frees the path for the h-pawn, and I'm wondering which direction Ding Liren will go.
But king g5, you've got to again sit down and look at all these checks with rook c5, f5, bishop d2 check. Where's your king running? I like this idea of the clear line. Yeah, let's just show that there is something to calculate here. There are a few checks. I see our eval bar is an advantage to white, so it probably all works out. But Robert, if in our live board, in the position that we've got, if f5 as a direct line works, I think it's time to go for it.
Yes, and just to point out again, bishop d2, king h7, rook c7. It looks scary in that other position because the king has no squares, but there is f6 which threatens checkmate against the black king. It's an amazing position. You don't see something like this very often, but the pawn would block and threaten at the same time. So, f5, very interesting choice because you're pushing a pass pawn forward, and maybe it's time for the black king to scoot on over to g8, because if you play f6, checkmate in one. That would be a shame.
And Ding, they're getting a bit fidgety, a bit nervous there with his clock running low. He needs to take a call. It's, of course, not easy to commit and go f5. Might very well be thinking of coming back with the king, opening up the way to go down with the h-pawn. But he needs to take a decision, and he needs to do it fast.
And we have people rooting for Ding Liren. He has many fans around the globe. I think he earned many fans at the candidates where he was just such a kind person. I mean, he came in for the interviews. I was particularly enjoying when he came in after his win over Richard Rapport, and he was asking about these crazy variations. Like, why were you even thinking about that? He just thinks about everything. He is such a strong player. That's obvious with his 2,800 plus rating, but the way he just calculates the game is fascinating and extremely impressive.
He's the only player in the world apart from Magnus to be currently 2,800. He's reaching out and he has taken a decision. Gone for rook to a7. So different approach here by Ding. What he wants to do is place his king on h7 and threaten g7. So after king h7, g7, the game will be over. And that's his idea. He controls the 7th rank so that black has no checks with rook c7.
So I think that means king g8 would be the only move, because just to show Tanya's point, if you make a move like this, then you go king h7 and the g-pawn is about to promote. So that would be winning for white. You see the eval bar reacting and agreeing. So if that is the threat, then the king has to go to g8. That's the only way to stop the white king from going to the h7 square. But then, Tanya, I think it's the second option, king to g5, pawn h6. And there are mating nets against this king. You want to push your f-pawn as well. it seems that it's still within that drawing territory, but still feels very tough. And the best news of all for Param is his clock management has been stellar.
But the best news for Ding fans is that the 60 move control has been made as well. So Ding will get some additional time on the clock, which is why we see him get up and leave the table. He's made the 60th move. It's now time to just freshen up, get your drink, wash your face, start afresh. You know you're close to it, but you still need to wrap it up. You still need precision, and Ding will get some extra time on the clock.
He will, and he's going to need to use it wisely because a sudden pawn push may find your king checkmated on the spot. We were just talking about that. The king on g8 takes away this very important h7 square. The bishop still covering the length of the diagonal. If you ever push this g-pawn, you allow a check on the 6th rank, and you'll drop this pawn where it was sitting. So both players are gone from their board right now. They've reached move 60. Maybe they're using the facilities, washing their faces, just getting fresh because we're on the final stretch of this game. And while the players, they're going away from the board, I think we will do the same. We're going to take a quick break because when we come back, it is the finale of this game between Ding Liren and Maghsoodloo in the second round of the Tata Steel chess tournament.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
I did it. 2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay.
Oh.
Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Just one game remains here in the second round of Wijk Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. Ding Liren with the white pieces against Parham Maghsoodloo. We've had two decisive results. A tremendous attacking display from Anish Giri, and then fantastic endgame technique from Magnus Carlsen. So, Tanya, we have 4 draws, 2 wins, and now it remains to be seen if this 7th and final game will have a winner.
And the 2 wins that we had were in such different styles. One with the white pieces, one with the black pieces. The Anish win was just an absolute bombshell of a game. Completely explosive, sacking and then going for Gukesh's king. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen showing impressive endgame technique, a marathon of a game, and eventually winning the rook pawn ending. 2 beautifully played out games, but in completely different styles of chess.
Very, very different indeed, but the same result when all is said and done. And Ding Liren has a chance to be the sole leader if he is able to win this game. But Parham Maghsoodloo is not going to go down without swinging. He has a bishop for 3 pawns. And in this position, you need to get those pawns mobilized, push them up the board, try to get a new queen. But that's why Parham's defensive task, what he's done is perfect. He has put his rook in contact with his g6 pawn. So if you ever want to push the h-pawn, you lose the g-pawn. If you push your pawn to f5, you have created pawns all on the light squares, which means a bishop can kind of dominate them, and that is a problem. Just to show this, f5, well, I guess it's black's move first, but I'm going to make some kind of random move like bishop b2. And if you go f5, then I think you can bring the bishop to c1. The rook controls this square, the bishop controls the other, and you're not going to push your pawn. So what move was played? It is, in fact, bishop to b2. That was Parham's choice, and he's waiting for the pawn push to stop the pawns on the dark squares.
It almost feels as if white has gotten everything. The dream position, your pawns have advanced down the board, your rook is on the 7th rank, and you've made maximum progress. And meanwhile, black has managed to find a sort of a fortress, making sure that you can't advance through the very last line of defense. Yes, you can get your pawns down to the 5th rank and a g6 pawn, but you're not going to get h6 in. You're not going to get f6 in. And I'm slightly surprised that Ding's king has fallen back to g4 from when we saw it last. The players think, Robert, maybe we can just back up and see what happened in these last few moves while we were on a break.
Sure. The king had been on h6, the pawn went to g6, and bishop f6 played by Parham, covering the d8 square. The rook went to a3. We saw this point. Rook a7. So I'm looking at the eval bar off to the side of the screen. That seems to be a move that gave away a healthy portion of the advantage. It looks like a pretty natural move, but black put the king on g8 to stop the white king from going to h7. The king went to g5, and after this check, he brought his king back to g4. So Tanya, I guess Parham would have been okay seeing f5 because the bishop checks on d2, and where is this king escaping to?
You can't hide anymore, because if you go king f6, then there's bishop comes back to c3, king e6 runs into rook e5, and the f5 pawn falls. So the king has got no defenses at all. It really does feel like a case of making all the improvements, but not being able to cross over to the very last hurdle.
That's right. I mean, it's so close, yet so far. The king goes back to g4. The rook went to c6. The rook just was sliding over to d7, and after bishop b2, it's Ding Liren on the clock. He has 11 plus minutes remaining, plenty of time. It's not like he's in any danger, but he doesn't necessarily have a plan, and that's the hard part, because in an endgame, when you have pawns against a bishop, you often want your pawns on the same color as the bishop. The reason why is pawns, well, they attack and capture diagonally. So if your pawns are all on light squares, they're not going to help your pawns push to dark squares. So that's where black, with that dark square bishop, is able to contain those pawns by playing bishop c1, covering those very important dark squares. So you know what the best move is, Tanya? g6 back to g5. That's the best move.
That would be great, but unfortunately, neither will the computer allow you to make it, and it is illegal, so that's not possible. You can push the pawns, which are not going to happen, Robert. But this does look like Parham has managed to create a sort of a fortress in the position now. We also see the eval bar has dipped a little low advantage, so that goes on to show that there are defensive resources in the position. the extra 15 minutes, which was the final time control, has been added to the clocks. So Ding Liren has got 10 minutes. But it's going to be frustrating, Robert, to play this kind of a game. You have a feeling that you've done everything right. You sacrifice in the middle game, right out of the opening, play a brilliant game. You give up your piece for pawns, you advance, you make progress, but you're just not able to convert it. And that can be so frustrating. And right now, Ding Liren sitting alone in this playing arena at Wijk aan Zee. All the games are over. There are just not even a handful of spectators left, just a couple of people in the playing hall. Ding trying to convert this one. Chess is a lonely game, and he's feeling it right now.
Well, Tanya, how many spectators do you think are watching this game right now?
Good question. I can see just a couple of people behind the bar. But I would say maybe, I don't know, like 3 or 4.
I don't have the answer, but
we do now. There are quite a few, actually.
Oh, wait a second. I see people sitting down, it looks like. So I think we see 5 people standing, and then there are a couple people sitting there. So it looks like 7, 8 at the moment.
And that's pretty awesome. I mean, this is the 6th hour of play, and there are no more games remaining. That's our tournament hall. We remember at the start of the day just how bustling it was and just filled with people and energy. And now just one marathon game remains. Everyone's finished game. They're off to dinner, probably to that Italian place we keep bringing up in this little seaside village in the Netherlands, Wijk aan Zee. And Farham and Ding battling it out in the moments of their game.
So I cheated, Tanya. I looked it up. I Googled Italian restaurant Wijk aan Zee, and it's Tarantella. That's the name of it.
That's the one, Robert. Some really great memories there. It is. By the way, if anyone from our chat ever finds themselves in Wijk aan Zee, then definitely check it out. And you should go when this tournament happens, because it's such an honor to even witness. It's such a celebration of chess. And then usually all the chess players do go to that restaurant to wind down, to unwind. There's a lot of chatter there. There's a chessboard set up usually to analyze games. And it just feels like there's no such thing as chess in Wijk aan Zee in January.
No, and a lot of the accompaniments are free. The parking, the atmosphere is for the chess players, so they want to welcome as many chess players as possible. And it isn't just Dutch people who go. I think in the amateur sections, I've seen people from all over the globe. It really is a festival, and it's the closest that some people are able to get to these superstars, the Magnus Carlsens, the Ding Lirens. So it's really an awesome experience because they're not just watching. A lot of these people are playing, so they are playing their game. They go up and look, hey, what's Magnus doing over there? They go back to their board, and then you go to the restaurant because there are like 5 of them. It's a pretty small town, and you're eating, where you are, and over there are those super GMs. So it's a really nice atmosphere. I think everyone is quite peaceful there.
I couldn't agree more. It's just a great event to be a part of. And right now, of course, at the very end of the day, we've got just one game remaining. But I can imagine these 2 players being really hungry right now. And I'm not even talking about points anymore.
Yeah, I'm also very, very hungry because this broadcast started at 8 a.m. Eastern, and now it's nearly 2 p.m. and I have not had food. So Ding has to be careful, is what the feature chat said before. It says Ding is the kindest GM. I don't know what I don't know what the rankings are, but Ding is very kind. And I became a Ding fan of Kenneth's when he requested a regular chair instead of the thrones. That is very funny. Because I remember those chairs. They were out of control. They were massive.
They really were. And I think there was like a different one for each of the players. And it was really random. But I completely agree. Ding is indeed one of the most modest and the kindest person. Not even just amongst chess players. He's just so humble. And that's the one thing about his personality that stands out and makes it so easy to forget how strong he is. His willpower to fight it out till the end is what we're seeing here right now. But Parham as well, he's a really fun guy to hang out with. He's always jovial. He's always laughing, cracking a joke. He's super entertaining. And his chess, it's got that style. It's got that aggression in it. And it's always fun to watch him and be around him.
Parham loves basketball. He loves rap. How much time have you spent around him? Like, do you know Parham personally, or just from interviews at tournaments?
Interviews at tournaments. We played a lot of tournaments together as well, where I've met him, and I met him several times. So it's always been fun to chat with him. He's been to India quite a few times for the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz as well. He loves playing here. He really enjoys it. He's a huge crowd favorite in India, by the way, simply because he's always laughing and smiling and always makes time for fans, and that's always a nice quality. He's all of 22. At 27.19, that's a massive rating. He's a top player from Iran, and his best finish at Wijk was in 2019 in the Challengers, where he finished 7th. He is a last-minute replacement in this year's Masters, when Jan-Christoph Duda had to withdraw due to personal reasons, and Parham Maghsoodloo, of course, happily stepped in, which meant that he's not coming with massive preparation, but he's coming with eagerness to fight.
For sure. And he fought hard for his country at the Olympiad. He gained a bunch of rating points there. I remember him, I'm sorry to say this, but I remember him taking down Hari Krishna in one of the later rounds when he, I think round 10, maybe. They were on one of the high boards. So not to bring up bad memories for your country, please forgive me. And it seems like India has already forgiven Parham and seems to love him. But he had some great results at the Olympiad, and that helped him go from, I believe, high 2600s, now near 2720, and he is on the upswing. He is a very, very talented player, and if he can draw Ding Liren with the black pieces in this game, it would only help him increase his rating further.
Increase his rating, and I'm sure that's not even the main motivation for Parham. Just the ability to play and the opportunity to play against these top guys in this elite event. He mentioned that it's been his dream to be in Wijk, to play the Tata Steel Masters. So for him to have this opportunity just means so much. And here he is with the black pieces, playing this marathon game where he's been defending for the last 5.5 hours, Robert. And it looks like he's getting closer and closer to that half point.
Yes, and now he has a bunch of time remaining on his clock, and Ding Liren, that's all the time he gets. We are in the final time control, so for Ding Liren, there's no more 15 minutes or 50 minutes added to the clock. He needs to find potential progress now, and he's not going to get any more time except for the 30-second increment. That's a lot. Right. If he just makes some quick moves, he gains a few minutes. That'll be nice for him. But you see Ding Liren, I think he's bothered by the fact that he doesn't see a win for himself. I think he's at this position. It's like, honestly, I think it's just a draw, and he doesn't really want to admit it, especially because he's had the advantage for so long. But that's what happens when Parham Maghsoodloo plays excellent defense.
This indeed has been a masterclass on defending a difficult position. At one point, it feels like White made so much progress advancing the pawns, and the pawns were just going to overpower and were just too strong for Black. But indeed, what Parham had the plan was to let it advance to a certain point, after which is when it gets really difficult. You let White get the maximum that they can, but the last line of defense cannot be crossed. And that's what we see Parham has set up. Again, let's just take a look at why it's impossible, or at least it seems impossible currently for White to make progress. The G6 pawn is under attack, so the H pawn cannot move forward. You can't go H6 yet. What you can play is the move F5 and trying to defend the G pawn to push the H pawn, but that invites so many checks, and suddenly White's king loses a lot of cover. There are ideas with Rook C4 and then Bishop C1. So instead, finally Ding, with just 2 minutes left on the clock, repeats twice, gains a little time, but he's got to have some idea now. He's got to change it up. Yes, he gained a couple of seconds, but he's already spent a lot on the clock.
There's no real reason that he should repeat the moves and make a draw on the spot, but I think it's quite clear he knows this game is going to be a draw, and great defense from Parham Maghsoodloo, and the best move. I keep trying to do it. I think Ding will have an easier time doing it, is bringing the pawn back a square to G5. And in all seriousness, if this pawn were on G5, you could push the pawn up to F6 and this one to H6, and you'd have the pawn protecting them both, and the king could snake in. So you lose out a lot by having your pawn on the opposite color of the enemy bishop. On one hand, your pawns can't be attacked by that bishop, but they can be slowed down very easily, as we've been seeing in this position.
It's a blockade. It's a fortress. You move them, you put them on the white squares. Whenever you push a pawn to a white square, the black squares around it gets weakened. And now it's very difficult for white to make progress. I'm just wondering if Ding is actually just going to this moment, because he played a check, and I think he played it twice. And now he again goes into a bit of a think.
I wouldn't be surprised if he makes that repetition. He doesn't need to. He can move his rook anywhere. He can't possibly lose this game unless he blunders a full rook or he somehow checkmates himself. So that's the good news, which allows him to prolong it. But when you have respect for your opponent, as he does for Parham, and he understands that this game's not going anywhere, he might just say, I have a new game tomorrow. I need to eat, I need to rest, and then I need to go play round 3. So, of course, preparation is involved as well. And yeah, Ding Liren here, it's not the look of somebody who feels like they're winning.
It's really not. You can tell from the body language here. And Robert, I think we are going to see rook d8 here. And that would be a check, a repetition, Ding down to seconds, reaching out. He decides not to repeat, so he's still fighting on. I think he made a king move. He's gone king to g5, so the game goes on.
He goes king g5. I think, well, checking the king allows the pawn to push to f5, but he does it anyway. And if king h6 made his bishop f6 to cover the checkmate, it's
well,
more
f5,
interesting
I think
there.
you've got bishop c1. So you don't want to intercept the check with the pawn because that allows checks with the bishop. So king h6 is the way to go, as you're pointing out. King h6 played. Now rook d8 is a mate in 1.
Right. So that's why I was looking at bishop back to f6 to cover that checkmate. We've seen positions like this before. In fact, the bishop was on f6 earlier. Let's just see. Let me see if I can find that position, because we might have another repetition of moves just in a different way. Yeah, here. The bishop was on f6, but the rook is on c5 now, whereas in this position, the rook was on c6. So getting back to the game, it looks similar. But if the king goes to h6 and the bishop to f6, the rook is on c5, not c6.
I think we have seen king h6 already by Ding. King h6 is on the board?
It is, yes. So he brings his king up, and now bishop f6 feels mandatory. What else can you do besides cover the square?
This is most likely a draw now until Parham messes up again. I think it is most likely a draw. But the second part of that, until he messes up again, I don't think he messed up. I think he's shown intense defensive technique in a very difficult endgame. So it's been brilliant play by Parham holding on this one.
Yeah, and I don't know what the again means, because
Exactly.
it seems like he's steadily held throughout this endgame. He did make some mistakes, right? He had a better position, and now he's been defending a worse position. But since they got to this endgame, it seems like he's played pretty perfectly. And Parham, he is studying the position. He's moving quickly when he feels really confident and knows what to do, but he doesn't want to blunder now that we're on move 67. That would be a true shame if he lost because he just got checkmated. He wasn't paying enough attention.
That would be a heartbreak of a moment, Robert. It also comes down to how much Parham believes that this position is actually holdable. We have the eval bar guiding us again, but Parham has no idea. And it can look like a really position. Your opponent's got a pawn on g6, the king on h6, threatening a mate in 1. It can look extremely scary. So it all comes down to whether Parham in his mind realizes and knows that he's actually set up the perfect defense.
Right? And rook c8 stops checkmate. Bishop f6 stops that same checkmate. I'm not sure there's anything else to even consider besides those two. I like rook c8 a bit less, I would say, just because I like the active rook here, and stops f5. But we have shown that f5 isn't available even after rook to c8. If you go f5, you get checkmated with bishop to c1.
I agree with you. I would want an active rook, but I'm just wondering after you play bishop f6, yes, you defend the mate on d8. What if white moves the rook to b7 or to a7 and I'm still threatening a mate on the back rank? Let's say rook a7 and I'm going to go rook a8. I think at some point you have to come back with your rook to c8. You've got to defend the 8th rank with your rook.
It's true, but I've kept your king out of g5, which should probably be a good sign for black. And if you play g7 and try to go king g6 and go for this mate, you just saw the evaluation bar go all the way down here because in this position, after rook c6, your king is getting checkmated. It may look like white is winning because you're about to get a new queen, but no, I'm not going to move my king. I'm going to go bishop d8, not just check, not just stopping your check, but in fact, checkmate because the king can't go back to g5. This is actually an amazing position.
Oh, that would hurt. That would hurt so much. That is a wonderful setup, actually, to see that this mate is possible. Nicely pointed out there, Robert. It just goes on to show the unexpected tactical motives that actually still exist in a position like this.
It's crazy. You never can,
absolutely crazy.
Take a position for granted. You need to be looking out every single turn because that checkmate is as unexpected gets, and that would make you cry on the spot. So I think that Parham, he's going to play rook c8 with bishop f6, but he's doing the right thing. Why does he need to make the move in 30 seconds when he has 30 minutes on his timer? Spend time, be accurate, double check, verify, and that's how you play. And he has played bishop f6.
Accuracy and precision. You were talking about Parham showing it. He moves the bishop to f6, wanting to keep the rook as active as possible for as long as possible. I also see a lot of our chat now supporting Parham in his task to defend this very difficult endgame. Let's go, Parham was the message that I saw last. And it looks like he's taking the energy from you guys.
Well, Ding Liren, he wants to take all the energy away from Parham, but there's just too much of it. I mean, that guy is energetic. As I was saying, he loves rap. He loves basketball. He's always going to bopping his head around when he's playing in online speed chess events. And here he's defending perfectly. And where is he going to move his rook? Back to c6. I was wondering if that rook could have gone to f5, protecting the bishop and attacking this pawn. But instead, he chose to defend with rook c6. And we're talking about it. This pawn is not going to be able to move. And I think that, what is white going to do now? Can't move your king.
Rook f5 was interesting, but perhaps he just thought that that would be a little scary spot for the rook because if we just back up one move while the players have a think, if you do put your rook to f5, that might have just given white the option to actually slide with the rook and start threatening a mate on the back rank, and then get tricky on how you would want to defend that king. So I think rook c6 just a lot more natural that Parham has gone for. And white slides over in any case to a7. So now threatening rook a8, and we're expecting black to do the same, defend the 8th rank with the rook.
And Ding Liren barely over a minute on the clock right now, and he cannot blunder after rook c8. Do not play g7. We just showed it. Rook c6 threatens bishop d8 checkmate. And if you get your king away, bishop d8 is not checkmate anymore because king goes to f5, and bishop d4 with check, picking up the rook on a7. So that would be just so sad if you're Ding Liren or a fan of his. But I really don't think he's pushing to g7 anytime soon. He's far too strong to make a one-move blunder like that.
You push g7, calculate that you're completely winning. Otherwise, you just don't commit to it. With your king on 8-6, you're walking into fire directly. He's not going to do that. I see Parham reach for a move, and it's not what we were expecting, Robert, but it's another way to defend and fight against the mate. The rook on d6 so that he can fall back to d8 when white gives a check.
That's right. And look at this white king. It's out of squares. So if you play rook a8 and rook d8 happens and you trade, the king cannot escape. If you push g7, the bishop goes to f6 and just grabs the pawn. And if you play f5, the bishop still goes to f6 because if you have to play g7, only legal move. You take it, you make a draw in the end game. So Parham really showing brilliant defense in this one. Rook back to d8. there's just no progress. The bishop on f6 is way too powerful.
Rook d8 played, and Ding now less than a minute on the clock comes back. Rook a7. Parham could simply fall back with the rook to d6, and that would be a repetition of the position that we just had.
And I think Ding doesn't mind a few repetitions if he is trying to play for a win, gain a little bit of time on the clock. But I just don't believe there's anything at this point that he's looking for, because he knows that Parham has proved that defensive posture. Rook back to d6, rook back to d8 if it's ever in check. And so there's nothing really to worry about if you are Parham. You're playing this superbly. Just excellent stuff from Parham. Seriously, I think that he deserves a lot of credit, because after yesterday's game, Tanya, I honestly thought that he might be in trouble in this tournament. He had the white pieces. He was worse after like 15 moves. Vincent was pressing him, but he did find a good tactic. But then I thought, well, he found a tactic to escape that was both creative, clever, but also, it was fortuitous. Now you're here and like, no, this was defense over dozens and dozens of moves. He earned this one for sure.
100%. It was resourced yesterday, but today has been on another level, because it's been a marathon defense, a really long play defense. And in fact, even out of the opening, he went for dynamic play. He tried to create a mess in the position, but in the end, Ding came on top in that end game and has been putting pressure and looked like was so close. I remember you asked me to predict, and I felt that Ding was going to take this one. Parham here proving me wrong with his super impressive defense.
I also thought Ding Liren would win, but Parham had other ideas. He may be new to this tournament. He may have only been invited a few days ago, but he's still going to play amazing chess. So what is Parham thinking about? That's my big question here. He's probably looking if he can force a draw. He could repeat the position with rook d6, but maybe he's looking at some other moves to say, there's nothing that white can do, especially because this king is on h6 and has no moves. So there might be nothing better than just sliding back and forth.
He could very well just keep the rook on the 8th rank. And as you're mentioning that white has got nothing better to do, he goes for the repetition of the position with the move rook d6. I think that's what I saw. And we have that on the board. And makes a lot of sense. Rook b7. So Ding still declining an immediate draw. He says he still wants to fight it. The problem in this position is that white's king on h6 is just stuck. There's no improvement. You're not coming out of that. The bishop from f6 isn't going to move. Rook goes back to d8. Let's say you attack the bishop with, where do you go? Rook f7. And I'm just wondering, after rook f7, is rook f8 a possibility? But maybe you take and go king 8-7, and things could get a bit nasty with 8-6 coming in, no?
Exactly. So the rook trade is not available on that square. It just goes to show that when black got his king to g8, that was the all-important square to keep the white king out of h7. So the king needs to stay on g8, and he goes rook to d8, and if rook f7, he'll probably bring his rook right back to d6, because white is frozen in place. You can't move your g-pawn for many reasons. You got checkmated, but also your rook would be hanging. So you got to go back that way, and the black rook would go back to d8. So f5.
Ding changing the position a little bit. He decides to finally move a pawn, and he's gone for the move f5, not being able to make any more progress with his rook. He's tried different strategies, different ways of threatening the mate, but of course Parham with his big defense, and now Ding tries f5. But it doesn't change anything, because that's the most forward that your pawn's going to go. You're not getting f6 in. Your king is still trapped on h6. There's no g7 ever. There's no h6 ever. So you still, you're stuck after f5.
You're definitely stuck here. And if this bishop could wrap around to a square like d2, this diagonal, it would be checkmate. That's not going to happen, but something to keep an eye out for, because it could happen in a bullet game. So f5 was the choice. This rook can come up to d5 to attack this pawn. That looks quite nice to me. You can't take the pawn. So if you had a free turn, you wouldn't take, because then you get checkmated back here. So rook d5 kind of just passes the turn back to Ding.
I think you can move the bishop away from f6 because if the king goes to g5, you still have some checks. But why do that? Why do that when you've got this position where white's king is actually trapped on h6? It's such a nice fortress, such a nice blockade. And even if it works, I still think just sliding around with the rook, white has achieved the maximum that he could. There is no more progress to be made. You could go rook c or rook a8, the rook d5, the move that you're suggesting. Even if the bishop moves are fine, I wouldn't want to allow king g5.
Agreed. And actually, if you just move your rook along the last rank, there's no progress that white can make. So if you go rook to 8, g7 is again met by this rook a6 move, and your king is in trouble. So you don't get checkmated because your king can escape. You'll be able to push this f pawn at some moment, but it's very, very close. Like check here, your king can't go, but you have f6. And after rook takes f6 check, you have king g5 because the rook is in the bishop's path. And it looks like you can make a discovery and win the rook, but the bishop is under attack. So you just don't have all the time you need as black to win this game, but you still are in the better side of position you can then play on. That would be quite amusing if Parham decided, no draw. I'm going to try to beat you now.
Yeah, imagine if we ended up with a rook and bishop versus rook and king endgame, and then Parham's the one who's pushing for another 50 moves. It'd be quite a turnaround, but I don't think the position's going to get that far. I do not see Ding blundering away his 3 pawns in this position. f5 played, and Parham thinking, I think he's going to hold on with this position. He's going to just keep that bishop on f6, move around with the rook. You can see him on the screen. He's completely focused. I can just imagine the level of tiredness the two players must be feeling right now, Robert. It's way into the 7th hour of play. And, it's against competition that is so difficult. Every move takes so much energy out of you. And these two players are still fighting.
They must be exhausted. They must be hungry. They must be just wanting to do anything in a way besides play this specific game, but you have to play until the final move. Parham is doing just that. I love the way he's played this game. His over-the-board technique has been stellar, and he's also taking his time at specific moments where he realizes, hey, slow down. This is a draw. You know this is a draw. You don't need to rush it and blunder. So he does bring his rook back up to d6. He recognizes that if the rook checks on b8, his rook goes right back to d8, and it's now up to Ding. He's pushed a pawn, restarted the move counter, 50 moves without a piece capture or a pawn move result in a draw. So will Ding play this out forever, or will he just allow the draw to happen? That's the big question.
Well, he has been playing it out, and as our audience, our viewers are pointing that Ding is fighting, indeed he is. You want to make the most of every single chance that you've got in the position. It just looks like Ding has maximized his position. Parham showing immense defense, has withstand it, and Ding now plays the move 7. 7 on the board?
I thought he moved his rook away to a7.
All right, to a7, yeah, because g7 would be a bit of a shocker there, just to check and you win the pawn on g7. That would not happen. Rook a7. Again, this just goes on to show that it is difficult for white to make any improvement. And now once again, can fall back with the rook.
Back and forth, rook d8, rook d6. That's the plan that you want. And there's nothing that white can do about it. If you ever you definitely can't push your pawn to g7 with the rook here because you'll get immediately checkmated. But with the rook back on d8, as soon as you play g7, the rook comes right back to d6. And that's a problem for this king on h6. So there's nothing that Ding Liren can do. And Parham, he knows that, but he's making sure, triple checking, he's verifying, and he is going to hold this half point. And Ding Liren probably will be a bit disappointed just because he had the white pieces. He started off with a bang in game 1, and he likely wanted to continue that in game 2, and he had some chances. So not the best day, not the worst day, of course, for Ding, but not the best day either.
Looking at Parham, I think he's so confident about this position. I won't be surprised if he's already thinking what he wants to order for dinner. What does he want to have? Because it's very simple. Like you're pointing out, just keep moving the rook. No danger at all. The king on h6 is stuck. White's rook alone can't do anything. It's hard to imagine anything here.
Well, what are you gonna have for dinner?
It's actually past midnight in India. It's way past midnight. It's almost 1 a.m. here. So yeah, I'm also dreaming about dinner after this.
Yeah, I'm very hungry, and I think that with the shuffling that's taking place here, Ding Liren, he's just holding on to whatever faint hope he has that he can score a second straight win. But Parham is going to make this draw. If he doesn't make this draw, something has gone terribly wrong. His wires got crossed. Something is a problem, but it's clear he has his defensive setup. There's nothing that White can do to avoid it because the king is stuck on h6 and not getting out.
Parham looks tired. I don't know if you saw that little shot of him. He does have his hand on his head, and I think you're so close, but your opponent isn't giving up. Your opponent keeps fighting, keeps playing on. It is frustrating, but Parham knows he's so close to it. He just needs to be accurate for a couple more moves. And this is really a big moment for the 22-year-old to be able to hold his own against the world number 2.
For sure. And speaking of number 2, well, Anish Giri has been second place in this event 5 different times. Will this be the first time he wins? That remains to be seen, but we saw a very happy Anish Giri when he spoke to Fiona earlier.
Finally, how highly does this game rank on your list of favorite games played here in Wijk aan Zee?
Well, I mean, I've played many satisfying games in Wijk aan Zee, also many bad games. I just played many games in Wijk aan Zee. So, yeah, no, it's a great feeling to win this way. And I'm also always proud to show some preparation, even though now in Rapid and Blitz it's less of a thing, but still, I'm always happy to get the preparation. Especially when it works out, it looks pretty nice. And I think it was a very nice idea. I was very happy with it, with this Rook C2 idea. It's a very cunning one, and it's really not on the surface. And I was really happy to, not only to show it, but also that it led to a nice victory.
And there you had it. Happy Anish Giri. He won his game today. He moves to 1.5 points out of the 2 rounds that he has played. And we just saw Ding Liren, the final game of the round, rook a6 played, attacking the bishop. This actually is an important choice because if you carelessly move your bishop somewhere, maybe the pawns start going up the board. If you play, say, bishop to b2, is there f6? That's the big question. Can I push that pawn? The answer here is no, because if you play f6, your king on h6 gets checkmated immediately. So be very careful. I warned you all earlier. The king on h6 is vulnerable, so do not overlook a check on this diagonal.
It was really interesting to hear Anish's thoughts about his game and his general play in Wijk aan Zee. He's played it so many times. He's been the ambassador of the tournament for several years. It is his favorite event. And it was nice to see him proud of the way his game went today. And understandably so, this idea that we were talking about as well with Rook C2, he pointed it out and then went on to win flawlessly. So that was definitely a really nice game. I think apart from that win, if Parham manages to save this game, save that 0.5 point, I would say that this has been the second most impressive game of the day.
Yes, really, really good defense. You know what it reminds me of? Aronian yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. That game ended in a draw. If you just look at the results, you say, oh, what really happened? Nothing. They split the point. They've done that many times before. But it was painstaking effort to make that draw. And Parham, he continues to wait this out, making sure he's not going to blunder. And as you said, he's tired. He's hungry. He would like nothing more than the game to be concluded. But when you're in that state, when you know that you're not thinking as clearly as you did 6 hours ago, that's when mistakes happen. So he is taking that step back, that breather, so that he can really analyze fresh every time. Because in this position, is he going to play bishop e5? bishop d4, bishop c3, bishop b2. Is there a difference between making any of those moves? Should he leave his bishop where it is and play the move rook f8 and just defend? I like rook f8, but then you may think after rook c6, is there some kind of funny situation where you can't move your rook because you lose your bishop? And if you move your bishop, maybe the king gets out. There's just a lot of little things that go into this position that Parham is working out.
And these little things can make your brain so foggy. It's so easy to lose hold on reality. You know, these small, small positions with these tiny differences. You've played them over and over again over the last 20, 30 moves, but you lose the sense of reality when they keep appearing. Your mind gets tired. It is the 7th hour of play. You're already low on energy. So one can imagine it's happened to all of us, Robert. You're holding on, but at the very end, you just crumble because, you just make that one inaccurate move and it all falls apart. All the effort falls apart. And Ding with rook a6 has asked another question. Because Parham's bishop has been on f6 for a long time, psychologically, he loves it there. It blocks the king on h6. It makes sure that the king on h6 cannot come out to g5 anymore. So it's very hard for him to move that bishop away from there, even if it might be a good move. And as we can see, he has decided to keep it there just simply because you don't want to fix what's not broken. Why move that bishop? He's gone rook f8, and Ding continues to question Parham exactly the way you said. He keeps the rook on c6, attacking that bishop. Now you don't have a good square for the rook. Are you going to go king h8, or will you move your bishop away? And once again, it's not a pleasant choice for Parham because he really wants that bishop there.
Wow, king h8 is a move I didn't think about, and I'm going to make the move and see what happens. Keeps the status quo completely
even. That's hard to believe though, right? The king h8 also works.
So if that's the case, then maybe it's good to make that move. You can also play the bishop on this diagonal, like bishop h4, because you can't play f6. I can just take it. If you play g7, I have rook f6 check, and then once the rooks are swapped, you lose the pawn on g7. So it seems like there are a bunch of different drawing plans for Parham. He just needs to choose one. He played his bishop back to d8, keeping this diagonal under his control.
Wow, bishop d8. And, we keep talking about classical chess, and this game has been such a massive example of the beauty of classical chess and the kind of fight that it requires, the stamina it brings out. It's not about blunders. It's not about sacrifices. It's about holding on and showing these defensive resources. And Robert, we've got over 20,000 people with us on Twitch, over 8,000 people on YouTube. So a big shout out to everyone who's joining us on Twitch and on YouTube on this big Tata Steel Chess Masters. What a day it's been, and what a fight these world-class players are putting out for us.
They are indeed, and the fight is nearing its conclusion. Rook e6 played. Can you take this pawn f5? That's a big question, but the answer is no. So look at Ding Liren being a little trickster over there. Rook takes f5, rook e8 check. That's mate, so you have to block with the rook. Takes, and king h7, trying to promote the pawn. If your bishop goes to f6 to stop g7, I go h6. Next is g7. It is unstoppable. The pawn reaches the other side, and white would win. So instead of that, the bishop goes back to f6. Nice try, Ding Liren. You're not going to fool me, says Parham, and he keeps the bishop back and forth, back and forth.
There we go. A draw has been agreed, Robert. Seeing that Parham did not fall for that final trick, he's put up such a mammoth defense in this one. Played like a true gladiator, a true fighter. A difficult game ends in a draw. A big shout out to both these players. Ding Liren giving it his all, really trying till the absolute last breath in the position to squeeze that win out, and Parham up to the task. Eventually, Ding agrees and acknowledges the massive defensive effort. Nothing to be done. A draw is agreed.
Yeah, and good point by you. And look at them. All of a sudden, they have energy because they want to talk about every little detail of the previous 80 moves of chess that they played. And that's what happens. They're so fascinated, they're so enthralled by the game that they want to talk about what happened on move 20. I don't remember what happened on move 20 in this game. It's been forever ago, but they went through it. They experienced it. Every single move had some kind of emotional attachment. You try to put aside your emotions while you're playing because you need to remain objective, but you squirm, you go through it all, and when it is all said and done, the game is a draw. They're analyzing. They're not even going to eat dinner yet. They want to talk about the position. But Tanya, the draw was agreed, which means we have all 7 results in the books. Only 2 games. I say only as if that's not a lot. At this level, 2 decisive games is quite a lot. And Magnus Carlsen wins the black. Anish Giri wins with white. I think both those two, they're longtime, kind of banterers on social media. They'll be happy with today's results.
5 draw decisive games. This is exactly the narrative that we saw in round 1, and it repeats in round 2. This time, one with the white pieces. Anish winning in a style, while Magnus showing great positional sense and technique, a positional sacrifice, then going on to convert a nice trip. But really what stood out was Parham Maghsoodloo, all of 22 years old, playing for the first time in the Tata Steel Masters against one of the best players in the world, put under pressure from the very beginning, but takes it head on and survives a huge scare to a big half point.
And if it weren't for Parham, I think we'd be talking as well about Arjun Erigaisi. With the black pieces, 2 games in a row, he has performed admirably. Solid defense, never being much worse, showing off that good preparation and form once you leave that prep. So Arjun with the black piece against Wesley So, that was impressive. Levon Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, not too much happened. Some interesting moments, but the game was level throughout. Maybe Praggnanandhaa, with his adventurous Queen D3, there could have been something there. But nonetheless, a draw is a good result. Magnus, we've discussed. This game that just finished, Parham is a hero. Anish Giri is a villain. He just absolutely crushed Gukesh. And the many Gukesh fans out there are going to look at the standings right now and be pretty upset because he came into this event at 27-25. He had his chances, but he is now down to 0 out of 2, the only player who hasn't drawn a single game.
He has to remember that this is just the start of the tournament. It is such a long way ahead. You still got 11 rounds to be played. That's an entire event to be played right now. So not to lose heart. It's been a difficult start. But on the other hand, at the top of the leaderboard, we've got 4 players with 1.5 points. Magnus, Anish, Ding, and Nordebek lead the field. Fabiano, Wesley, Levon, Arjun, Parham, Jordan, Prag, all at 1 point. And we've got Richard and Vincent with 0.5 point, while Gukesh at the bottom of the leaderboard. And I remember last year at the Masters, it was Adi had a really tough start, was finding it difficult to score. He told me later on that he knew that he just needed that one win to turn things around. It happened. He came right back, right there, playing in the challenges. And I have no doubt that this is the advice that he will be giving to Gukesh in the Tata Steel Masters. Just hang in there. All he needs is that one day to turn things around.
Well, tomorrow is a new day, but tomorrow he gets the white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is in great form in this event thus far. So Gukesh, the only player at 0 points. He is a tough matchup tomorrow. All the matchups are tough, but the matchup that we're circling, and this is obvious, is Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Ding Liren with the black pieces. They're co-leaders, but it's also a world championship matchup that could have been, that maybe would have been, had Ding Liren scored first place in the candidates, because Magnus Carlsen, well, he wasn't interested in playing Jan Pomsche again. And okay, it's been said that he wouldn't have played Ding, but that would have been a legitimate challenge, at least one that he sees as such, because the only 2 players above 2,800 are those 2, Magnus and Ding.
That is a circle match. World number 1 against world number 2. The only two 2800s facing each other off. But we've got juicy matchups all around. We've got Praggnanandhaa and Winston, two of the most upcoming, well, not upcoming, it's kind of hard to call them that, but two prodigies, one from India, one from Germany, who've really been making their mark in elite chess over the last year, will be facing each other off. And we also have Arjun versus Levon. And Robert, that is always a fun matchup. Arjun has always been a very difficult opponent for Levon. He's had a tough score against him. They both enjoy playing against each other. Who can forget the big fight from the Olympiad between Gukesh and Nordebek? So a bit of a grudge match as well. We've got Richard against Wesley, a massive clash of styles there.
Yes, that is as different players as you could possibly ask for. Wesley So, calm, cool, and collected, just wants to play solid chess, make a draw with the black pieces. Richard put his king on D1 the last time he had the white pieces against Abdusattorov, and Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Jordan van Foreest. Two very well-prepared players. Two players who have won this event before. And in this particular event, I feel like both of them have been a bit rocky. Now, in the two games that Jordan has played, he's had the white pieces, and he's had a disadvantage in both. Fabi had white in game 1 against Anish. He never really got anything. He never got anything off the ground whatsoever. In game 2 against Nordebek, he was worse, but he held steady. So not the best start for either player, not from the scorecard, but from the play that they have shown. And Fabiano with white, you know he's looking at that matchup as one that if he expects to win this tournament, he needs to take down Jordan when he has the first move advantage.
Big day of chess coming, Robert, and such juicy matchups. It's going to be a lot of fun. And there on our screen, we can see the players rising. They don't care about it right now. They've had such a fun game, such an entertaining game. They just can't get enough of chess. And that's kind of heartwarming to see that after 7 hours of play, they still want to take a look at what could have happened.
I love it. They're feasting on the analysis. I'm sure they want to get on over to the restaurants, but they want to discuss, dissect, digest this position. And I think a lot of you at home, it's a good one to study because one little mistake, and then it could have gone from a draw to a loss for Maghsoodloo. He showed excellent technique. And while it is the finality of this round, round 2 in the books. Round 3 is tomorrow. Same time, same place. You will not want to miss it. 5 a.m. Pacific time is the start. 2 p.m. Central European time. So we are going to say goodbye for now. I'm going to get some food, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow for more from Wijk aan Zee.